Welcome to another exciting, explosive edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. If I do a show tomorrow, that'll be 7 days straight. Now, who else does shows 7 days straight? Because when you have topics like the Pan African Report Card, when you have topics like the African American story, the African Americans search for the promised land, when you got stories like uh uh Trump is racist, why are so many black Americans happy? You know it's going down. You know when we talk about things like the Pan African Report Card, you know things are gonna get heat in here. You know it's gonna get hot and heavy. You've been listening to the show the last couple of weeks or not. You know it's time for Collar Rumble. When you had people like Elvis, residents like Elvis, the usual suspects and everything, and him going out with Icon Fire. I mean, where do you else you gonna find the rumble like that? Where else you gonna find the rumble like that? Where else you gonna find Kwame getting into it with Dark Migo and stuff like that? Man, this is a place where we rumble. Can you hang? If you can't hang, say you can't hang. If you're soft, you say you're soft. This is where feelings are hurt, dreams are realized and diminished. This is the colonization. Now, when you got a topic like is Trump racist? Why are so many black Americans happy? I'm bringing the receipts. I'm bringing the facts. I'm bringing something that you're not going to hear anyplace else or not. It's a very controversial topic tonight. So stop what you're doing. Like, share, subscribe, right? We always do that, right? I would suggest you grab some ice cream tonight. Get some ice cream tonight. Something I already had in my set. My sister made some banana pudding. Oh my god, she made banana pudding is like you have the cookies, the vanilla wafers. She got these s'mores. She uses it for the wafers. She uses this like they bake like wafers, vanilla wafers, right? But these taste better. They're like chocolate s'mores. And oh my god, this shit was good, man. I couldn't wait. I was gonna save it for the show, but you know what I'm saying? Well, no, I don't need to be on a diet, Elvis. I'm not fat like you are. I'm nice and trim. I don't need to be on a fucking diet. You know, Elvis is 400 pounds. He ain't fooling nobody with that picture. So some of us like Elvis, man. Okay, Elvis, get some diet ice cream. How about that? Get some diet ice cream. There's some fat-free cookies if you want to be happy. But yeah, we're gonna have a good time tonight, man. Well, we're gonna rock and roll. When I tell you this show is gonna be lit, I am promising you it's gonna be lit. This is gonna eclipse the Pan African Report Card. This is gonna eclipse the Pan African versus FBA. That show. This is gonna be all time fame. Nobody can touch the College Genesis. Nobody can touch the College Nation. All you people that are worthy to be among the College Nation people. I want my College Nation warriors to come in here and we're gonna tell it like it is because we're changing the whole narrative, right? It's like yin and yang, man. I'm gonna take certain things out of the FBA, what's essential, and I'm gonna take certain things that make this. This is what it is, folks. In the College Nation, right? In the Black African Infrastructure Organization, right? That I had in a colonization, right? We have a religion that's called LARP. Now, those of you in the chat room, right? For $5, what is LARP? I'm gonna count to 10. If anybody can come up with it one night, you win $5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, no one did. So I gotta tell it now. You had a chance to make $5 one night. You didn't do it. So LARP means it's an acronym. It means what's logical, what's achievable. What's LARP what's reasonable and what's practical. That's LARP. If something is not LARP, leave it alone. If you have FBA, so that's why I said I want people to, instead of just jumping on the FBA bandwagon, and everything you listen was not LARP, Like reparations, reparations end game is not LARP. Pan Africanism, right? The way it's been practiced right now is Black America is supposed to give up their rich culture and history, right? Just forget everything we know, the great people, and assimilate to a backward culture and pick some backward culture. We said, look, my ancestors in Africa come from the Congo. I did my research, the Kingdom of God, give them all respect, whatnot, but I don't want to be that shit. In many ways, man, it makes you feel glad that you were brought over here in slavery when you look at how some of our people still live in Africa. Ooh, how can you say that, Colin? I'm telling you the fucking truth. So you take what's good about Africa, take things we could use. There's a lot of things about African culture in many African cultures that we could use. Don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. There's a lot of things about African culture that can edify us and use and balance us out. But for God's sake, we don't just throw everything we know about our culture that's been working for a long time just to adopt somebody else's culture because it's not us. That's not LARP. That's not logical. It's not achievable. It's not readable and not practical. And when it's not something's not LARP, that means it lacks common sense. And so we don't. So those of us in the colonization, nation, we believe in LARP. There's things about the FBA that's not LARP. How you going to basically say try to change your history around? How you going to basically talk about the thing about the FBA I hate is they got. I just did a thing on TikTok, right? I just wrote through a bunch of FBA channels, right? These motherfuckers, all they do is talk about fucking Africans. All they do is talk about how they're not Africans and all this kind of nonsense like that. They have absolutely no smoke for the white man. They have no smoke for the white man. That's why I said this FBA movement is growing, because why are so many Black Americans so happy? I'm gonna play some videos, show you. There are so many Black people rejoicing over these ICE raids and the fact that Donald Trump made the Somali community, no matter what they did, the entire Somali community public enemy number one. When a president of the United States says something like that, usually that translates to how the rest of the country acts. And they already now you're starting to see white males, for the most part, attacking people in places like Minnesota, saying, "Go back to your country, you dirty Somali." I think Donald Trump knows exactly what he's doing. And that's the bottom line. What he should say is, "Look, we don't agree with these people. We're going to take every need, but while they're here, I need you to stand down and give them the respect as people while they are here, till we can get rid of them." Right? The way he put it against the Somalis, it's like, if you feel like they're going out there or brutalizing an African immigrant or Somali or Mexican, go right ahead and whatnot, because you're right to do that as American. That's why I could never really embrace America. Because the American thinks just because they control a patch of soil, that anything that goes on in that soil, they have right to it. If you have the wrong color, they can enslave you. If you have the wrong color or religion, they can take your land away. If you have the wrong color, they can put you in a damn concentration camp. If you have the wrong color or the wrong religion, they can segregate you. That's what it means to be American. If you find somebody weaker than you or whatnot, you exploit them. And you make them feel proud of being exploited. That's the American way. You turn two people that's oppressed against each other, while they try to curry favor with you. But that's the whole thing about me. Yeah, that's why I said, when the white guys try to come out, there's nothing we could need to talk about. There's nothing we need to talk about. I'm not one of those black guys. I am not trying to kiss up the white people. I don't give a damn about this. I mean, I have a normal relationship with anybody else. I do business with whatever like that. But when it comes to my politics and the way I see the world and whatnot, I am not kissing nobody's ass. Now, if you think I'm going to kiss your ass, whatever like that, you need to go someplace else, because it's not going to be me. Your fight with the Mexicans, your fight with the Somalis is not my fight. That's not my fight. I don't really care for Somalis. I don't really care for Mexicans, whatever like that. But for God's sake, I'm not going to lose no sleep if they're way into fucking Minnesota and I'm way to hell in Virginia. What the hell has that got to do with me? That's all I care about Minnesota. Well, that's a great state. Oh yeah, and and that's all I care. You know, it ain't like see. It's like this. As long as I don't have a nation, a homeland of my own, that's the way I have it. If I can't have a homeland, you can't have a homeland. Now, how about that? I think every group of people should have a homeland. Everybody should have that one place on the planet. It's yours. Wherever you live, you got that one place. We don't have that. We don't have that place in the sun. We don't have that place in the soil. The whole world denied us a land of our own. So if the world says we can't have a land of our own, I don't give a shit about the Palestinians. I don't give a shit about the Kurds. I don't give a shit about the Somalis. I don't give a shit about the Americans who feel like they're losing their country of America. I don't care. Just so you know. So everybody, I'll clear that up. If people want to ask me how I feel about stuff or whatnot, that's the way I feel. I have no nation, so guess what? I don't give a damn about your nation. Got so many Negroes out there. Yeah, but we gotta talk about eBay. I don't give a look. I'll be honest with you, right? I love Ibrahim Traore. I hope that I wish them well, but I'm not losing sleep over something that I don't have access to, or I have nothing there, no tangible or no interest in it. I have no territory in that land. I don't have any city. I have no flag. No place. I have nothing over in Burkina Faso, or else that's good for them. I am sick and tired of fucking our people in America always fucking bleed. That's what I think is going on right now in Black America. I think we reached to the point now where we just don't really care anymore. Our hearts have been hardened. For the most part, that's all of us. But one thing I'm not going to do is sit here and show white people I'm rejoicing over another person of color being taken down. I am not going to do that. If you know anything about me, that's the last thing. I am not giving these freaking MAGA people the damn satisfaction. I'm sorry. It ain't going to happen. African free in the jungle than a slave in a city. I don't know what Elvis is talking about. Can anybody come up here and tell me what Elvis is talking about? Elvis sounds like a goofball. That doesn't even make any sense. African free in the jungle. You're not free in the jungle. In the jungle, you can get eaten by crocodiles. You eaten poisoned by poisonous snakes and lizards and spiders. You could be eaten by cannibals and whatnot. There's no freedom in the jungle, you moron. Come on, Elvis, work with me. Elvis, work with me. Work with me, Elvis. Work with me. But so we're gonna talk about that tonight. Why is so many black people right now freaking happy? I mean, all the signs, man. Donald Trump said this, he said that. Or not, you would think black people, man, why are black people? Why are they turning into these MAGA pro-American people? I have no freaking, I don't know. That's what shows you the failure of Pan-Africanism. You can't expect the people to be powerless forever. When you give anybody a chance to act out and power and inflict pain on somebody and whatnot, human nature is you're going to take it. Nobody wants to be a perpetual victim. So black people, I think a lot of black people see a chance that, wait a minute here, I can't be deported. I can't be deported and whatnot. I'm not a foreigner. And for the most part, man, yeah, I'm an American. I agree with this country, whatever I stood here. And so what they look at, the only thing standing in their way for being good Americans is not even white people anymore. It used to be white people. Now, basically, is people like myself, Umar Johnson and whatnot, and all these other Pan-Africanists who tell us we can't be America's the enemy and all stuff like that, right? Black people, for the most part, are rejecting it. They're saying, something, you guys can't deliver. It doesn't help with Umar Johnson. The Prince of Pan-African had a school and that went left, and all these other stuff like that. These constant failures and setbacks in the Pan-African movement, right? It's like you can't. The people are just like, something. If you can't, there's an old saying: if you can't beat them, join them. Black people are like, yo, man, we can't beat this white man, so let's just go ahead and join them. That's what you got right now. You hear that Somali man said, doesn't know who their father. Yeah, I know this. See, stuff like that, right? Stuff like that. People don't know who their father. That people say this disrespect. Somalia is they're freaking. Oh man, I should play this video, man. Yeah, they said the Somali IQ is the average Somali IQ. They said 40% of the people in Somalia are inbred, and they have a low IQ. Inbred. Somalia has the highest number of teen child pregnancies. Oh, I mean, I mean, this is what people are talking about. But these people that come from these garbage countries, why do they freaking come here and they misrepresent who we are, right? Well, they're really talking about themselves, you know. So yeah, it's not even disrespectful. It's like the audacity, you know. So like I said, I don't wish harm on nobody, but this is what's going out there when you tell black people. Now they're all right saying, "Oh, we're black, we're black, we're black." When I know you're not black, so it's how quick. We knew that was coming, right? As soon as you get under attack right now, you now suddenly you're gonna run to us and whatnot, and we're supposed to embrace. No, it don't work like that. That ship has sailed, and black people are sitting back, friggin' savoring this victory. You know, I feel like they have a victory over these migrants for once, you know. And so it's like black people, like they look. People think, oh, don't make no mistake. I tried to tell you this, right? I tried to tell people this, like a thing when people like Elvis told me, oh, black people will come out and vote for Kamala. I'm telling you right now, there was a lot of black people who, in their heart, they knew they couldn't vote for Trump, but they conveniently was making sure they had something to do to stay away from the poll or stay home. Oh, well, it's raining out, whatever. So many black people stayed home. And I think a lot of black people subconsciously wanted Donald Trump to win, but they won't say it. That's how I know my people. They won't say it. You know, they talk all stuff like that. Yeah, man, blah, blah. They'll talk all this rah-rah stuff, right? And then we talk, but see, I don't believe in racism, white supremacy. Donald Trump's a racist, blah, blah. But yeah, you listen to what they say, their political views and whatnot, you know. Yeah, man, I think this, blah, blah, blah. Those illegals coming over here and whatnot, taking all jobs. But they spruce the same Trump talking points by saying like this, but they subconsciously they say, you know, uh, 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 I don't like Kamala, and they make up a excuse for not supporting Kamala. Oh well, she says she's Indian. Oh well, all this stupid nonsense. Oh yeah, the biggest thing was Tariq Nasheed put out that what she said about reparations. You know, reparations is not a doable issue if you're going to talk about vote. You cannot talk about reparations. That's not even on the radar of any political pundit or politician. So black people like put the Kamala in, no reparations, no vote. That was completely unfair. You know she couldn't promise you no reparations, you know. Well, she could not promise you no damn reparations. You know that. You know, reparations not segregation. Reparations is done by was put out by black under low IQ underachievers, right? We thought they were gonna. They thought there was some real effort to give black people a pay up for slavery. They don't understand the whole way the political system works and whatnot. So Black America, let me tell you something. Black America has always been apolitical. The last time black people really had something to vote two times, right? Majorly. One was in the 1980s with the anti-apartheid movement. We came out and put our vote behind that, right? The second time, the last time was the election of the possible election of the first black, so-called black president, Barack Hussein Obama. You know, that was really all the two times where black people came and voted on something on a large scale. Before that, there was the Johnson Goldwater thing, when they figured conservative Goldwater was a racist. Black people came out of droves to come out and vote. We didn't really come out in the 70s, you know, and we didn't come out in the 80s, you know. In the 80s, black people lost interest in the political process, you know, stuff like that. So now it's like this. Black people, I'm telling you right now, I know most black people, right, do not like the gay agenda, the transgender agenda. They don't like none of that, right? But they can't say it, right? And so what they do is, in many ways, is they. So that, why do you think Barack Obama? You know what he was saying? He wasn't telling you who to vote for. He was saying, why are so many brothers talking about sitting home? That's their priority. In other words, you got people, black people, Democrats acting like if black people go to the polls, they know if you go to the polls, you're going to put Democrat. I know they know that. So the trick was to get shame black people and go into the polls. You know, Barack was right about what, moron? You know, shame black people to go to the polls. That's the only tactic that worked. Because if you can shame them to go to polls, you know they're going to be peer pressured into voting for Kamala, you know? So that's what happened. The thing is, black people, even in Georgia, the voter turnout was, they could have flipped Georgia. Kamala could have, but just black people just did not like her, you know? And they looked at Donald Trump, right? And it didn't help that they are the same things that black people saw about the justice system was inflicted on Trump. Out of nowhere, you're trying to stop this man by bringing up Stormy Daniels and all that. They was kept trying to bring up frivolous charge. I said that's really like what they tried to do to Martin Luther King and all our leaders. And then when they showed that mugshot of Donald Trump, right, with that skull, black people, a significant number of black men was like, this is our guy. You know, they were like, yeah, this is our guy. Now, didn't go out and vote for him because, and another thing is, let me tell you something. I was a poll worker. The exit polls are not scientific. They got certain people that sit outside the poll station, right? They sit out there. They're not there to look at where you vote. Nobody stands over you look at where you vote. They have what they call exit polls. They'll say, "Can you tell us who you voted for?" And I'm telling you right now, I saw it even with Barack Obama. There were some black people who voted for McCain that first time, right? But they would tell the exit poll, "Oh yeah, I voted for Obama," right? Because a lot of white people who voted for McCain, because I was like this, voted for Obama, you know? And I said, voted for Obama. But, you know, they said on the exit poll, they'll say they voted for Obama. And so they got a plus or minus thing. Sometimes it's accurate, but they know it's not accurate. So they take out points for the people who will say that. They know a certain percentage will say that. And then they get an average. And so therefore, when they say 70% of black men voted for Trump, I'm sure that number was very much higher because you only go by the exit poll. And then the number of black men who stayed home. So if you take about 25% of black men, they say, were Trump, right? And then you say all the black men, margin error, that's a good word. Thanks, Elvis. Margin error. Then you take another 25 or 30% who stayed home. You got almost half the black male vote pushing the pendulum in Trump's favor. That's how Donald Trump got those numbers. But the thing is, the Latinos, they actually went out there and voted for Trump and said we voted for Donald Trump in large numbers. Black people was a little different. He probably had almost the same amount in the black community, right? But the thing is, you had 25% they know about, right? But since the voter turnout was low, right? You might as well say the black people sat home, right? Kamala was the one who needed the black vote. So therefore, every vote that were not cast, right, with the Donald Trump, that's a vote for Donald Trump, you know, by default. That's why people like Roland Martin out there. If you won't vote, you're a punk. I don't want to hear nothing about you staying home or not. Fuck reparations. Fuck all that. You just get out there and vote. That's how crazy it is. It's almost like I know the next election, when midterms come up, yo, look, if you talk about sitting home, they're going to come and shoot you. These Democrats are getting so desperate. They're going to come and kick in your door, you know, and say, nigga, you going to that poll. You going to that election poll. You voting, nigga, you know. And they know once they get you to the poll, you're going to friggin' vote Democrat, you know, because you're going to see Big Mama in there and such from the church and whatnot. She gonna tell you about her fried chicken and potato salad afterwards and whatnot. Okay, and whatnot. So you're gonna get up there and you're gonna sing "We Shall Overcome" and the gospel and whatnot. Get you all riled up. They know how to work black people. They're gonna talk about the civil rights and whatnot. They're gonna talk about how evil Donald Trump is and also like that racism, white supremacy, and whatnot. They know once they get you that poll, they got you. Oh yeah. Antifa would do something like that. That I believe Antifa is going to be their attack arm in the future. If they can attack ICE agents, what's stopping them from attacking us? Antifa is not a problem now, but they will be a problem for us in the future. As more and more black people, like I said, stay home, and more black people are happy. Look, you got white people out there going toe to toe with ICE. I have no idea. But there's toe to toe with ICE. Stop fascism. Stop ICE. It's racist. And you got a lot of black people who are sitting back with their popcorn, loving this. They said no King's Day, right? All the way to show up. There was no black people that showed up. No black people. And they're like, Bill Maher's like, how do we get the black people? Like, leave us the black people, like, leave us the fuck alone. And people are like, you guys are too large of a group just to sit back and do nothing. They know we're not going to go out there and vote for Trump, but I'll vote. I'll not doing anything, right? Because black people don't really care if Trump wins or not, right? But if he does win, right, they're like, at least we could stick it to the growing number of black people's enemies on the left. The LGBTQ community, the friggin' the Hispanics, black immigrants. Black people are saying at least Donald Trump is sticking it to their enemies. So therefore, there's no desire to stop that. Really it isn't. There's no desire to stop that. If black people in America say, something, we want to get rid of Trump and came out in large numbers, we could turn this country around, but it's not happening. Black people are letting this system collapse. It is what it is. Yeah, terrorist group. Yeah, but the thing is, I wouldn't be out there talking about stay home because they need to vote. This is a dangerous time to be apolitical. You say, something. I don't know. People are drawing lines. If you're on the right, you better be a MAGA. You support Trump, regardless. You better go in lockstep. Same thing with black people. Look. This is what I see. Right. What exactly do they have? What exactly do they have? How do they justify shaming black people? What have the Democrat delivered to the black community, even Republicans, right? What has the political process ever done to black people that they could demand that we take a time out of our day to go vote for them? Which everything's still saying. Let me give you an example. There was a black man hung in, this week in Milwaukee, in Wisconsin. Found hung, like a decent young man, and we're not looking for a job. He was hung miles away from where he was supposed to be at. And in order already, before they even did an autopsy, they ruled it suicide. You would have dozens of black men in this country being killed. And what gets me is the attorney general is an elected Democrat. So when black people see stuff like that, they're like, what the hell are we participating in the system for? We want justice. That kid that got was found hung in Mississippi, they rule that sort of, but what they do is they get a black sheriff to get up there and say it. So you see a black sheriff, oh, it must be right. That's how they clean their hands. So they got a way of killing us now. The Klan is still there. This idea that the Klan disappeared and whatnot, the bottom line is the people that used to hunt us and lynch us, kill us and burn us alive, that part of white America still exists. It's there. And what we're saying now is we used to always run to the Democrats. The Democrats have been completely ineffective in protecting us. So now we're just whatever, we're not going to do anything, because eventually it's going to come down to it's going to come down to a race war in this country. That's what's going to stop this whole thing. They would say he was murdered point blank. No, they would say he committed suicide. You know, they say, "Oh, he committed suicide." Black men, we do many things. We would commit suicide. Wouldn't taking a bottle of pills. Let me ask you a question. If a black man wants to kill himself, couldn't he just take a bottle of swallow a whole bottle of Viagra or something like that to kill a whole bottle of aspirin, kill himself or not, or slit his throat? Why would a black man string himself up, brutalize his face and everything, and then string himself up to hang himself or not? You know, how did it physically do it? Everybody knows these aren't no damn suicides. These are lynchings. These were lynchings. These were killings. That's who's doing this. The Klan, you know? And the bottom line is black people look at this, man. Nobody's doing nothing, you know? What the hell am I voting for? You know? All the time you got these people coming here from overseas telling us how great America is, blah blah, because they're like they don't have a dog in the fight. Now we're saying you guys gotta fight your own battles. You know, when some Somalis turn up dead, lynched, and hanging, and whatnot, they like disappear. You know, when that happens to them, you know, and I'm not trying to wish down nobody, but when that happens to them, they went, "Oh my God, this is what the blacks were talking about. This is what Black America was talking about." But now it's too late. They don't burn their bridges with us, you know. Yeah, but that cover up, he didn't kill. He probably was one of those in sundown town. Well, I don't think there should be no damn sundown towns. No, fuck that. You know something? I'm gonna make a thing next year. I'm gonna stay over in a sundown town. I'm gonna say I dare anybody to fucking do anything. I really do. I'll go. I'll walk through a sundown town and a freaking main street at night by myself. You know, I dare anybody to do anything. I'm gonna have it on live. You know, I'm gonna go to Sunday. I know the town I'm gonna go to. I know the town I'm gonna go to. We got a sundown town right here in Virginia, right? I'm gonna go to this sundown town. Dude, I am fucking brave. I'd fear nothing. I'd rather die than show fear, you know? And I will be strapped. Trust me. I will be strapped. You know, I dare anybody. I triple dare anybody to step to me or do anything. You know, the bottom line is this, man. If you walk around with fear, you know, well, they'll just have to be. You know, I'd rather die than fucking walk around in fear. That's why you got too many black people. It's a sundown town. It's a sundown. So the fuck what? When you realize these people aren't, well, see, the thing is, the difference is with me is I grew up with these people. I grew up around white people. I grew up around rednecks. Why not? They're not what they portray themselves to be. You know, well, she'll be all right. You know, they're not what they portray. They're not as tough or whatever like that. They're very weak and insecure. And one thing they fear is a black man who shows them no fear. That's what they fear. The majority uh, of whites never in no clan, but the majority of whites believe. Look, the majority of white people are still responsible because they look the other way. They know that there's people doing this stuff. They know. I would say 99% of white people have come across somebody. I know it. I can look in their eyes. 99% of white people have ran across the Klan or people who do Klan-like things or know about Klan meetings and Klan rallies because somebody in the Klan or whatever approached them. They're in their own communities when they know about things that go on as far as Klan violence towards black people and stuff like that. They know. They know this stuff exists or whatever. The white people are not stupid. They know it goes on. They stuff like this, but they choose to ignore it. It's called, there's an old saying. It says, "Silence is golden," but sometimes silence is yellow. It's that yellow silence. You know, when silence is golden, that means things are going good. You don't say nothing, right? Because you know the greater cause. What silence is yellow is when you see things are bad and you stay silent. That's yellow silence. You have golden science and you have yellow science. Silence. That yellow silence among white Americans when they knew people plotting lynchings and killings and stuff like that. They were on juries and they basically redlined black people. They sat there and do that, and they sat there and ignored it and did nothing because it didn't pertain to them. Because bottom line, the average white person, just like every one of us, is weak. You're only looking out for your own survival. Don't expect. Yeah, that's what black people made the mistake. They think there's some white people sitting somewhere that's gonna vote and protect their. No, no, they're trying to survive right now. A lot of white people, even Democrats, are like, man, they look at this beast this MAGA beast that Donald Trump, and they're terrified. You know, they're not gonna stand down Donald Trump. They're terrified of him. They're terrified of the way the country stands. So those white people are going to say, you know something? I better keep quiet because I got to go back into these neighborhoods with the same white people. Because those black Democrats are not living in black neighborhoods. They're living in their affluent white neighborhoods. And they got to deal with those people that support Donald Trump. They're not going to do much. It's about survival. Princess, what are you talking about? You know? Some black people are doing that, you know. Some black people are doing that. They're just basically so freaking happy that the Trump administration is taking up their fight of sticking it to the illegals. That dude Netflix star Desaline, he did a video on Tariq. That was funny. He had freaking Tariq in a cheerleading uniform. He cheering. Because Tariq is acting like spewing Trump talking points, talking about the Somalis and everything like that. Oh my God, it's really, So let's play some videos. I'm gonna bring the guest in. I hope. All right. I'm gonna play some videos and then we're gonna read the comments. Some of the videos. So it's like All right. You guys see the video up on the screen? All right, let me play it. All right. Here we go.
Paving attack against Somalis in Minnesota. He said that the Somalis in Minnesota contribute nothing. He said 88% of them receive benefits and they contribute nothing. He said that all they do is complain. He said that the Somalis in America are garbage. He said Ilan Omar, the congresswoman, was garbage. He said that he doesn't want Somalis in his country. And this is actually quite dangerous for people who are Somali because ICE agents have been sent to deport people who are Somalis, irrespective of whether they have documents, whether they're law-abiding citizens. It doesn't matter because ICE agents are looking for anybody that is Somali and they are being deported. He said he is going to deport them back to Somalia because he said that all they do is complain. And I didn't realize complaining was against the law. So he said all the Somalis do is complain and he doesn't want them in his country. He said that some people are going to view that as not politically correct. That's my Kikuyu accent coming out. So he said that people might think that what he's saying is not politically correct, but he said that he doesn't care. All he wants is to get rid of the Somalis. Now, Africans are in peril in the United States of America. Now, if you haven't already made arrangements for what would happen if you were to get sent back home, I would suggest if you go to property, you start selling it and you start making your exit plan because America is going to get very, very dangerous. The way those ICE agents have been arresting people is actually very distressing. Children in schools, even white children and black children and Mexican children and Hispanic children, are all terrified because these agents are just coming out of nowhere, beating up people, grabbing them, and then just deporting them. Some people, like there's an American guy I saw who was deported to like Venezuela, and he's not even from Venezuela. They're just deporting you to any country. So if you are African, just start making arrangements for you to leave the United States of America. This is not a drill.
Now, does anybody agree with that? She says all Africans should make a beeline in America. What if she said
Trump,
basically illegal, whatever like that? All Africans should make a beeline out of America. You guys agree with
a
that?
scathing attack
What the hell?
against Somalis in Minnesota.
Man, say shut up. You know, I mean, play again. I hate TikTok, man. You know, the freaking thing. It's hard to do a show because the things don't obey. The thing will just start playing on its own and shit. I hate that. You know, Steve, what are you talking about beating up on people? Who the fuck is beating up on anybody? You know, what the hell are you talking about, man? You know, let's see. Let me see. Let's see. What else? How it's going? Let me see. Let's see. Got another video. This one right here. This sister right here. This is the reason why I did the show tonight because of this sister's video right here. Oh wow. Sisters, I gotta log in to watch the video. Damn man, come on. Thing is not letting me log in. Let's see. Let's see. Save. All right. Drag the sword. Oh Lord. Oh well, whatever. Oh man, I'm pissed off because I wanted to play this girl's video, but she got it locked. She's not letting anybody replay it. That's really messed up. But she was basically some of these females, especially black women, they really don't like Somalis. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't know that the tension between Black Americans and Somali was that really bad. I didn't know it was that really bad until the last couple of days, man. I know these people like, man, and evidently the people that are talking have been looking into this for a while. They know all about the fraud allegations, all stuff like this. And I'm saying, damn, man. So where was I all this time? I had no idea all this was going on in Minnesota. You know, there is no agenda, principally because we're not that type of people. We're not an ethnic immigrant group. You know, we're assimilated into the American society, unfortunately, right? We're not friggin' one little group sitting over here. Principally, that's like Black America is one little group sitting over in the corner, you know, that trying. We don't need all this stuff like that. We're not just somebody just got off the boat, man. You know. Somalia's are very family centered. Oh, really, Principe? You know, Somalians got the friggin' one of the highest numbers of orphanages and child pregnancies and whatnot. You know. and like one of the lowest IQs on the freaking planet. You know that, Principe? You know? So let me find a video for a person, so let's see. Let me play a video for Principe because he doesn't get it, Let me find this one video. All right, let's see what this white cracker guy say about Somalis. And yeah, Somalis got the number of child marriages. Got this guy that was I'm gonna so if somebody could find that video when they illegalized child marriage one night, this grown man, like he was 70 years old, started crying. This grown Somali started crying. So it was unfair that they stopped, that there was accountability and stop him from marrying little freaking underage girls, 8 and 9-year-old girls. He was crying. But these are the people Principe says has such good family values. Okay, Principe, let's explain this video right here.
Creators to tell us how amazing the country of Somalia is. And they show this by pictures of their beaches and how lovely their cities are from 1,000 feet up. But let me give you some real facts about the country of Somalia. 49% of the population is inbred. 49% of the population of that entire fucking country are the product of incest. Generations of incest. The average national IQ, 67. By the way, the IQ required to be considered mentally disabled in the United States of America is 70. Their average IQ is 3 points below that. They've been engaged in civil war for the last 4 decades. 40 years, still going on today. They are home to one of the world's largest terrorist organizations, Al-Shabaab, which, by the way, the largest funder of that organization is the Minnesota taxpayer. But yeah, sure, if you just look at Somali beaches and you look at their cities from the sky, it looks wonderful. But on the ground, in real life, it is not. And it's certainly not something that America needs more of.
Well, he just dropped it. It's the truth. I agree with that, I agree with that, Why are we importing third world problems,
Why do people...
Yeah, why? So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. But the sad part about this is this, Sad part about this is, like I said, is this really advancing us forward or not? It's like just when we was like, I thought that we were gonna. The problem was us trying to overcome in white America, white supremacy, and everything. Here we're in a freaking battle with fucking Somali. There was a Somali guy. I met with a guy. They said about replacing blacks with Somalis, and that. So these Somali supremacists are going around. They want to take over black districts and whatnot, and areas and whatnot, precincts and whatnot, and make them all Somalis. So as I said, people always have these grand ideas when they come here. They just think America, and particularly Black America, is simply up for grabs. And Black America is simply not up for grabs. And the bottom line is this: sooner or later, people are gonna get tired of you, and that's what's happening right now. There's a backlash, and these people are scared. They're like, we had no idea. They're sitting there crying. I mean, literally, they're really terrified. Ilhan Margaret, I could see she was broken. Talking about she's black now. All the years I've seen her, she never said she was black. Because the bottom line, they know Black America means strength, power, And the bottom line, we're not freaking gonna use our great strength and power to freaking for anybody else ever again. It's not gonna happen. Why Black are done for Somalis did. What are you talking about? Do what? They're stealing. We have billionaires in this country. Everybody would say about what Black America. We're not a fucking monolith, moron. We have millionaires and billionaires. We have 13 billionaires. Somalis have no billionaires. We have Black America has 2 million millionaires in this country. Black America is the only certified black middle class culture in the world. The only industrialized people, the only black people in the world that have an industrialized culture, industrialized middle class culture. It doesn't exist anywhere else on the planet. If you want to be in the middle class anywhere in the world, if you're black, you got to come to the United States. This is where the black middle class is. What the hell are they doing? Most of them are still, despite all that, they got gangs and they live in poverty in Minnesota. Despite all the still, a few people are stealing money and whatnot. You know, they make it like, oh, Somalis don't know. What the fuck I want to be with Somalis? We're doing, you know? Yeah, you know what? If we had a land like Somalia and whatnot, a country, it would be built up. Like the Jews take their money out of America and build up Israel, right? Smart people, intelligent people, South Koreans and all these other people build up Asia. Only the African could sit in America for a generation and their countries look like shit. You know? They haven't taken over Minnesota. They freaking corrupted Minnesota. And they got away with it because you got a weak governor. And the whole thing is, like I said, I wish I could play a video. It's the only reason why they got away with it is because they kept threatening to use the race card, say they're racist. And when you deal with white liberals, the last thing that ever want to be called is a fucking racist. But I think that's over with. I think a lot of white people are just saying, you know something, I fucking had enough. You know, I'm sick of that. I voted for Barack Obama twice, and you still call me a racist because you want to get over? That's what stopped them in their tracks. Because I think a lot of white people are fed up with it, you know? It ain't just Minnesota's Maine, too. When you break people coming from these crazy situations, that's what they have, you know? So, it is what it is. So, we're almost an hour in. So, here comes the link. If you want to call in and talk to the College Genesis. If you want to rumble, call a rumble. Let me know how you feel. What say you? Why is Black America so happy in the age of Trump? Let me be honest with you. I have never. Black people were sad and depressed during Biden, but why are Black people so happy under Trump? I thought he was a racist monster and whatnot. Why is Black America so happy, man? Why are Black people all these Jubilee festivals going on? People going on Carnival cruises. Everybody seemed like they're friggin' happy for once and whatnot, you know? And something that everybody scratch their head. What the hell's going on? Kamalamala lost. Why are y'all so happy? I have no idea. I just think Black America just sees in Trump, for the most part, a necessary evil. That's what I think it is. You know, it's the way they think. I hate to say it like that, but it is what it is. You know. But what say you? What say you? What is your opinion? Why is Black America so happy right now in the age of Donald Trump? What is that? Is Donald Trump? Do you think Black people secretly admire Trump? Secretly know that they could weather his racism out? They're protected. I think Black America feels like they're protected from Donald Trump's racism in many ways and whatnot. So if it happens, the only people that's really worried about Donald Trump are Black immigrants and Mexicans and all these other people like that. And Black people like, you know, that's a Trump card in many ways, you know. So it's a complex situation, man. You know, it's a complex situation. But I just want to know somebody else's input on this, you know. Because we are living in strange times, man. I'm seeing hood ass motherfuckers, man, talking about, yeah, that's right. We got to get them the fuck out of here. We got to get these people the fuck out of here. I'm like, wow. Usually Black people like go along to get along. Everybody's cool, kumbaya. We're all people of color and fight the man, fight the power. Now everybody's like, damn, I ain't never seen nothing like this in my life, man, you know? User Y4, whatever the hell your name is, what can actually he do to so-called FBA? I'm not FBA, but say Black America. What exactly can Donald Trump do to us? Bro, user, you know what? That's another thing. I said this last night. Why do people have the most dumbest names as a moniker when they come in my chat room? I would start blocking some people. If I look at your name, I want to be able to pronounce it if I'm responding to you. And you haven't take the time to friggin' make yourself a profile up. That's a fucking troll account. If you can't take the time to make yourself a name, a handle, and stuff like that, or a real emblem, whatnot, you know. Trump removed 49 books by Black America. Yeah, so what? What the hell? Who the fuck is? What were the books saying? You know, what were they saying? You know, what the hell? The Pentagon. I have no look. All this stuff like that. How is that fucking relevant? Oh Lord, this person, Steve. Oh Lord. Well, I gotta treat. He's a guest. I guess so. All right, Steve. What's on your mind?
I didn't want you to be lonely out here, Kyle. It seems like nobody else wants to call in.
Lord.
I don't get it.
All right. Just go ahead. Go ahead. What do you got to say?
As far as why the black people seem happy. I mean, a lot of black people were happy when Joe Biden was in office. Especially younger black.
I don't think so. I look, because you're not on social media like I am, right? I've been watching the pulse of black people were angry during Joe Biden's administration. They were happy.
I'm talking about real life.
Obama, but Joe Biden's administration, for some reason, black people were angry. You know, and bottom line is because it was like, you seen Joe Biden cater to the illegal aliens and stuff like that. The LGBT, the number one priority was the LGBTQ community and whatnot, you know. And black people were like, we're the ones who got you fucking elected, you know. And so he just threw black people under the bus for the most part. He gave black people a Juneteenth holiday, and black people.
I feel like that's just the internet, because the next election that come around, they still gonna vote majority Democrat.
Yeah, but hold up. But are they actually voting? Have you ever been an election? I was an election official, right? I worked the polls.
Mm-hmm.
You know those fucking results are not scientific, right?
Right.
They're called exit polls, right? They have a margin of error, right? Somewhere in like 9 or 10 points, you know. If the exit polls say black men voted for Donald Trump 25%, right? I'm sure the percentage was actually much higher. Give it 10 points. I would say 35%. And then if you take the number of black people, take that 35%, and then combine that with the 30%, 30, 40% who didn't show up to vote. You see what now we see where the numbers are coming from?
I mean, personally, and family members.
I know, I'm just telling you the fact. 25%, everyone agrees on. 25% of the black male vote with Donald Trump. It was like that
absolutely.
in 2016. 25%. That's just basically like this. That's just plus or minus a margin of error. That's not including the fact that only 50% of the black male votes went out to vote. So it doesn't match. You understand? Like my point I'm trying to make is, I think black people are just walking away from the political process, right, and letting it take its course. And I think
I agree with you on that.
I think black people are sitting back saying, you know something, none of this shit affects me. The legal raise, ICE. That's why they try to get black people. Oh, they try to put this thing that black people in America are being deported, whatever. The lie they put out for a while, about a month ago.
Yeah, we can't be deported.
Being rounded up and deported in Chicago and that. They want to get black people involved in this thing so bad.
I think they were getting caught up, and some people that had warrants were getting arrested.
No, this is what happened. This is what happened. When you talk about ICE, right? They got a legal warrant to premises, right? ICE comes in, right? If they got a warrant to serve, whatever like that, and they got to arrest people and that, they could detain everybody in the building, put everybody in the building locked, right? Once they sort out who exactly they want, ICE only has a mandate to arrest people here that faces deportation orders or are here illegally. Once it's established that you're a citizen, whatever like that, they have no more mandate to you. They don't care what you did. Now, what they could do is call the local PD, and they can make that's their jurisdiction.
Right.
So like I said, it's important that we know this stuff, because they got people like, oh man, I don't want to get deported. There's not, black people in America cannot and will not be deported. So I think black people in America are now realizing that, and they're saying, you know something, You know, why is this care? Why is that's they see that as they're like a sort of privilege. You know,
Yeah.
his Fruity Baruti says Mzungu has somewhat planned for so-called. We can't just be African American. We got to be so-called. You know, we can't even have an identity. You know, say at one time we would just call ourselves colored, right? And people had a problem with that, and we said, okay, we're gonna say African American, right? Now people, since black people like it so much, now we got people like Baruti has a problem with it, right? Anytime black people are happy, Baruti's unhappy, you know. And
What
that's the
is
part
he?
that Baruti represents what's wrong with Pan Africanism. Pan Africanists, on the whole, don't like black people. They don't like their own people, you know. I know that for being around for years. They really dislike Black America. They don't like our culture. They don't like anything about us, you know. They think we gotta, do some far out culture. We're not some, hey, look, I am a product of my culture, right? Health experience here in America, that's what I am, you know. Yeah, Dynas, I really think Dynas, my good friend Dynas, I really do think Dynas is actually African, you know. I really think
I
so.
know, no.
No, I really do. Look, I know people. I think Dynas is actually African, who was raised by Black American family in America. You know, I know. No, I'm dead serious. I think Dynas is. You know, he's somebody searching for Huru. He's really searching for himself. You know, searching for.
Oh man.
It's a personal journey. No real black man gets that deep into Africa like that. You know, like he just got.
Kyle, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of black men and black women that get deep. I mean, there's a
No,
black
not like
American woman that
not
went to
like
Nigeria and she's speaking
no.
Igbo language now and
Also,
living
check
amongst
this out.
Igbo people.
I know those type of black people, and they look. Dynas is too smart to be like that. Those type of black people do like that are ignorant. Ignorant black people don't know shit.
So if you learn an African language and go live amongst the people, it makes you
It
ignorant.
doesn't matter. Look, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is how people don't seem to understand. And listen to this very, very carefully, right? Listen to this very, very carefully, right? When you go to a country, right? They say, "When in Rome, do as the Romans do," right? To assimilate into a country, right? Culture, right? You gotta accept not just the stuff you like, the stuff you don't like, you don't agree with, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do, like I said, like my boy Quincy got caught up in the Gambia. What do you do when it's normalized that when you see white Africans, when they see white people, they swoon on them, right? There's nothing for a 60-year-old white man to have a little African girl sitting on his lap. And if you're a true African now, that doesn't bother you. You see what I'm talking about?
I understand what you're
There's no
saying.
way you could basically look. You are built with expectations. Like I'm built with certain expectations, right? I'm
Right,
used to seeing a 16-year-old girl with her sweet 16 party. You know,
right.
you didn't have a debutante. You know, that's the culture I come from. You know, I cannot go to a culture, right, where I'm seeing a 13-year-old girl marrying a 50-year-old man. Nigerian man, last year, a 60-year-old Nigerian man married a 4-year-old boy, a 4-year-old girl and married her. That's normal.
I don't think that's normal because a lot of
Oh, it
Nigerians you
is
can talk
normal.
about, but
It is normal. You don't know what you're talking about.
I'm
That's
pretty sure that
normal.
happened. Was that a northern thing or?
Hold on. No, it's basically in northern Nigeria. When I, even Musa that comes on here, he tried to justify it. Well, that's their culture, you know. How about Nigeria try to say that's normal? It is normal. They marry.
When we
Look,
speak about Africa and these
look,
type of things,
child marriage is a fucking problem. Is prevalent in Africa right now. I played the
but
video.
Kyle, I'm pretty sure that's Muslim, culture
I
and
don't give a damn if it's Muslim, Islam, whatever like that. You know, it does not happen here in America. I'm Muslim.
that's all. But
Hold
all
on.
I'm
I'm
saying is
Muslim. Hold on. Our Muslims in America do not do that.
because they're not allowed to.
No, because African society tolerates that.
I'm just saying we shouldn't judge.
Africans cultures make the law, right? If you make the law, you're responsible for that. You could easily put a ban on that, you know, but you don't do that. That's their culture.
But I'm pretty sure that is illegal
No,
in
it's not
Nigeria.
illegal.
People just
It's
do it.
not illegal. You know what they're talking about?
Okay.
It's not illegal.
Okay.
It's
Anybody from Nigeria? Can you speak on that? Is it illegal to marry a child?
Throughout the whole freaking country. And then what happens is if they go to a non-Muslim place, people just look the other way. Look the other way. Nothing to see here. That's Africa, you know. So the bottom line is, you know, that's how it is. So I'm saying, okay, that's fine. I said if I go over there, I'll say protest, but I'll leave it alone. But there's no way in the world where I'm gonna say I'm gonna spend the rest of my life condoning that shit. You condone it by swearing allegiance and becoming assimilated into that shit. No way in the fucking hell am I gonna do that. You know, hell no.
But every like ethnic group in Africa is not the same, color. They don't
Well,
do.
I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
all
saying, hold up, we're living in a modern world. Forget that ethnic
right.
group. When you talk about ethnic groups and stuff like customs like that, you're talking about the Stone Ages. I'm talking about what's the
Man.
law. The law is supposed to basically set the standards of how a society should run and govern, what's right and wrong. You know, I think it's only talking. Yeah, West Africa is very backward. You know, West Africa is very backward. You know, backward culture. Southern Africa, they're a little more enlightened. You know, West Africa is very freaking backward in their freaking thinking and whatnot. You know, people say, well, I'm gonna assimilate. What the fuck am I gonna assimilate a backward people, man? Get out of here with that shit.
All I said was there were just some Black Americans and some Caribbeans that
Oh, I'm
have
saying, yeah,
went
I
and
know,
learned.
and I know the type. They get over there and they engage in the same shit. I know that proof. We got people over there. It's allegations of people, man, going over to Africa thinking they can get away with shit they could never get away in America. Mess with
I
underage
mean,
girls. It ain't all what you think it is. A lot of people, not just men, women too. They getting
but
over there all kinds
I
of.
was specifically talking about Igbo people though. Like, there's a lot of people.
I have no idea what that means, whatever like that. That's fine. You can go like this, but you got to get people to like this. And nobody in the hood. This is what I said with people lying. Nobody. Look, this one thing I will give my people this. If you go to any so-called hood, the poorest hood in America, right? Talk to somebody's 13-year-old girl, daughter. Go up to them just like that. See what the fuck happens to you. Next thing you know,
I
the
don't.
whole neighborhood burn your fucking car down. If you try to mess with
I don't know about that, Colin, because I mean, there are some.
Fuck up, man. Oh yeah, that's what I said. I can't stand these all contrarian niggas. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I seen it. You don't go into anybody's black neighborhoods and mess with your little girls. That's the one thing. If they can't do nothing else, they do protect their children. You know, oh, I don't know. I've seen that. Shut the fuck up. You ain't seen shit. Oh, Steve's just a goofball, man. I don't know why I gonna let him fuck out of here. What's up, Nack Meezy? I need you up here. I need some real fucking black men up here, man. You know, I'm sick of these goofballs calling my show. That one, Colin, man. Oh, Colin, man. I think this guy's fucking gay, to tell you the truth, man. Likes to hear my voice. No, it's not a fucking echo chamber, man. I like common sense. I know what the hell I know. I've been on this earth for 50 fucking 7 years. I know what the hell I know. And nobody's gonna friggin' come up here and tell me what the hell I do know. You know? Nobody's gonna friggin' come up here and tell me what the hell I do know.
What's going on, Kyla?
You know?
Hey, a lot of the stuff that you're attributing to African culture really comes from Islamic culture. All through the Islamic world, you'll see old men with preteens.
Yeah,
I'm talking 9, 10 years old, all through Pakistan.
If you got a modern state, right, with a law, to say they got a constitution, whatnot, right? It's like when I live in a country, I want to be protected from that, right? I don't want to be around that. I don't want to accept that, right? So if you live in a country that tolerates, let's say the country decides, you know, okay, we got this religion over here that does human sacrifice, right? But that's just their religion, right? I don't want to be around that shit. Anytime a country could tolerate that as legally, the law of the land tolerates people marrying children,
But
That's
the
not
thing is,
going
what you have to understand about Africa and the Islamic world in their current state of evolution, they haven't evolved to the rule of law, where laws mean something, and that's the thing that's really hindering African societies from becoming great. They don't have the rule of law.
Africans always say they created the first. Get the fuck out of here! I don't believe that shit.
They don't have regular education system or a police system. They don't have sheriffs. They don't have deputies. They don't have state police. So there's a lot of stuff that can happen in those areas that can't go down here. I mean, there's a lot of people who can get bodied in Africa. There's no CSI or anything that's going to look for you.
This stuff happens. No, the fuck it doesn't.
No, it doesn't happen.
You can't drive 2 miles over the speed limit without somebody throwing you a ticket and throwing you up against a car.
And we have cameras. You have cameras. You have the police. They're sitting at every rest stop. I mean, in a state like Virginia, the Commonwealth, if you have 3 or 4 bullets,
they got eyes on you all the time.
Man.
If you mess up one time, they hauling you to jail. You know, I've been through this shit. You know, tell me what happens in America. Get the fuck out of here, man.
A lot of people like making false comparisons, man, like false equivalencies.
I think people like Steve just like being a contrarian. I think it's like
Steve is a good guy, but you know, when you want to be a friend of all men, you have to stand on something. You don't stand on nothing.
You don't stand on nothing. You don't stand on nothing.
That's why I said
because he's not a real man yet. I bet you anything he lives with his parents. He bills, but not, a real
like when I was growing up, people like that, like Steve, you call them queens on the chessboard. They go side to side. A queen on the chessboard can go from one side to the other easy as day. So we say, yo, that dude's a queen. Not that he's gay or anything, but a queen on the chessboard just shifts from side to side. And you just say, yo, he got a queen mentality, you know?
Yeah, he reminds me of young Elvis.
Yeah, but the thing is, man, when you're trying to develop and become civilized, you have to have the rule of law. That's why in the Bible, a lot of people don't subscribe to it. The first thing God did is put down 10 commandments to tell you how to relate to him and how to relate to your fellow man. Without commandments, without the law, man, it's chaos, it's anarchy.
The law is man's feeble attempt at decency. God put it in us all to have a decent life. Yeah. Anytime you have chaos and things that don't sound right and stuff like that, you are going against that basic thing. God put you on this earth to live in peace among your brothers and everything like that. And you do that by having law, you know?
And the thing, I used to be like, when I was growing up, I didn't really like the law, but as you get older, you start to appreciate the law because there's some people who are lawless.
I did too. When I was younger, when I was young in my 20s, I used to think like that. When I get older, I'm a man. I understand why we have laws. I understand why we have rules and regulations. I understand why things are the way they do. Why we have taxes. Why we have tax codes.
Just like living in my neighborhood, you used to kind of, when I was growing up, you hated the homeowners association. But now that I'm older, man, I love the homeowners association. Make sure your grass is cut.
Hold on. Because, you know, I'm trying to explain myself. Before I get a chance to explain myself, I get thrown into the back chat. Colin, I'm not saying that it happens all the time. Now, listen, I know personal experience. It doesn't happen at all, bro. I know personal experiences, but my friend told me because his little sister got pregnant by a grown man and nothing happened to the dude.
Yo, look, hold on.
Wait. Let me try. Hey, Steve, we have sex offenders. We have a registry.
You go to jail. You're going to get dude is not a sex offender. He did not go to jail.
This is what I'm fucking talking about, right? I never say it does not happen in America. Yeah, there's sex offenders.
Oh my God.
In America, we put these people in jail.
And you get stabbed up in jail.
And I understand that it happens. That's not the point I'm not making. I didn't say we don't have laws and rules in place that stop this type of stuff.
African countries, it doesn't even raise an eyebrow. That's what we're saying. That's the difference.
And these European passport guys, these guys are 50, 60. They're going to these African countries looking for 20-year-olds and stuff like that. That's out of order.
I tell you right now, one thing I will never see. I'll never see it in Liberia. I'll never see it there. We all got boys that we said.
You even see this stuff in Mexico. You see that type of stuff in Mexico where you see rich Europeans go to Mexico and they're doing all type of debauchery.
Well, that's like I said. You let your a country. I will lose respect for Liberia if they let that happen. One thing Liberia has is, yeah, they grow a tourist, but they didn't sell themselves off as a sex tourist spot. Thailand just opened their country up to friggin' foreign men and whatnot. Now they got boys dressed up as girls. Like I said, man, the bottom line is this. And when people talk about assimilating into a culture or whatnot, I want to assimilate into a civilized society. And you know what civilization is? That means I've been born with certain expectations,
And
basic expectations,
I know a
basic
lot of people
expectations
don't.
of liberty, decency.
I know a lot of people don't like Christianity, but Christianity has so many laws that constrain man, to tell you, hey, don't sleep with your brother's wife. Don't do this, don't do that. You might say it's limiting, but man, when you go to a society without laws, man, you're going to want to come to a society with laws, I see sometimes I'm watching like in India, they don't have fucking stoplights. You just see a bunch of chaos, man. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Which we call it. Yeah, Africa has a problem with impunity because it's like people basically feels like, okay, this is how the law works. Okay, you got certain people that come around and say we can basically write the law and administer the law, right? But you have to have the faith, and the people have to believe in you, right? And then when you do administer the law, you have to have good governance, right? Because people cannot have the idea that the law only applies to a few and not everybody, you know?
And I
And
like when you say
that's a challenge of America. We are at least in America. Say what you want. We're at least convinced that for the most part the system works. So a lot of people say, "Oh, system's racist," but that actually the system does work for the most part. It may not work perfectly if you have a better lawyer. You have more money. You may have a better outcome, whatever like that. But the system does work across the board. Across the board. But when you have a situation where the system does not work at all, right? People do not expect justice, whatever. They don't expect justice, and they basically like this. That erodes. That right there is telling about how civilizations and societies collapse.
And then sometimes I'm watching these foreign countries, not even Africa, but like India and some of these places, they don't have no health department. I see the guy cooking rice and his foot's in the pan, and you see a lot of crazy bullshit, man.
No help. I have expectations, right? I don't want to see people cooking all kinds of dead chicken on the roadside in the dirt, whatever. Like we got laws here, right? In America, now something. They're bringing that third world shit to here in America, where they're opening up food trucks and just dumping the stuff in the sewers, and the drains, clogging up the sewer drainage and whatnot.
Yeah. And even in Minnesota, some of those Somali guys, a lot of stuff is unreported what they do. But I have people that live there. These guys are grabbing girls from high school and doing all types of stuff to them, but they don't report that because they don't want to be seen as racist. But a lot of those Somalis is living a reckless life, man.
Yeah. So the bottom line is this. Like I said, I think a lot of black people, are sitting back and saying, something. I've been feeling like this for a long time, and so they're basically, how black people are real silent, right? And it's deafening because you don't. Right now, you would think somebody like Roland Martin would jump on this, see what he said about the Somalis on that, but now everybody, the message is out there. This is not our problem,
because you gotta see a lot of these immigrants. I don't know. I said it got out of order around 2010, where a lot of these people come here. For a black person to become a barber, you got to go to school. You got to have your health license. These guys just grab clippers and open up a shop. They just grab a truck and open up a restaurant.
They shut down black braiders for years and whatnot because people try to do it out at home or not. You got to have a braider's license. You got a hair salon license or not. They did that, right? Barber school, braiding school or not. But the Africans, all these people come over here and they don't have no license, no nothing. Some of them do, eventually do. But for the most part, they come over here and work for years with no license. Some of them working in these places are not even here legally,
And like a city like Chicago, Mayor Johnson, he has these guys in luxury hotels when you have poor black people and white people on the street dying of the cold. I mean, so these guys have been given an unfair leg up. So a lot of people kind of like, yeah, finally the law applies to them. You hop the border, like you ain't go through no immigration. You didn't pay 10,000. I have a friend from Senegal who had to pay like 10, 15,000 to just get his citizenship. You know what I mean? and had to go through a tedious process. You just got these people hopping the border and doing what the fuck they want to do. And I think that's why people's kind of like happy. Like, yeah, man, you got to follow the laws too.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I thought I was like this, but black people sitting back like, because everybody thought, oh, see what Donald Trump was? They thought black people were going to riot. Black people like, oh, you look at TikTok, black people like, man, finally somebody said this shit, we're like,
No, and that mayor of Chicago, that black man, in a real society, he would be in trouble for treason, man. That guy's a treasonous guy, man.
Donald Trump made a mistake. What he should have did was he should have charged him. He defied federal law. He should have charged him and whatnot. And the bottom line is, the black Chicago people would have backed him. I don't know why Donald Trump didn't do anything. I guess he's scared of being called racist. Maybe he want to deal with the Somalis first. Maybe,
yeah, but what that guy Johnson is doing in Chicago, I mean, he opened up a school that was defunct, and he had them living in there. While you got black and white people freezing on I mean, nobody wants to be homeless in Chicago, and it's like you just see a lot of unfair stuff, man. So a lot of people is just like, man, they might not rock with Trump, but they like, damn, at least the referee is here now.
Yep, that's how it is. I'm saying to myself, man, it's a real change of venue, and I don't know where this is going to lead to, but all I know is politics is never going to be saying. Like I was saying before, I said according to the last thing, I said I work the elections, right, and also exit polls are not scientific. It's just somebody sitting out there thing, and they say. They see a black person, how'd you vote? And by like a plus or minus by 10 points, it's never really accurate. Because if you there's probably a lot of black men who voted for Romney, in 2012, right? But sometimes they don't even ask the person what they voted for. They automatically assume the black person voted for the Democrat, They said most black people vote for Democrat, so they go over there and they say they get a few samples. Okay, and they say, "Oh, that's gonna be a trend all day." I don't even want to bother asking, or they'll just mark them down Democrat, or they basically black people. Sometimes they'll say, "I vote Democrat" because I don't know if they think they're gonna get jumped in the parking lot or what,
But like what I was saying, the leg up that they have given some of these immigrants from South America, man, that's like reparations. When somebody comes and they get $3,000 of welfare, they get their house paid for, and they're allowed to go get financial aid to go to college.
You got a lot of people telling me that immigrants aren't getting anything. They're just coming over here being hard workers. I'm like,
hell no, man. Listen, man, I knew a couple Mexican dudes that grabbed a truck and they'll get a government contract under a different name, right? And they're making $250,000, man. A lot of that, they're just, working at the Home Depot. That's nonsensical, man. A lot of these guys are going to college. If you don't have to pay rent and you don't have to pay for food.
America's in a state of lawlessness right now.
Yeah. If you don't have to pay for rent or food, that's a leg up. If somebody say, look, I'm going to pay your rent, your mortgage for 5 years, and I'm going to pay your food for 5 years, you could become an engineer.
I know. The bottom line, most black people basically, people say, well, black people Section 8. Black people make up a small percentage. And people in Section 8 are usually single mothers with children, Ain't no able-bodied black man on no damn Section 8 or getting no friggin' Medicare. Medicaid and
like I've never seen a straight black man ever get Section 8.
Never had that shit, So when you see a black man out here, you know everything he has, he worked for it. So I'm sick and tired of people making it seem like, people are freaking.
See, Kyle, I'm gonna tell you like this, man. The only people who really suffer in this society is a heterosexual black man. The rest of everybody kind of gets high off the hog.
I know everybody, but guess what? When shit goes down, who did everybody expect to get out there and get beaten and shot for and everything, protect everybody? The heterosexual black man,
And that's why I always respect any
fellow heterosexual black man. Stand the fuck down. Stand the fuck down.
That's why I respect any black man who makes it in this system. I salute them because I know they got it out the mud. I knew they went through over the mountain, through the valley. So just to be successful as a brother in this society, man, you have perseverance, you have determination, and you have a rugged mentality because ain't nobody really giving you shit.
Nobody gave me shit in this life, man. Nobody gave me shit but a hard time. Nobody handed me nothing. Nobody gave me shit. I had to fight for everything I got, man. I'm proud of the fact that I'll be in Liberia in a few months because I can afford to go there. Hopefully, I'll be there for a few months. You know, I find out I can work over there. It's ball game. When I find out I could work on remote, and I mastered the science of working from remote and whatnot, you know, and everything like that, I'm like, holy shit! I'll be like, I'll be. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna be able to travel. You know, I'll be able to live in several countries and one at a time. You know.
Yeah, I think the only thing that's holding Liberia back is they haven't went through a industrial revolution, because if they go through an industrial revolution, there's so many jobs they can provide.
Liberia is happening right now. The only thing Liberia needs is an influx of talented Black Americans and some Liberians who want to come back to their country. You know, that's the only thing Liberia needs. Right now, you got large numbers of Liberians returning to their country, but everybody, I love them, right? They do amazing things, but everybody can't own hotels and nightclubs and whatnot. You know, there's more nightclubs that you ever was. Liberia is like a nightclub country. There's more nightclubs in Liberia than probably any place in the world. There's more nightclubs and nightlife and everything. But the thing is, what you need more now is factories. I want to see people.
But see, Kyle, one thing, I don't know if you peep this. When a country is becoming developed, that first 100 years of a country is hardcore industrialization. That the pleasure and the hedonistic behavior that comes later. Like if you look at when America was founded, you didn't have Major League Baseball or NFL. All that shit came later on.
Black America is distracted by sports and entertainment. I can't stand it, you know?
Yeah, but that entertainment comes in the next 200 years. But the first, from 1776 onward, and for that first 100 years or 200, 150 years, that was just grinding. That was engineering. You know, it was hard work. So when a country's developing, that first 100 years is just fucking hard work. And then that next 200 years, you can get sports and all that type of stuff like that. But right now, when you're trying to develop a country, man, you got to be on that grind.
Yeah, actually, Liberia's in a good position right now because our ancestors who built the country left a good foundation that they're building.
True.
You know,
yeah, I got to run.
Keep mastering the science of good governance. That's all, not rulership, but governance. You know, that's all. I'll move to any country in Africa, right? If they had good governance, and I know for a fact of the matter is countries that allow things like child marriage and shit like that, not a good governance, you know.
But one thing I salute Liberia for is they have a constitution, and sometimes I get feed like they're cracking down on the drug game, like their police is serious. They're not allowing drugs. They're not allowing a lot of bullshit.
A friend of mine is my good friend Alhan Fasida. He's this deputy director of the Drug Enforcement Association. That's a good friend of mine.
I gotta salute them because I seen some of the things on YouTube when them police come through. Yeah, they fucking you up if you on that bullshit, and I like that, man, because you don't want a society on drugs.
Liberia is only getting back to the way the True Whig Party was before. See, back in the days, they always thought that people always said that Liberia was no. Right now, Liberia, what they're doing now is oh, shut up, Elvis. You know, he resigned. You know, as far as I'm concerned, he's still there. Anyway, the bottom line is this: people enforcing rules and codes. That's not discrimination. If you tell a market lady you can't just set your market stand up in Broad Street, that's not because you're discriminating against a Native woman. There's laws and stuff like that. That cities planners have to abide by, right? But the whole thing is now, even most of the Native people that are educated, they realize now you cannot just have everybody opening businesses all over the place. So they got a section place off. Now they're really enforcing that. If you get caught with your vending thing at a certain, when they put these markers on the ground, they'll impound your stuff and say, "What the fuck are you going to do about it?" And arrest you if you protest.
Mm-hmm.
So they're cracking down on people littering. If you have a market store, you better have your own garbage bag, whatever like that, and dispose of it. So they're cracking down all the stuff that was in place before, that left in 1980 after the coup. People thought freedom meant that they could do whatever they want to do,
But it's one thing I saw with Singapore is they take trash and they burn it in this factory, and that trash turns into electricity, and then they use the leftovers
methanol
for like mulch and stuff like that. So I think, man, if somebody could partner with
it's methane gas.
Yeah,
It turns into liquefied methane gas. And when that's a technique they're trying to introduce to all over West Africa. That will solve the garbage problem and create energy,
Yes, indeed.
I have a guy that wanted to do it, right? He wanted to do it, right? But he came to me and I introduced some Liberians, right? And I told him, I said, look, this is how you do it. I said, you got to go there, right? And he went there a couple times, right? And he thought that Liberia was some banana republic where he could just talk to George Weah and Mary Bra and a done deal. No, I said, don't work like that. Liberians, no matter what background they are not stupid, right? If you really want to do that, right? You want to basically bring that machine, right? Put it in the Freeport, put it in a thing right there, and then the government will look at you. They wanted to be guaranteed contracts that before they even built the thing, that they were going to be guaranteed a certain amount of megawatts to be purchased by the government. So if they got that contract, you know what they could have done? They could have sold that agreement to a third-party country that would come to collect the debt. Or you said you were going to do this. Liberians got burned during Charles Taylor signed a deal like that and burned things. So they're very rarely of people coming here offering deals. You want to come to Liberia and offer a deal, you bring the capital machinery there and whatnot, and you want to produce electricity, that's fine. The government of LEC will pay you the standard rate. And then if you want to buy some of that electricity back, and then you help install meter boxes and household meter boxes and whatnot on the retail end. That's how you build electricity in a country like Liberia. But a lot of people don't look. There's so many people that are trying to scam.
But if you study history, like Japan, when they was becoming an empire, they sent their best and brightest to Ivy League schools like Princeton and Yale and Columbia to learn engineering, civil engineering. And then those people went back to Japan, and within 30, 40 years, they built a powerful nation, So sometimes you have to give to get, You send your brightest to Singapore to learn.
I am not bullying Steve. I'm just saying, when people listen to these shows, right, I get a lot of feedback, right? I cannot keep letting a lot of stuff fly, that's not true or whatever like that. Like 77 said, look, the point I'm trying to make is this. Yes, there's freaking molesters in this country. Yes, it happens in America. But the difference is this. For a fact, you might get that knock on the door. You know what I'm saying? In Singapore, what happens? What's your worst nightmare in Singapore? 7076.
Your worst nightmare? Did you litter and they whoop your ass?
Getting that knock on the door. That means they got you. They got evidence on you. They're gonna come and arrest you, and your life is done. That's Singapore, right?
Yeah.
But in like Africa, nobody ever gets that knock on the door.
I was watching this documentary on Singapore where this guy littered. Man, they have this belt, right? There's like a plastic belt. They gave him like 39 lashes. Man, I mean, where the guy couldn't even walk for like about a week, man. That guy ain't never gonna drop a paper on the ground ever again.
Yeah. Some African countries will get cracking down on drugs in Liberia. I get that, but I'm saying for the most part, and I had never seen any incidents of people exploiting children. Like one thing about Liberians, they love their children, bro. They will protect their children. They will protect their children. That's a good sign. But
when people try to make false equivalency, like you can do those type of things and get away with it 1-2 years, but eventually the law is going to close in, man. And you can't get away with rampant.
Somebody's going to say so. It happens all the time,
Yeah, you can't be walking through the mall with a 10-year-old or a 15-year-old girl and you 60. No, a regular person's going to whip your ass before the police come.
Remember a couple months ago, this white guy was sitting there with his daughter, and people thought they were on a date, whatever, like that. Somebody approached him. Remember that?
I never said that or disagree with that. That they're not held accountable. All I said was all the point I was trying to make that first of all, I never even said anything about little kids like 5, 6 year olds, but I have said that there are people who are with underage girls, meaning below the age of 18, and they were grown men, and some of them even had
Yeah,
children with them.
until they get caught.
That's the point I'm trying to make, though.
Yeah, but
Somebody said that they would do something.
we're talking about a culture that tolerates and actually condones grown men and basically with impunity, like it's part of the cultures. It's a normal thing. That's not normal in this country.
Nah.
Nobody
I
condones,
never said it was normal.
but that's what you were implying.
But
No, I was never implied.
Or
I
you
didn't get a
implying
chance
that
to finish.
but
what happened
Steve,
over
if you look at Pakistan,
you gotta be careful how you say things.
I
I
never implied that it was normal.
Hold on. When I'm saying that it happens over there, the first thing out of your mouth is, "Well, we got that here." You should have
hey,
clarified and said, "I'm not talking about that. What I meant was we have a situation like this that has nothing to do with what you're about."
I
I was talking
I
about
didn't.
the normalization of it in a society, and then when
Right, right, right.
you came back like that, it's almost like you were saying, "No, Carla. On contraire, it's normalized over here. Not that it exists, but it was normalized."
I didn't get a chance to finish what I was going to say before I got dropped down. But
Out by disagreeing with me, it tells me that's why I snapped, because it sounded like you were saying that no collar is also normalized over here, and I'm sick and tired of people comparing America, this country we live in, to friggin' countries out there that haven't reached our level of civilization. So that's why the Pan African movement is failing, right? You cannot until you can show that an African country can meet the expectations of the African American to shut the hell up about Pan Africanism. You have nothing to say to the people, and that's why I'm trying to rebrand the Pan African movement, right? With accountability, with LARP, what's logical, achievable, reasonable, practical, no
hey,
more.
Colin, what
you hold
African
on, hold on,
country you
hold on,
think?
hold on, hold on. Hold on. You exactly right, Mr. Cat, and that's the fact that I was trying to bring up. I didn't say it was normal. I didn't say it happened all the time. And like I said, I was trying to get it out, but I couldn't. But we come to an understanding now. That's all.
Hey, Steve, like what do you think percentage of that happened in here? That's like less than 1%. That's what we're trying to say. Is like that
Right, you were
if it
exactly
does
right, and
happen,
I was trying to get to that point. I was trying to get to that point. But like I said, we got to understand it now, so it's all good.
The point I'm trying to make is that, right, at all times, like when I'm criticizing shit like that, there's people say, "Well, it's Islamic culture." No, it's African culture, right? Because Islamic people, right, they know they aren't going to do that shit in Singapore, right? They know the Muslims know they're not going to bring that degenerate shit to Japan, right? They know they're not going to bring that degenerate shit to the United States. Why is it that only Africa basically says they can use Islam as a pretext to do all kinds of degenerate stuff with underage children? So it's a place, the environment that freaking condones it, unfortunately. It's not just Islam, it's where Islam is practiced. You got Muslims that live all over the world. They're not friggin' going up to no young girls, whatnot, and friggin' and stuff like that. Not in the open. If they do it, they're doing it, but nobody can find out. You know. Marsha said,
Dart Migo, what are you talking about? I got to get my computer looked at. What are you saying? I hope you ain't implying anything crazy about me.
"Nah, oh, I ain't talking about that." Fruity Baruti says black people would be a changed people if hold up. Let me see. He says black people would be a changed people if and the whole they concentrated on a Umunga trash cleanup program for their neighborhoods. Ujama, I don't know. What does that say? Umunga Ghana trash cleanup program. I don't know.
Maybe Umuganda, Umaganda.
Gaga trash cleanup. I mean, look. The bottom line is this, right? You got to have people, Baruti, that see the neighborhood as theirs, right? I would suggest Baruti listen to a song by the great Rakim saying "In the Ghetto," right? What did he say? In the ghetto, nobody's smiling. You know, in other words, man, you just people. Let me tell you something, right? I go down to years ago, man. I had my medical transport business, right? So some days I had to drive the truck myself, the van myself. And I used to go to this place called McDonald Manor, the other part of Virginia Beach, Chesapeake part of Virginia Beach. And it's a housing project, right? McDonald, I mean, back in the days, that used to be our stomping grounds. Because we used to always go up there and pick up girls. But anyway, when you go there in the afternoon, man, you see all those chicks out there. These chicks had kids when they were 15, now they're 25, and the kids like teenagers, whatever. And you look at all of them sitting on that stoop, whatever, like in stairway, whatnot, and you want to say hello, but they're looking at you like ain't nothing going on with the rent, They don't want to be there, so they don't give a fuck about the trash and whatever like that. They don't want to be there.
See, when you see a lot of trash, that creates a depressed mindset because, like, if I'm going to read or I'm going to study, I have to clean up. I can't study in a dirty environment.
Yeah, Baruti thinks that you're going to have people in these hopeless conditions, and they're just going to be so happy to get out there, start cleaning and practicing Ubuntu. And no, man, that's not fucking reality. That's not freaking reality, man. We got to clean up the community. What's up, Sip Police? What's going on, brother? Hey, Sip Police. Yeah, my freaking WhatsApp is deleted because it's friggin' I gotta do something. It's storage is full. I tried to empty the storage out. I tried everything in the look. My iPhone, I'm gonna freaking chuck this thing. I can't upload photos. I can't do nothing. It's like it's everything's full. So, but
I like Dollar Bill a lot, but that guy isn't steeped in reality, man. That Ubuntu stuff in Africa, man. As soon as he implements that, it's gonna be a coup the next fucking day, man.
That's my boy Dollar Bill, man. But he's a good champion and he has a good spirit though. Dollar Bill has a genuine heart.
Yeah, but his he's a little too utopic, man. In the real world, you have to understand that people move towards chaos more than they move towards order, right? So when you have this love, everybody hold hands, a lot of people that's not gonna work, man.
Yeah, man, it doesn't even work on social media. We can't get people in the chat room. Remember Elvis and Icon Fire the other night? Woo! Woohoo! Yeah, Jamaican brother and a Liberian brother, man. If those two in a room, man, knives will come out, man. Yeah, Icon Fire and Elvis, man. That was classic, man. That was classic.
Hilarious.
Colin, instead of making excuses, what? Don't you understand, Baruti? I'm not making excuses. I'm telling you, in those areas, ain't nothing going on but the rent. Them things that ain't want to hear about no Ubuntu and Umakaga, man. They want to see you rolling up on dubs and whatnot. They want to see you. They want to make you. They want to see you make it rain. Where's Ubuntu gonna make it rain? Whatnot? They want you to pull out the hundreds, man. Come on, man, Baruti. Come on, man. I'm just telling you reality, man. Look, I got a PhD in Negroology. They ain't trying to hear none of that, man. That's just reality, man. Most people, black people, are turning towards the FBA movement.
And the thing is, Kyla, when you go through the hood, like, man, I put on like a military face, man. Like, I don't smile, I don't laugh, I don't giggle because you're going into that environment. You go there with that Ubuntu shit, man, somebody's gonna put a Ubuntu 22 to your head, man.
You're gonna get stuck in Jack. You're gonna get Jack. You get jacked, man. I don't want to put my brothers out there like that, man. Because these niggas out here, okay, Mister, come around the corner right here. Let's have an Ubuntu meeting. Next, you getting stuck up and whatnot.
Hey, I'll be back.
But it is what it is, folks. But we gotta get into reality, man. The reality is, man, we're just in a sad situation. Black people are just basically right now, the happiness I'm saying, I've never seen black people this happy. Black people is happy on somebody else's misfortune. But then again, the friggin' Somalis, they were asking for it though all this time. They were asking for it. Mr. Cat said, "You go through the hood, smile, and they think you crazy." Yeah, people think you crazy. They say, "This nigga crazy, man." They think you're weird, or they think you got some mental issues or whatnot. You smiling and whatnot. Tomorrow, like I said, couple years ago when I was at my old office spot, man, it was same good, nice neighborhood, but it was like it was a nice area that had also, but the freaking all the businesses there were low income, not low income, but startup black businesses, right? Ghetto ass. I used to hate fucking seeing weave in the parking lot when I stepping on glue and weave and stuck to the bottom of my shoe and whatnot. But I used to hate that shit, or those damn freaking nasty eyelashes and whatnot all over the parking lot and whatnot. I'm like, anyway, I tried to form some. I'm gonna reach out to the black community. We're gonna work together and all. So motherfucker like you, they're like, nigga, shut the hell up, Black people working together. Like, nigga, people look at you like, what are you up to? What's your angle on this? Like, and I said, no, I didn't want no money. What do you want? How much money do you want? Black people ain't trying to hear all that shit. Yeah, it's hard, man. Black people talk black unity and whatnot until it comes down to contributing money. And suddenly, well, I got other obligations. No, well, we're doing things. They stop returning their calls and whatnot, They duck you and avoid you and whatnot, I've been through it, folks. I've been through it. I've been to hell and back already, That's why nobody can tell me anything, nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun. Nothing new under the sun. I basically, as other video, people were asking me about let me get Hustle Smart on. It's the high value Tyrone. You better call Tyrone. What's up, Hustle Smart?
Call him. What's up, Playboy? What's going on with you, OG Thanos?
What's going on, brother? Hanging in there.
Hey man, I've been listening to you. You keep me going on the road, man. So when I'm listening to the playback, I don't know who that is, man, but it sounds like goddamn some robot buffering whatever sound that feedback that I don't know who
That's Steve. Something he got in his Bluetooth or something like that. I tell people leave us or just use a speaker.
Yeah, you don't use Bluetooth. You don't use Bluetooth with StreamYard at all. You get what I'm saying? So even if you have those headphones that those earbuds that wire, you don't even use those. You just talk directly into the phone. You get what I'm saying? Or if you got like a real mic, connect to the USB, the C port. But if you ain't got that, you just talk directly in the phone. Cause that's what I'm doing now. You know what I'm saying? But if you're doing it on the laptop, you need an actual mic with the plug that goes into not the. Sorry, but anyway, man, but glad to see you back, man. You know what I'm saying? I've been listening at your shows, man. You cooking as usual. You get what I'm saying? Your topics is always on the money. You get what I'm saying?
Did you see that the show the other night, the Pan African Report Card?
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw you giving out the letters and the grades, man. You was pretty much spot on, man. But you know the one thing that me and you always talk about is that we don't understand. A lot of black people don't understand. They don't look outside of themselves to see where they're at in the real fight that's going on. And you called it out about that FBA and that African thing about, you know what I'm saying, it might come to some violence. You get what I'm saying? We talked about that. We talked about that a few weeks ago, if you remember. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing that I was saying about the Pan African, I was listening to Dynas the other day, and he was trying to say that it's a shift, and the shift is in going to Africa. And I'm like, ain't no goddamn shift going to Africa.
Dynas is living in a fucking delusional fucking world.
No, listen. This is the only thing I'm gonna tell you about Dynas. You got to give him a pass because he's only, his business is Africa. It's like it's one of those things like
that's what Hustle. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
You know, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'll say that this is why I got on my mind. This is why, and all due respect to him, Bomani and all them,
Mhm.
I feel like I'm unbiased because my bread and butter does not come from Africa, so I don't have a biased opinion. If I was him, I'm like, oh yeah, look, I'm
True.
like, people are we're doing a tour. Bomani and I are doing a tour. I'm not gonna be there, but somebody's representing me. I'm not gonna be able to make the tour, but I'll be there a month afterward. But the bottom line is this: 2 tours, one night, and I'm like this. I don't care as long as people go in there and we're connecting. We're really building this thing up in Liberia, right? I don't care. My money and bread and butter is not tied to what I do in Liberia. You know,
That's true.
so I could be biased. Like I said, people say, Colin, like I said, look, whether you come to Liberia, no, I don't care. I'm not trying to convince somebody to do anything. I'm there. I know I'm happy there. But I said in the future, you know, who knows? We might build a first African smart city over there. You know, who knows? That's on the table, you know. But I said, then if you want to come, you want to come. You know, you don't, you don't. But the whole thing is this: when people just like, oh, we got to come to Africa, and you don't have anything. If I tell people to come to Liberia, you rest assured by that time, I really got something laid out and think. Because did you listen to what I was saying earlier?
No, I just called on. I just came on it today. You know, I listened to it on the feedback when I hit up.
Yesterday, right? I said, if I live in the United States, I have my ancestors been here 4 centuries, right?
Right.
This country go from woods to the most modern country in the world, right?
Industrial civilization.
It's industrialized civilization, right?
Mhm.
So I have a certain level, even as Black people, we have a certain bare expectations in a country. We expect to have roads. We
Mhm.
expect that the electricity is going to turn on when we want to, you know? We expect that, you know, kids are going to go to school or kindergarten, right? I expect not to see little girls on the street, you know, prostituting themselves at the age of 9 to foreign men and whatnot. These are things I expect to do. I expect that when a crime is committed, the police are going to investigate and this is what's going to happen, you know? You have
Right.
expectations, you know? I expect that when I drive over a bridge, right, it ain't gonna collapse because it hasn't been maintained in like 30 years. And the World Bank said that bridge is gonna collapse, is under fall. Don't drive on it, and you continue to ignore it because there's no safety and regulations in place. That happens in the third world, you know.
Right.
Well,
Right.
understand that.
It's no regulations. There's no
There's no
regulations.
regulation.
Period.
So when people talk about going to, oh, it has to go there, yeah, but you don't know regular. You could be driving and whatnot. Next thing you know, you fall into a sinkhole.
Right.
Ain't nobody you gonna sue. Ain't like this, you know, or you get hurt and whatnot, and then all of a sudden you go to the hospital. There's no emergency room. They're like, how much money you got? You
Colin,
know,
let's go even further with that. A lot of them, you get on one of those KK or motorbikes, and a car or a van hit you and knock you off of that, and you got to go to the hospital. That's on you. You ain't no insurance adjusting. It's no
right?
type
No
of insurance
ambulance to
regulation.
pick you up. Ain't no insurance. Pull out insurance. Like, you gotta have cash, man. They want cash
Yeah,
right then and there.
you're gonna
But we
have to
don't
you're
get
gonna have
caught.
to pay.
Yeah,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
I'm sorry. No, you're gonna have to pay for your ride to get to the hospital. You're
Right.
gonna have to pay for all that.
Now, yeah,
And if
you know
you
it's another thing too, right? If somebody
Mhm,
does something, you like, say somebody breaks into your house and steal your money, right?
mhm.
In almost all West African countries, right? The police is like, "Are you sure? Yeah, that's my wallet right there." He'll go arrest the guy, right? And they say, "Okay, we arrested him. Now you say, are you gonna prosecute him?" They say, "Okay, well, we're keeping him overnight, but we can't hold him because we can't feed him.
Yeah,
So you got to pay for that guy's meal to keep him in jail till his court date, you know."
yeah.
And
You
so
have to
all this
pay.
stuff like
You have
this.
to pay them to make. You have to pay them to make a report.
And they'll say also, not only that, you got to pay for the paper
Yeah.
and the ink, you know, and you got to pay for that police officer's gas and his time for going out there to arrest him, you know.
You might
This
have
is
to
stuff
feed them. You might have to feed them too.
he might even throw a meal in, you know. So, but this is what I'm trying to tell people when they tell me, right, that we can just go over there and assimilate Africa. Don't insult my fucking intelligence, you know.
You-
And I'm not gonna let people come up on my platform and keep insulting my tongue. I know what I'm talking about. You know, and there's no way Black people in America knowing what we know. Now, the people who don't mind doing that, I bet you anything that one first and second generation Africans passing themselves off as African Americans, right? That's why find it so easy to go back to that.
No,
You know,
what you deal with a lot of YouTube Pan
right?
African. That means that they looking at things that the Africans want to show you about the hotel and the beaches. Some of the
Yeah, and
same,
they think that's normal life over there.
the
No,
same thing like how Dinah show. That's why I tell you got to give him some grace, because he's trying to sell a product. He's trying to sell a vision. So I don't put Dynas in no category, because at the end of the day, he's trying to sell a business. So they're not talking about the small thing. Now, when I talk and me and you talk, and I talk on my channel, when I go on other people's channel, I talk about the intricate details that I know Americans is not gonna be able to deal with. You're not gonna deal with the mosquitoes everywhere. You ain't gonna deal with the piles of trash every day. You're not gonna deal with just the smell in the water, the smelly water. You ain't gonna deal with the bags of shit that you're gonna sit there. You ain't gonna deal with trying to find a bathroom, going in a bathroom, and there's no toilet paper, no soap in there. You're not gonna deal with going to a restaurant and sitting down and they just bringing you a bucket and a pitcher of water, rinse off your hands. You're not gonna deal with it. You're not gonna deal with the lackadaisical, you know what I'm saying, African type deal. Now I'm gonna say this one thing. If they want to call Pan African, travel Pan African, then I'll go for that. So it's not that black people want to visit. When black people visit, that's fine and well. But what I'm trying to tell people, that when you go over there to visit on a vacation, that is 1%. That's what, when you visit, that's how the 1% live. That's not how the everyday Africans live. You get what I'm saying? So if you live there on a daily, but you get out of those hotels, you know what I'm saying? It's not like that. You got to deal with the electricity. You got to deal with the water. You got to buy water. You get what I'm saying? And on top of that, you know what I'm saying, the refrigeration and some of the products that they have to put in the house, you know what I'm saying? It's not up to stand. It's like some shit that you'll see. Like, you'll go to somebody's house in Nigeria and they'll have a type of refrigerator that you'll see in the Econo Lodge, the little small little refrigerator that's in the Econo Lodge in the cheap $50 hotel. They don't have no freezer that you can make your own ice. You get what I'm saying? Like, they don't have that. They freeze their
you gotta
ice.
adjust yourself for a lot of stuff, man. Like that. Also, and no matter how good the electricity is, in Liberia, last time I went there was the best, right? But you still sometimes LEC, they have these rolling blackouts, right? You gotta go. If you don't have no gas in the generator, that means I gotta tell my driver, go get me $10, go get me some freaking gas to put in the generator.
Yeah, all night. Yeah, that shit loud as hell, man. That
No, I
generator.
don't know who that was. I thought that was Steve. No, that was just somebody. No, that was a troll. I thought that was Steve coming back over there. It was a troll.
No. I'm saying that's how the generator sound over there. When they crank up them generator, them little cheap generator, they loud as shit. And if you stay in an apartment, you stay in a compound or area where everybody has a generator, you're gonna hear that loud. It's gonna sound like a bunch of motorbikes, you know what I'm saying, revved up going on all night. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna have to like put like a liter, 2 liters of gas. And on top of that, the petrol stations don't stay open. Well, I don't know about in Liberia, but in Nigeria,
the stations stay open in Liberia all night.
oh, okay, well, that's good then.
That's what
It ain't like that in Nigeria. So, in Liberia, do they have the can you get your own fuel, or do they have the pump person there?
No, they have the pump person there. You know, you just scan your card. You know, the biometrics. You know, the MTN, right? You just he gives you his number, or you just scan code his thing. You know, ask him how much you want, and he scans it out of your account right there. It's done real. It's
Right.
actually easier than over here because you don't never have to really put. Sometimes, or you pay cash, you know, but
Right.
everybody uses MTN, you know.
Yeah, it's easier. It's definitely easier. But if you go to New Jersey on the turnpike, you know what I'm saying, they'll like on the turnpike on the expressway, they'll pump it for us out there. You can pay, the cars pay there too, but not us in the trucks.
Right.
But the thing about it is that, I was hearing the brothers, they were sitting up there, they were trying to compare one religion better than the other religion and all that. And I know you believe in God, Colin. I don't believe in no God. But the thing about it is, you don't lead, when people can stand on their intellectual thought process, they don't lead with religion. You know what I'm saying? They just have this feeling that like, I know it's a God. You know what I'm saying? So that's why a person like you that believe in God and a person like me that don't believe in no God, we can have a conversation because our conversation is not led off of religion.
Yeah,
But when you
I never look. I never oppose. One thing I never do is oppose my Pan Africanism and my religion. You know, I
right,
think we can have a conversation. I think it's more important for us Black people to get along. You know, and like I said, if some Black people in America, right, say that, you know, Colin, man, I respect what you do, but you know something, I think I'm gonna ride this America thing out. That's what's happening a lot, right?
right,
And if I say, okay, I have fine with that. Only thing I ask for you is never forget your ancestors. Never forget what happened here. You know. Now, if you can live with that and whatnot and find peace and happiness, hey, look. The bottom line is this: we have to admit, right? America won, right? Africa, for the most part, when Marcus Garvey went to try to think that was probably our last chance, you know. Right now, basically, Black people in the decades to come, we went to places like Detroit, Gary, Indiana, Chicago, Pittsburgh,
right,
New York, and we did things that the world was staunch about. We built huge upper middle class neighborhoods and whatnot, sent kids to college and whatnot. That didn't happen for us in Africa, you know? So now you can't just come, we would come now and say, I'm a Pan African, it's time to go to Africa. But none of these countries in Africa are industrialized.
right.
We cannot have are we gonna have another Pittsburgh? Are we gonna have another Detroit? You know?
No,
What's Detroit in Africa? You know?
no,
Where's the New York? Where's the Wall Street in Africa? You know?
it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist. So if we don't have that, how are you gonna say Pan Africa is gonna compete with the FBA is trying to say we're American? Let's leave it. That's sad how it is. It's sad how it turned out, right? That's why the Pan African movement has to change. They have to get serious about an African. African simply means where we're standing. If you had enough Black people settled in Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, whatnot, and built communities, and we had banks and everything like that, and we were bringing industries to the continent, yeah, now you got something to stand against America with, you know?
Right.
But just sitting there eating jollof rice and bushmeat is not enough, bro.
Oh yeah. Oh, and another thing, you was 100% right about that jambalaya and jollof thing. That was just
That pisses me off.
that was and you can tell how the immigrant mind think that they didn't even see no problem with it. You get what I'm saying?
It's like when you're trying to compare, like Hustle Smart, you know this, right? You're a
Yeah.
guerrilla hustler. You're a guerrilla hustler, right?
Straight up.
Now, you know, let's say you with your boys, right? Let's say one of your boys start getting brand new on you, right? You bought a new car, right? And then the next week he buys a car, he pulls up, look at my car, right?
Right.
You buy a new outfit, right? You know, you look at good. So next thing you know, he buys the same, just a little bit of. Now look how I look in it.
And you say they compare yours to mine. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
you know, so
But
we both getting
money.
money.
That person is dangerous. That person is your enemy. You know, because he's trying to compare. He's not standing in his own light. He's trying to measure himself up against you. So he wants you to fall.
Yeah.
So
Them doing that jambalaya and jollof thing was sizing. That was like one thing I give Brandon and say that's like a psyop. That's a sizing up thing, like somebody looking you up and down and try to, like, you know what I'm saying? Because mostly Americans, especially I don't know about with some people like where they stay at, but like in Georgia, we don't eat jambalaya. You know what I'm saying? Jambalaya.
That was a New Orleans thing.
Exactly. So think about it, how it's set up. So you got the whole African West Africa that talks about jollof. Then they comparing it to one state that all they talk about is jollof, and that what made it like that. That's why when I heard them talking about it, they're not looking at it the way we look at it. Now in Georgia, you talk about jambalaya or jollof, we don't give a fuck. But to do that in New Orleans, and then you're doing it like it's an African, that's a West African thing based on one single state.
They're basically saying we're taking over. Wow, jollof.
Right.
And I'm saying to myself, it's bad enough you guys took over Essence Festival and changed it, right?
Mm.
How you do that, man? That was basically like, black people were just like, what the hell? Why is this happening? Because that was all done under the friggin' banner of Pan-Africanism, and people start looking at the Pan-African world sideways,
Yeah.
That what y'all about, man? Disrespecting our history. So
Yeah.
it's like this, and Pan-Africanism has been a lot of disrespectful towards Black America. Dynas does that in show all the time.
Yeah.
Disrespect towards Black America. You don't do that.
But see, they just don't see it like that. So they see it as like some type of healthy competition. And then, that's why I agree with FBA. It's like, it's no competition when we've been here 400. I get when they say we've been here 400 years and they are the reasons why y'all even over here. And then y'all only like 1 million. So why is the one now? I do, to play the devil advocate part, I do understand when Africans say, well, you know what? We know y'all are the majority and we know we copy y'all style. But at the same time, it's just like how the faggot niggas be hanging around black women. The black women think that the gay dudes is their friend, but the gay dudes is really watching everything that they doing so they can take over. Like the gay man is not a black woman's friend, but she think the gay man is his friend. The gay man wants the same thing that the black woman has.
She's looking at Pookie the way he's looking at Pookie.
The same way, but some type of way the black woman think that they're cool, and the gay dude, which are in the minority, are hanging around. Big girl, stop, being all that sassy faggot shit. And at the end of the day, she will snake the faggot will snake the black woman. So it's just like you said. I heard you say on one of the shows, and you was like, if they gave Africans the opportunity right now to say, hey, the white man go to them and say, hey, point out the black people or round them up, they will be right on the white man's side to round up. Now you couldn't get black people to say, hey, let's go round up all the Africans. You know what I'm saying, to get them out of there. But the Africans, the immigrants, they will get on the white people's side and hunt them, because I see it every day. I see it all over the world where African immigrants always try to show the white people that they're different from the black Americans.
Yeah,
they do it all the time.
They got this propaganda going around the world that is so it didn't. But gets me as well, all the crime that's in China right now. There's a lot of black Americans. Dubai, all these places where they're committing crimes. South Korea, how many people, Nigerians on death row in Asia, a lot of black Americans, right? So they talk one thing, but the reality is this. Now, Elvis says it was just a disconnect between culture, Colin, and spirit was shared cuisine. I don't think it was shared. When you say verses,
no.
Hold on. Back in the days, hip hop was founded on? Hip hop was founded on this idea of verses, me versus you. If you have a DJ, right, somebody gonna say, I could do it better than you. And DJs,
my rhymes is better than yours. My DJ is better than yours. My crew is flyer than yours.
So when you come here and whatnot, come here to America, right, and you say, oh yeah, you're just challenging somebody to a battle. We're gonna have a rice off with Joe. First of all, it's not really fair because you took over Essence Festival, right? We're still friggin' insecure about that, right? Now you're telling, and you're in New Orleans, right? It's supposed to be a celebration. So what you're saying is, if your Jollof rice just so happens to win, right, like that, we should just erase jambalaya from the Jollof thing, right? And the Jollof from the Essence Festival, and replace it with jambalaya. That's really so much disrespect. That ain't some lighthearted shit. Look, I would think it was lighthearted if I didn't know Africans the way I do. Exactly. Just like I do Afrobeats. I love Afrobeats, right? But these people have become so toxic, right? And so it turned me against it. I want to listen to Afrobeat. I like it, But I started hearing stuff like Afrobeats is replacing Black American beats, right? And that lasted for like a year, right? And who which we call, you got Kendrick Lamar, Chris Brown, these packing concerts, packing stadiums, and so I'm saying to myself, no, you're not going to replace our music. We're not going to give up what we know to like that. We embrace. Why can't the Afrobeats been like reggae? Reggae just got on the radio. We had parties, dance hall. We liked it, you know. We liked it, Boujou and all that stuff like that, right? How come the Afrobeats didn't do it like that? What was the need to friggin' to challenge us to friggin' say that that's what happened with Tyler, you know? People oh, that's the new music one. No, you're not gonna replace our music. You know, just come here, show your music. If we like it, we'll support it. You know, that's just being civilized.
I mean, it was a fad thing, and it was trendy, and black people are trendy. So that's the one thing where I tell you all the time is that the reason why they act the way they act when it came to that Pan-Africanism is because of us, Carla. We was talking about, let's save them. Let's go over there. Let's lay down and kiss the ground. Let's lay down on our stomach with our ass up in the air.
I was an emotional Pan-African fool myself for
years. It was a lot of. I was never on that because just that guerrilla hustler nature in me. I just never saw I saw how we live in America, and I saw how they was living over there, and I'm like, I ain't finna go get myself dirty, be emotional, and get dirty and lay on no ground.
I couldn't see the logic and reason. I was just like, oh man, we gotta get to the motherland. When I was,
and then
let me get Afrodamus on. I guess he has a lot to say about this. Afrodamus, the topic is, if Trump's a racist, why are so many in Black America so happy right now?
Well, for me, I don't think Trump is a racist.
No, but I'm saying, but that's what people are saying. They said Kamala Harris said he's a Nazi. Everybody say that Donald Trump is a racist. He's a fascist. All stuff like he's a sexist. He's all these horrible things and whatnot. So why is Black America so happy right now? I've never seen Black people so happy right now with a political situation in America. Why is that?
Well, because, for example, because they are looking, like Black people majority, they go with the current political talking point, and also to them, for example, the Somali thing. So they want to see, somebody, crush Africans, even though it's just like
Africans or just I think let me ask this before you continue, right? I'm seeing a lot of people online, right? And they have us. I had no idea there was tensions between Black Americans and Somali. I had no idea. I didn't know anything about this. I heard some things here and there, but I just thought it was just petty. But I had no idea there was just history between Black Americans and Somali. And now, what do you think about Ilhan Omar calling herself Black now?
Well, if you've watched, my latest videos, I've done, shows on it, short videos. Ilhan Omar have been very disrespectful, rude, and obnoxious and ungrateful. And, I've seen a lot of talking points online. She has been used, to try to, it's like they're scratching each other's back. So for me, I do not sign up on the big one Africa thing. That's why like people that are Pan-Africans, they tend to say, I'm against them. And I think people use like a lazy approach where, there is certain groups of Africans, they behave a certain type of way. They bring that culture over here. And because Black people here are programmed to see every dark-skinned person, if you're African, then, everybody's one and the same. I don't really fuck with a lot of Africans. In fact, I stay away because I don't understand a lot of Africans, the way they think, the way they operate. I don't understand it because it's not the same culture. For example, you were talking about the Jollof thing. If anytime you hear Jollof, that's like Nigerian people saying that, or Ghanaian, or people from those regions. And I notice with their culture, they tend to try to do this competition thing. So, I think most Blacks originally, their ancestors came from that region because Black people here like competition too. So when they bring that on, Black people don't take the time. They don't care. They just know, hey, they're from the continent of Africa, so therefore it's all Africans,
Well, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about that. Now,
Yeah.
up until that, right? Black people were like, "Oh, I gotta try some jollof rice." And basically, if the Africans basically, now I agree, competition. I don't think food should have been in. When we talk competition,
No,
that's
but
something.
you gotta be specific. See, that's what I'm saying.
Let me say it like this. Let me say it like this. When we talk about competition, right? Like we like rap competition, stuff like that stuff. It's usually things that we talk about in the streets. You know, if you're going to oppress some girls, right? Who could pull more girls, right? If you're a rapper, who got more rhymes? You're a DJ, who got the best mix? You know what I'm saying? You're a breakdancer, you like this. Everybody's like, who's a graffiti artist, who has the best, could tag the best burner, right? But things like even we may have some competition with food, right? But I just think that it should have been, well, okay, we're gonna try some jollof rice and whatnot. But when somebody, I get, maybe it was the internet, they kept saying, is Jollof gonna replace jambalaya? And that's New Orleans, Jambalaya is the essence of New Orleans. I've never been to New Orleans, but I just heard jambalaya is like the coveted dish down there, And
Yeah.
so I'm saying
Yeah,
that basically did not do well
but
with as far as like
but
competition.
that's what I'm saying. For example, like when you look at like white people, right? They take the time to study, set, African, like people from, different countries, different cultures. Because when you hear the word jollof, let's say, for example, the region where I come from in Gambia, Senegal, which is the original Jollof kingdom, we don't even call that rice Jollof. You're not going to see a Gambian or Senegalese even engaging in that type of competition. You would more likely, mind you, that's the origin of that food. But the people that make a lot of noise like that, they would generally tend to be from Nigeria, Ghana, or around Liberia, those regions. They tend to want to imitate Black Americans to the teeth. And like when you give them an inch, they would take a mile, just like the Somalis, right? The same thing, it's like soft invasion, they softly invade, right? Just like, so once they get slammed, they get hit, then they want to do the one big nigger thing, like Africa thing, like Ilhan Omar. Now I notice she's using words like black, which is whistle to try to bring black people on their side to say now they're black. And she would use words like East African. But when they thought they were on top, they just are Somali,
Yeah,
100%
but they
Somali.
said that for the longest time when they were doing that thing, the Minnesota officials didn't do nothing because they would threaten them to be like, okay, we'll say, because you talking about it was a George Floyd time, and they would say that you're racist and whatnot. And they thought
Right.
they figured that would be a buzzword. They were always threatening. They never identified black people, but they did threaten to be like, okay, we could start saying this is racist and whatnot. And so the government of Minnesota looked the other way what they were doing.
Yeah, they have 80,000 Somalis in Minnesota. So you have to remember there's Somalia, even though they say Somalia, is divided. They have Somaliland and Somalia, the area where Ilhan Omar came from. I even heard her telling the other Somalis how they should make sure that these other Somalis get kicked out of America. I mean, look at it, even their mayoral thing, the guy lost because they're doing their Somali clan thing. So that's why I say I don't subscribe to the Africa thing because I don't understand these other people, the countries they are coming from, they have their own beef and culture. So, and they have a certain attitude, how they act, they behave certain way, they would commit crimes and stuff. Then they want to do the Africa thing. In reality, like let's say I come from Gambia, I know nothing about these people's culture. The only unfortunate thing is we share a continent, and my country is nowhere close to their country, so it's not the same culture. They try to push this idea, and then here black people eat it up. and run with it. I even see some black people saying they want to support Somalis, but black people should ask themselves, when Somalis, there's 80,000 of them, they are electing their own people, they are stealing money up to a billion. Like, do people want to believe Trump is not lying? Okay, look, I'm an African. I know how these things work. There's these people, when they say they marry their brothers to bring each other here, that's true. These
Yeah.
people do stuff like that.
Black
The
people,
man is not lying.
black people ain't fucking with Somalia. No, that's one
Right,
of those things to where even if the media try to say it, black people, we even I stay in Atlanta, so you got the Somalians that stay in Clarkston. We don't fuck with them at all. You get what I'm saying? Like
right.
they stay in their area, and it's definitely separated. You get what I'm saying? But so it's just a thing of this. So the black people have no problem. Black people is just like. You know the one thing that I noticed, Afro Dummies, is that when it comes to that rice shit, all it is some oily ass rice. So even when I get my family to try jollof, we go to the African restaurant, they just say they're just some fried oily ass spicy rice. And I'm gonna tell you that most black Americans, they prefer Senegambia, because when you go to, we got Senegambia restaurants and they give you the options of the rice with the tomato-based rice. You can get the lamb jollof, or you can get the fish jollof. They give you options. When you go to the Ghana restaurants and the Nigerian restaurant, they're gonna rape you with the tomatoes and the pepper. But I'll say this one thing about the Ghana and Nigerians. They remind me of the Caribbeans, far as Jamaicans and Haitians, far as their bravado. You get them when it comes to certain things, and they do copy Americans. So what I say is that the Nigerians are more like Jamaicans with their bravado, and the Ghanaians is more like the Haitians with their bravado. But they both of them copy American style, and they compete. When you go to like Gambia, you go to Senegal, they don't really copy. They like certain things about America, but they don't copy it to the letter. Like you can go to Ghana and Nigeria, and you can see those Africans doing the same thing, wearing the same clothes, dressing the same way, wearing the same diamonds, putting diamonds in their teeth, and wearing the dress and dancing. The things that we did 2 years ago, they just now doing in Nigeria and Ghana. So those are the two countries that copy Americans the most, and those are the two countries that compete against Americans the most. You can see it online, you can see it in person, you can see it everywhere. The other countries, like where you from, Senegal, Gabon, they don't really. It's no competition. It's more of a, hey, if you come, you come. You don't. It's no competition. Like, we the best, you the best, and we this, and we got this. You don't really see that. The rhetoric is coming from from Ghana and Nigeria, and the rhetoric over there in the Caribbean is Jamaicans and Haitians. Those are the two loudest in the Caribbean, and those are the two loudest on the continent. What you say about that, Afro Dumbers?
Yeah, you're 100% correct, because, like, I mean, I wouldn't. I mean, nothing against Ghanaians and Nigerians. I mean, if I want to eat what they call jollof, I don't even see that as authentic. We call it Benachin or Chebuchen from where we come from. You're not gonna get a Gambian or Senegalese to go eat Nigerian jollof or whatever. That looks like Chinese fried rice to us. Some of them even put hot dog in it and stuff. So that's not. It's not the real deal. It's not the real deal. Like, if you go to like a Gambian gathering, in fact, they would want you to try, like, literally. They want you to try it. It's no competition with anybody. They're like, come on, try our stuff, whatsoever. And even when you said these people copy black people here, it's true. I mean, you forgot the part. They even doing tattoos, I
Yeah.
see even the arguments online. A lot of the people that black people are having issue with even the FBA, is three groups usually. Is either Nigerians, um, you have Somalis, then you have some Ghanaians, yeah, most of the time. But sometimes we join in because the black people, FBA, they're not differentiating. They're just calling everybody, like they just,
They
putting
don't give
every
a fuck.
African, yeah, they just, putting every African in it. Like they don't care to learn the difference. And I also noticed the people, the same group are the ones that try to trick blacks into, this so-called Pan-African thing, to say, oh, come on, come over. It seems like most black people are not that interested in going, but they also try to do that and try to trick you to say, oh, we are related. And I'm like, dude, how are you telling these people that you're related, but people that you share a region with, you don't see them as, you're related? Because Nigerians and Ghanaians, they beef. They have deep beef between each other, Then
Yeah, I
you
can
have
never
this,
understand that, right? And that's why I
yeah,
said I'm a little like the year return, right? The first thing Ghanaians should try to return is their own damn citizens scattered all over the world. That's the first thing they should return,
yeah, yeah, because over here, like even here in America, if you look at, you just got to look at the dynamics. I don't know why most black people don't even take the time and study the different groups.
They don't give a fuck. They don't give a
Yeah,
I
fuck.
do.
Everybody's in
I
the cross.
learned that there's you know what I learned, right? How the thing when I was the Nigerian forum called a Nairaland, right? I learned a whole lot about this in Nairaland, man. So I thought I was like, this is like 15 years ago, and I'm on some Pan African. I'm reach out to my Nigerian brothers and whatnot. I went in there, man.
It's no type of sectioning off or no type of trying to find out anything. So I agree with Afrodamus on that, is that when the FBA got you in their sites and then they're joning, because most of their shit is just joning and talking shit. And it's nobody, Carla, you said this on the other show, regardless of how much shit that Africans can talk, nobody can join like American black people. You get what I'm saying? So you're gonna lose that. So FBA, when you listen to all they shows, Afrodamus and College, it's mostly about cracking jokes. It's
Right.
not.
And that's why let me say this. That's why when people say, "Won't you go?" I come across Tariq on TikTok, right? Kwame goes up, and I won't do that because all Tariq knows how to do is mute you and crack jokes,
Yeah.
And the FBA do that. All they do. Look, remember something. The FBA people, like I was thinking about this today, and I have a thought. So I say the first time I'll say it on the show because basically I know I'm gonna get blowback for this shit. I just think the and I don't want to offend nobody, what I'm about to say. There's too many black people, right, that come from multi-generation of dysfunction. No, what I'm saying is this: if you don't understand your history and you make up this stupid thing called FBA, pretending stuff like that, that has to be the fact that a lot of these people. I listened to this one chick, FBA chick, going off on Africans the other day on TikTok. Whatnot. I could tell she don't know who her father is. I could tell she never had a relationship with her grandfather. She never had seen that nurturing, normal thing that a girl has, stuff like that. So therefore, when somebody from Africa comes, right, and says, you know something, prior to me coming to this country, right, which you failed to take advantage of, right, I had those things that I know you want. I had my grandfather. I had my great grandfather, and they know me. They gave me morals about it. That triggers FBA people, right? Because they come from dysfunction. That does not bother somebody like me, I don't think this is real Steve. This is somebody that's troll out here. This is a troll trying to get under Steve's name.
Yeah, but you're right. And for example, the FBA, black people here like cracking jokes. It don't matter where it is. Like even when I was a corrections officer, like when I'm doing my rounds on the block or even in the yard, whatever. Man, black inmates. I mean, most of them, they're super cool with me. They cracking jokes. They didn't care that I'm a officer. I know that they're not trying to diss me. They just enjoy, cracking jokes, and I hit them back with the jokes. But some of these Africans are way too serious and sensitive. They take it, to heart, and like,
Afrodamus, hold on for a second. I want to make sure this is really Steve, because I guess it's another name up here and whatnot. I'm gonna do it for 1 second. Give me 1 second. All right, on the stage, Steve, what's going on?
What's up, Kyla? It's me.
All right, okay. I don't know what the hell that was last time, but so I got Chukwu, Afrodamus. Yeah, like I was saying, the thing is, a lot of people who come from generational broken families and trauma and stuff like that, not their fault, and we go through stuff like that. But the bottom line is, a lot of their ideology is spread online, and that's dysfunction. The FBA movement represents a dysfunction in a certain segment of Black America, a dysfunction.
yeah, that's true.
They do. They have dysfunction of people, and so, like I said, I don't want people like Chukwu and whatnot. He thinks that's normal. He always attributes all the dysfunction in Black America to something like this. They said, "What are you gonna do about this?" I can't do nothing about that. I don't care about that. I can't go back in history and make somebody mother and father get married and start all over again. I can't do that.
Like Carla, for example, right? The way Black people are presented, from what I used to see in Africa, are presented as smart, intelligent. So imagine in this internet age, a lot of people, Africans, are thinking this. Then they come across the FBAs, they hear the talking points. So I get it, like some other Black people will get mad, but right away, what that group is signaling to the African is, oh man, first, these people are really dumb, So when the Africans point that out, they start going crazy, especially with the females. Most females, they don't have sense of humor. They're not good with it. They believe what they are saying, and then they start going, some of them, like, they contradict each other. They start talking about their native Indian, Native American.
Like I said,
So that confuses people. That confuses people. So people start thinking like, okay, these people that they were presenting to us as being smart, these people are actually pretty dumb.
Like I said, you're dealing with people, like I said, the internet is dangerous, right? You're dealing with people, like I would say, not even 5% of the Black, not even 3 to 5% of the Black population. But let me tell you something: majority of Black people, 90% of Black people, aren't online. They don't post online, so you don't really get to know them. But if you go by what you see on the internet, if I was a freaking foreigner and what I say about Black Americans, I would hate them too.
You think it's 5%, Carla? I don't even think it's 5%, because 5% would be 2.2 million, 2.5 million.
Yeah,
I'm gonna say it's more. I'm gonna say it's more 2%.
About 2% of the Black population.
Yeah, but see, Carla, again, online, right? The arguments that I usually see, they are arguing with other Africans who are not even in this country. Have you noticed that?
Yeah,
they are arguing with people sometimes in the UK, or they are somewhere in Africa. They are fighting with those people.
Bottom line, look,
they're not really talking with a lot of Africans in America.
Check this out. My thing is this. This is what I say, right? I listen to some of these debates and stuff like that, right? And I'm saying to myself, all I could do is look at my life, my family, and the people I know, and judge what I know, my family, and what I know, like that, right? So when somebody says something ignorant, I'm like, they just don't know. And basically, if you just go by what you see on TikTok and Instagram and stuff like that, you're gonna have, that's your perception of Black America. It used to be the perception of Black America came from TV shows like The Fresh Prince and Cosby Show. Now with the internet, you see unfiltered version of Black society or not, because most of the people who post online are negative. If that's what you Black America you're reacting to or not, but
Akala, I kind of agree with you. I don't blame FBAs in and of themselves. I blame the educational system, and I blame,
it ain't the educational system.
I
Yeah,
blame the
it's not the
social media.
education system.
But
It ain't
I
the
blame
education system, bro.
how the images in the media portray Africa as in a very negative light. So if you
No, most
are
Black people are not stupid. We look back in the
but
days, right?
you don't think all these hungry Ethiopians are
No,
giving
look,
Africa a
Yeah,
bad
they
let
name?
don't
me
even
tell you
show that.
something,
They
right?
don't even show that anymore. Like you,
Yeah, they don't show it.
that type of
Look,
way,
Black people
hungry
in
Ethiopian.
America.
That was like in the early 2000s, like
But these are the
2005.
Black people
stereotypes.
over the
These are
years.
the
Yeah, that's
Black
stereotypes
people
that
over
I'm
the
hitting
years.
with. These are the
Black
yeah,
stereotypes
people
that
that's
over
like
the
in
FBAs
the
portray.
90s.
years
Yeah,
have been. Look, but let me tell you something. 20 years ago, when I first got online, right in 2005, 2006, right, I was basically talking about African history and stuff like that. I used to specialize in the Mali Empire and whatnot. That's what I was specialized in, African history, West African history, right? Nobody had a clue of what the hell I was talking about, right? Nobody, right? Fast forward now, right? I'm in several groups, right? And you got people now, they be knowing stuff that I don't freaking know. That's how far we've came. Before I didn't know people knew that there was a difference between northern Nigeria and Riarbor, like that. Black people just knew. They didn't. I didn't think back in the 90s, black people probably didn't know that there was a Nigeria and Ghana. All that was all the same. Nobody took the time. But over the years, now people know everything about the Berlin Conference. They know a lot about colonialism. They know a lot about how the slave trade. A lot of people know the different tribes.
Are you sure about that, Kala? Because they call us like we're all like one
I don't
blood.
know who the hell you be talking about to quote, but a lot of black people know about the different tribes in Africa, different regions. They know there's a difference between the Sahel and the tropical area of coastal
No,
Africa.
but Carla, to be fair, man,
That's cap
yeah, I
collar.
mean, there is a Carla. Not too many black people know this because
No,
not only
I'm
not
talking
only
about the
on
ones who study the continent. The ones
yeah,
who
but
study
that's
what I'm
that's
saying is when I first started, there was nobody that knew anything about the continent.
Colin's right. When we was younger, we didn't know anything about West Africa. It was almost like, now that I think about it, it was more, we knew more about South Africa
The
and
only thing we
places
knew
like
was South
Zimbabwe.
Africa,
We knew
bro.
about South Africa, we knew about Zimbabwe, and we knew about
Kenya
maybe
was wild.
Liberia. We heard about Liberia, but the West African, that only came about in the last 10 or 15, last 20 10 to 20 years. We didn't know about that when we was younger. It was all about South Africa, Bishop Tutu, and all that shit like that.
Desmond Tutu,
And
yeah.
also anything in Africa had to do with the wildlife, Kenya,
Yeah.
Serengeti, and stuff like that. We didn't know anything. Look, we had no idea
Those are
about
white supremacy talking points, though.
No, those are white supremacists. Hold on, we're raised in a country, right?
Yeah, we didn't have no choice back then.
We had no choice.
You got to think about it. There was no internet back then, so it was only based
internet.
on what the
Internet
media
changed a
showed
lot
us.
of stuff. People
Yeah.
searching about all stuff like that. Oh, I didn't know about that kingdom. I didn't know about this. I didn't know about people didn't know who Taiwan was. And then when the movie Black Panther came out, right? Remember the mask he had? And Killmonger was like the mask, the Taiwan mask.
Yeah.
I was like, I wonder how many people know that mask is. Those people say, yeah, that's a Taiwan mask. Back when I was coming up, nobody knew what Taiwan. Taiwan is a god of agriculture,
Yeah,
so,
but Carla, what I'm saying is, right, the issue is, right, like a lot of black people get their cues from like what they see on TV or movie. So if they meet you and to them you are African. So if you are not fitting that script, and you're not going along in the script, because that's not
like I said,
hold on, let me say it. Let me land this plane, right? If you are not fitting what they want you to fit, not all, but most, they get mad, like, oh, these Africans think they are better. Most Africans are not even understand, like, okay, like, what are you talking about? Like, if you're talking to somebody your idea of Africa is like the 1800s, and
Right.
this person is from now, they're not gonna know what the hell you're talking about. Like, if your idea is of an African in like, a tribal garb, and
Right.
how it used to be
Right,
when
but
to
not a lot
modern
of us now, Afrikaners. A lot of us now basically have grown up with you got because over the last couple of decades, right? You got a lot of Senegalese in New York, whatever like that, and when you talk to them, they sound like they're from New York. After like they grown there all life, they sound like in New York. We got people that basically and live in our community, whatnot. We know people. When black people act like that, right? Those are the ones who don't like you anyway.
But Kala, something I noticed. That means a lot of these black people, they're thinking regress, because I remember, I'm sure you would remember this in the Cosby Show, right? They had this episode where they had the international student from Senegal. You remember
Yeah,
that episode?
yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Yeah, he wasn't
and also
presented
a different world. They had an
right.
African
Uh,
student in a
yeah,
different world. This is not nothing new. The
yeah. So,
people
but
made
those
this
people
into
were
news.
presented. They were not presented as like these bush people. This is regular student from Africa.
Yo,
Right.
So,
the number one movie in black culture in the 80s was Coming to America. That's
oh yeah,
that was good.
the
Hold on.
internet, the internet ruined that for me.
Anybody, hold on. Anybody know who Vanta Black is?
Yes, Vanta is. I know Vanta.
Is that
Yeah, he calls
Somali
in
guy?
on Afro Diamond show.
Yeah. Vanta is a cool guy.
He's a Somali guy, right? I like to hear what
Right.
he has to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me let Chuko finish what he was saying. The nonsense.
Right.
But go
I
ahead,
was just
Chuko.
I was just saying. I don't blame. I think it's a part of the educational system. Part is images on the media, and part is the fact that most Black Americans don't travel. They've never seen Africa, so all they have is what they
Yo, check this out. Yo,
what the white man tells them
Paula, you
about
just
Africa.
said you were gonna let him finish, man. You said
Yeah.
you're
okay, all
gonna.
right, I know.
But all they have
But
is
I had
but
to
real
interrupt
quick,
Chuko like this.
I'm about to land a plane. So if you combine the poor education, the poor quality education, with the lack the images on media showing black people as these wretched people who are hungry or whatever, and then combined with a disconnection of their identity, like they see themselves in white people's eyes. It makes sense to me why you would say I'm American, I'm not African, because I don't think they have
That's
a
those.
way to
I
see
think in
themselves.
Africa,
You see what I'm
those
saying?
type of
They
people,
don't see them.
Chuko.
They see themselves through the white man's eyes. I think that's what it is.
Chuko, check this out. Let me say this first, right? And I'm gonna get Vance on, right? I believe if Africa has tall buildings, shining sea, riches and everything, stock exchange where you can get rich overnight, those same people would still be like this because they're sick. They're mentally. Now, this is what I'm saying. Now, when you said something like with the image they saw, right? Chuko, let me ask you a question. Would I go kayaking? Would you think Carl Jensen would go kayaking in the middle of the ocean?
Probably not,
Why is that?
because you're not crazy.
Okay, but why wouldn't I go? Would I get up, jump off that kayak, and dive to the bottom? Somebody like Charlie Kirk, you're not getting up here. We don't want no fucking devils up here on my platform. So get the hell out of here. Let me kick them out. You're not getting up on my show. Get your devil ass out of here. Goodbye.
But Chuko, the problem is that it's not just what the white people was gonna tell us. Because why would white people tell us about our history? The problem
Damn,
is
Kyle,
that
you just skipped me over.
Africa didn't reach out. Africa didn't put out no type of propaganda. So Africa was licking it just as much ball like the Africa was licking balls in the white man balls, and the white man had his dick on Black American's face. So it was like, but Africa could have reached out in some type of way. They never did, and they never have. And the closest thing they ever did to reach out was the money grab that goes on in Ghana every year. That's the closest thing to Africa reaching out to Black people.
Let me
And
say
that's
this.
Yeah,
happened in Ghana.
but Sim,
Let me hold, Chuko.
Sim.
Let me finish my point. My point is this, right? Have you ever been to seen the bottom of the sea? What's thousands of feet down?
I've seen videos of people
Yeah, but
diving,
it's like
but
I said, when
I've never
you
seen it in person.
you say that black people have never been to Africa to see
They
Africa.
don't They don't have passports. They don't
Wait,
travel.
hold on.
They don't travel.
How many people got the means to go see? We swear we know everything about the bottom of the ocean, right? But how many people
Kala,
have?
you've been to Africa.
Hold on. How many people have been to the bottom of the ocean?
Well, I don't know. I don't have those
Nobody.
numbers in
No,
front of
very
me.
few people, right? But we know because we have cameras, stuff like that. You don't need to go to Africa. Like, let me ask you a question, Truco. How many people have been to Mars?
You're comparing Mars to Africa?
No,
I don't
I'm
know. That's a
seriously
good
though.
comparison.
Hold on. How many people have been to Mars? How many
Kyle,
people have
that's
been
a
to
bad
China?
faith comparison, Kyle. That's a bad
No,
faith
no,
comparison.
no.
I go to Nigeria every year, Kala. Am I a
Okay.
Martian? Am I a
All right,
Martian?
let me got a couple people. Who was on first? Kwame Advanta. It was
Yeah,
Kwame.
but Kala, something that Sim said, right? You have to remember, like these nations, like there is people say Africa. There is no such thing as it. Even when you look at even colonization in these various countries they drew, there are some ethnic groups. They've never, even when everything was going, they've never even had any contact with no European. They've never seen European. They know, they didn't have the slavery. It's like few tribes on the coast. Okay, so the Europeans drew these lines. They brought all these territories together. So different ethnic groups, if you ask, have different history, their interaction. Some of them, have never even interacted with Europeans. That's why you see in some of these countries those ethnic groups are still the majority who are like in power in these places because they're the ones that interacted with the Europeans, but they would leave out the part of the slavery that they participated in.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey, Kyle, when I would
Let me
speak,
get
Well
Kwame.
said.
Let me get Kwame on Truco. Kwame's been waiting. Go ahead, Kwame.
yeah, I think it's very disingenuous. I think the the propaganda has been working on both sides. For the Africans, they think majority of black people are Bloods and Crips and on Section 8 and
Well,
for
that's
the
just plain stupid. Come on.
yeah, but and for the African Americans, I think majority of them think that Africa is a wildlife. You got chimpanzees hanging off people
That's
rooftops
nobody believes that.
and people eating monkey brains and
Somebody. Well, there are some black people in America that are gang members, and there are some Africans who do eat monkey brains. Come on, man.
yeah, but
You're trying to breathe life into the stereotype, Kala. Why are we breathing life into a stereotype?
No, I'm saying. No, I'm saying no. I'm saying, look, and we're not all perfect, man. Everybody got their shit, man.
yeah, but Colin, that's the image where people like the Africans
Yeah, but
coming
I
from
don't
Africa.
believe it. Look, I don't believe it. Look, well, this is what I'll say. I know. Look, I studied African history enough, right, and culture enough to appreciate the beauty.
Yeah,
The
Colin, but that's about 10% of the black population in the
no. Look, I
diaspora that study
appreciate the
Africa,
beauty
Colin.
because I took time to study African history
Yeah,
thoroughly.
that's you, but I'm talking about the average black man that's walking around
Well,
in
How about
America
this? You know what you
ain't
did,
studying
Kwame?
Africa, Colin.
Kwame, what you call Brian Coogler wants to make a Mansa Musa move. Let's not fight him on that, right?
Nah, that's a great.
Hold on. Instead of doing this, right? Why don't we basically our film studios and whatnot? Look, let me tell you something. When I look at Tubi, right? You can get Tubi, I can get Tubi, right? Everybody knows I'm going with this, right? I turn on Tubi. Only thing I watch on Tubi is the old school stuff, old school kung fu movies, old school black exploitation movies, right? But the
Tubi is
Tubi,
African Americans, African movie color. That's the quality of it.
I'm not watching none of that. Anyway, my point I'm
Can I
trying to
live
make
my
is
plane real quick? Can I land my
hold on,
plane?
let me say this, Kwame. The point I'm trying to make is this, though. Instead of making every damn black movie when you got a budget about the hood and gang member, why don't you set the movie, let's say, in the Mali Empire or the Songhai Empire, stuff like that, and make a love story?
But Kala, part of this is
Hold on,
what the
it was
viewers
a
want.
white woman who wrote The Woman King.
But
If
Kala,
we're not putting out that stuff and
Yeah,
we don't
but it's
have
about a budget, Carla. You got to get funded for
no,
movies. You
hold on.
need millions of dollars to get funded for a
You can
movie
get
of
money.
that scale.
You can get. That's an excuse. You could raise the money. You could go fund. You could raise the money. If you got a good product, they know that's going to sell. You could get the capital and make a movie, right? A low budget movie, you know, a budget movie, you know.
Colin, a lot
Kyler,
of
you make
viewers want
a
to see. They want to see gangbanging movies, Colin.
Yeah,
There's an
Oh
they
man,
want to
y'all,
appetite for
y'all
that.
tripping.
Kyler,
Come
you
on,
There's an
man.
appetite for
That's
that.
Black
the
people
easiest
want to
thing
see
to make.
superhero movies. They love Black Panther.
Kyler, you make
It's
a
not just
great
about
point
gangbanging.
because I don't see no Nollywood movie about Malcolm X or Marcus Garvey.
Well,
I
that's
don't
not their
see,
history, man. That's our
but
history.
but I'm saying it should be on both sides. If you know
Well,
that,
that's not realistic. I expect. Look, what I want to see is a Nollywood movie on Nnamdi Ezekwe. I would love to see a movie on him, and you know, I'm
right?
deprived.
They
Colin,
do
they
little,
don't want
they
to.
do little
Colin, they
Nollywood
don't want
movies
to. They
about
don't want to see
historical
that. They
figures,
don't want to
Colin.
see
Make
that.
a movie about make a movie about Tubman. You know, I would go see that. I
Colin,
would
they
love
don't
to
want to
see.
see that shit in Nigeria. They don't. They just all they want to see is Nigeria. Something about a big ass, a chick with a lot of weave,
So
about the
I
juju, about the
so
juju, about
so
the
therefore
juju
to go
man.
by the negative images, we don't take time to say. See, Asian countries basically said we're gonna make movies, but you're gonna tell our history too. That's why I learned so much about
Man,
Asian
who
history
is
watching
that
the
being
movie.
that disrespectful on that man's show like that?
What is that? But Colin, why doesn't Tyler Perry do a movie with Masa Musa and Medea? Where's the Masa Musa
Nah, they,
Medea
Can't
movie?
find it.
Chuku, we trying to have a serious conversation, bro. Let's
No,
leave
that's
that,
okay, man.
that
You're about
petty
to get
shit
lost.
outside.
Come on, Chuku.
Hey, but
Medea
let me.
with
I'll say
Malcolm
this
X.
one
Come on,
thing to
that's
Kwame though.
crazy.
I'll say this one thing to Kwame. With every type of thing that you say about the best, it's some truth with every stereotype. That's the problem with black people. That there's some truth in the stereotyping, and then on top of that, you have black people that go out their way. I have this problem with my family too. I tell my cousins, my nieces, and all that. I'm like, nobody's making you put that dumb nigga hood booger gutter shit on the internet. You're doing it. You're
Facts.
recording it and you putting it out there. So if a white person or a racist person come up and say, you know, the usual type of look at these monkeys or go back to Africa shit slanging, you can't be offended when you putting out dumb shit that you think is a joke, when you're putting it into the atmosphere. Now, if they
I
Facts.
have
agree.
some
But
type
I
of
There,
agree that
but
we do. I agree to
but the
some
thing
point that we
is,
do lean
stereotypes are
into.
predicated on truth, though.
Hold on,
so that's what
17.
I'm
Let
Hold
the
on,
saying.
man
That's
hold
what
on,
I'm
talk.
bro.
saying.
Hold
Come
on,
on, man.
Hold on. We want to get yo, Mr. Vanta's up first. Let's see. I
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to
Then I gotta go after.
Yeah.
hold on. Look, I know that he's a Somali. So what does he think
Yeah, because
about?
I want to speak on the Somali thing after he's done too.
Okay, you get your turn. Okay. Vanta, what do you?
Somalians make good fried chicken, though.
Okay.
Vante is a Somalilander. He's not the
yes,
regular Somali.
Yeah,
Oh,
They
I want to
different.
I
No,
want to
he
speak
not
on the
the he not the
Somali
type to call
after
it
this is
Jareer.
very
Elvis.
interesting. Let Vanta talk.
He not the type to call it Jareer. Okay.
Okay, can I speak to Mr. Carla? Can I
Yeah,
speak?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, and salute to you and salute to Afrodamas. Afrodamas is correct. I am a Somalilander. I'm not Somali from mainland Somalia. Number one, I just want to say real quick regarding the Trump situation that's happening right now with Somalis. I want to address why are why do African Americans think Somalis are just one clump of cells? Like, do they not know we are broken in three? There's Somalia, Puntland, and Somaliland.
Can I
I always
answer that?
no.
Because
Okay,
y'all all look alike.
wait.
come on.
Nah,
Don't
bro.
interrupt.
This is
Don't
a
interrupt.
Somali. Let him speak from knowledge.
See,
Well,
Don't.
for Somaliland is
we
not a
cannot.
recognized
I
country.
can't.
I
I
Yo,
can't
be
use
can't
quiet, bro. You're not
have a.
masters
Somali.
in
Let the
All
Somali
Somaliland.
right,
speak,
all right,
man. He knows more about it than you do.
all right. Let the gentleman speak. He's a new person. Let him speak. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I'm trying to address the point, and it's always fun and games, but I'm dead serious. Like, just because Somalis in Minnesota, you have to understand what tribe are they from? Are they Darod? Are they Hawiye? Are they Isaf? I'm sure
God
Afrodamas
damn,
and
this
people like
tribe
other
shit.
Africans.
Yo,
No, yeah,
yo,
no, because
devastation.
this shit,
Please don't
we are
interrupt.
not one. We are not one, sir. We are not one. So if you want to deport 7 people, so be it. I will not defend them because I know people like Ilhan Omar, for example, her people, they wanted to generate. Sorry, I'll have to be careful. Unalive my people in the 80s because her family was connected to Siad Barre. And if you guys know about Siad Barre, he was a communist Marxist that was trying to first initially go after Ethiopia, failed mission with the Ogaden mission.
I remember
And
that.
then when the money ran out, he used the Isaf people, the northern Somalis, my people, as an scapegoat to go after them because because he needed a reason to just attack someone, and then he ran away. So I'm saying this is why 1991 Somaliland was established. So my question to Black America: why do you have the need to attack Somalis as one when you should know about geography and history of Africa? Especially,
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
especially in the context of the Somali deportation with Trump.
Let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a good question. How
Uh,
come Somaliland have not made it like South Sudan? They started drawing up their map way before they had independence. So this is going to be our line.
Somaliland is not a recognized country,
I know.
Colin.
What I'm saying is this. Hold up. We can recognize it if we want to. Who
We
cares?
we are waiting for Trump. Trump promised the recognition. He
Hey,
promised.
hey,
No,
can I ask this guy one question?
I would think
It's
you
not
get
your
the
turn yet. It's my turn after he goes, bro.
I know. I just want to ask him a question. Why are 90% of them on welfare? They might have different tribes, but they're all on welfare. They one tribe when it comes to sucking up the government.
You think?
Wait,
Yeah.
Vincent, can I ask you a question? Vincent, can I ask you one
Kwame,
question?
you got a lot of people speak, man. The brother
I
just
just want to
said
ask
he had
one
to say.
question. As a Somalilander, are you, correcting Somalians when they call other black people Jareers and monkeys and?
He's the one that's being called Gerard.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's not being called Jareer.
Why does that matter?
Most Somalians are
I can't
phenotypically
even
alike.
answer. I can't even answer. God damn, can I answer? I can't even answer. The man's asking me a question and you guys are over bombarding me. Control yourselves, please. Who's asking the question? Who's asking the question?
Kwame,
Okay. So the Jareer question. Yes. So Somalilanders do still use Jareer, but it depends because you still have a caste system in Somalia and Somaliland. There's a caste system with the Bantus as well. So yes, some of us we do call Bantus and dark-skinned African Americans Jareer. I won't deny it. I won't lie to you.
And what does it mean?
Basically, it's like dark skin, white nose, hard hair, Bantu features. That's a Jareer.
So undesirable.
Pretty much, because most Somalis are Afro-Asiatic, more aquiline features, more, slim noses. Okay, yes, we do have the forehead and all that. But the Jareer mainly is like Bantu, like from parts of East Africa.
is it a derogatory term that people use?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I'll be honest. Yes, it is. Sure.
Okay. Let me come in here, right? Because I live in Minnesota and I know a lot of Somalis. And Kyla, you were being a bit ignorant earlier on when you was talking about the Somali issue, because I don't think you understand the history of Somali migrants to the United States. In 1992 there was an operation called Restore Hope. When the United States went into Somalia, in concert with the United Nations to try to, stop the civil war and the famine that was going on there. So a lot of Somalis came here as refugees. People come into this country as.
Oh, let me ask you, Elvis.
Carla, I haven't even had 10 seconds to even speak, brother.
I have something on my mind, but go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just trying to give you some background, right? So they came in as refugees. The United States usually do that when they get into countries that have conflict, like Vietnam and Laos and other places like that. These people come on the burden of the United States government. So when they come here, they don't have a sponsor, where a normal immigrant who's coming here will probably need a sponsor, like a family member who have a job, have some money in the bank account. So the government took that responsibility. And that's mostly what most of these Somalis came on as refugees, right? And they are concentrated here in Minneapolis and in St. Cloud. It's like an hour and a half away from Minneapolis. And the Somalis here, they're a mixed bag. I mean, they're industrial people. They have their own markets. They have their own trade. They paid about $67 million in taxes just this last tax year. They are productive to the Minnesota society.
Elvis, you have to stop lying, and I'll mute myself.
Hold on, brother. I'm not telling you it's all roses. Just be quiet for a second. On the other hand, you have a group of them who have allowed the goodwill of the government of Minnesota and the fact that they're trying to help them because they're a big part of the city of Minneapolis, and they have scammed the state out of hundreds, if not billions of dollars in Minnesota, and they've already made a bad name for all the Somalis. But when President Trump says that these people bring nothing, or why are they even here? He doesn't understand, as a president, the United States brought them into this country as refugees because some of them collaborated with the U.S. government when they went into Mogadishu in 1993. Some of them was spies and collaborators. Some of them were just economic refugees. That's why they came
Okay, can I
into the United
time
States.
for Elvis?
My final
Wait,
point.
wait, Pastor Elvis,
Yeah,
respect,
yeah, you can
rotate.
go 1776. I'll pass the mic.
Listen, man, a refugee is not an eternal status, man. Right? A refugee is a temporary status. We give you a safe haven. You get to relax. Then you got to go back to build your country, man. These guys, man, they 80,000 deep, having 3, 4, 5 babies, right? Unreported, right? Got a whole goddamn city, right? They might say they're different tribes, but they all practice bullshit, right? All practice laziness. They all practice eating up the system, right? So these guys really aren't compatible, and they can't really integrate into the black society or the dominant society. They're not like Jamaicans or people from West Africa that try to assimilate into black culture. These guys' culture is foreign, man. They're foreign, man. Like they don't like black people. They don't like Bantus. They don't like West Africans. So they're like racist too. So man, fuck them. Get them the fuck out of here, man.
All right. Can I
myself.
rebut your point, sir? Can I rebut your point, if I may, real quick? And I want to address the fellow earlier before you. Because I can't see names. I see the avatar. The guy under me.
Elvis.
Elvis, my bad. Sorry, sir. I think what happened with Siad Barre before he got ousted during the Civil War, because I remember him talking to Reagan, and I think they established the Darod immigration to America. That's why you see a lot of Minnesotans. They're not landers, sir. They're mostly Darod. Darod are like the main Somalis from mainland Somalia, and those are not my people. Those are the people that are trying to delete me and my family. That's why we escaped in 1988 during the Civil War. So I think Siad Barre established an immigration kind of deal with Reagan to allow Somalis to come in, and the whole 1992 act that you mentioned, what's it called? Hope something, if I'm wrong. Like that.
Yeah, rescue hope.
If you look at most Somalis in Minnesota, ask them, they'll tell you they're either Darod or Hawiye, which is the two biggest tribes of Somalia. They suck. The Somalilanders are very small compared to those two.
So why do they want to kill your people? What was the conflict about?
Because it became a financial crash because Somalia went to a war with Ethiopia over Ogaden, and then initially it was a USSR backed war for Somalia, but as because Ethiopia is like a huge country, huge military, like compared to Somalia, we were failing to beat them, and then the Russians switched allegiance and they backed Ethiopia towards the end of the war, and Somalia lost in the end in 77, 78 roughly, and that's why most Somalis.
And Isaac Ifewe from Eritrea was he joined with the Ethiopians and went against the Somalis, where he used to be their ally.
Yeah, because the war is about we wanted to take back Ogaden because Ogaden was seen as mainly Somalia, not Ethiopia. It was like a goddamn war of this goddamn little area. But we lost. So be it. We lost because Russia said, you know what, we can't back Somalia. We're gonna back the bigger country, Ethiopia. Cool. And then from there, money ran out. People were being frustrated. And Siad Barre, as a Darod dictator, he said, and he had Hawiye allies. He said, who do I blame all this crap on? That it sucks. And then that's where you got the SNM, the Somali National Movement. SNM.
Is that what brought General Farah ID?
Yes, I did exactly. And I did was not a good guy too. Like I don't like ID, to be fair with you. I don't think he's a decent human being. I'm just saying, sir. Till this day, the Isaks have no love for the Darod or the Hawiye. Hence why you got Puntland is right now. Puntland is Darod, Somalia is Hawiye, and Somaliland is Isak. literally the 3 tribes became 3 countries. That's why when I hear, oh, Somalis are being deported because of Trump, I'm like, which Somali exactly? Which one are you talking about? You have to be careful with these kind of subjects today, because
Well, you guys are related.
It's like me
You
talking about
guys are related genetically, right?
Say that again, sir.
You guys are related genetically, right?
But mostly, yeah. But it's mostly like tribal division. It's like the UK. The UK, you got the Scottish, Irish, and English. It's kind of similar like that.
But to be
On
fair,
the same.
most people can't track all these different clan differences. To be honest, it's very complicated.
It's very complicated. Exactly. Thank you, sir. It's very complicated. So I find it frustrating when people say, "Oh, Vanta, people are getting deported." I'm like, what do you mean, my people? Which one exactly? Who?
Okay.
But Vanta,
Let me go
do
ask a quick.
Somali? Hold on, let me just ask this one question, sorry, and then you go. Vanta, but that's kind of fair to ask us to differentiate between Somaliland and Somalia when you guys either Somalilanders or Somalia, they don't differentiate between Jared. They just call everybody a Jared. They just say, hey.
No, we call so Jared mainly is like mainly in the Bantus around Somalia. Not Black Americans. Not Caribbeans.
West Africans aren't Bantus, and they're called Jared.
Yeah, those are people. I mean, African Americans, other West Africans, we all have a similar phenotype.
I have a quick question. Like, what value are you adding to the United States?
Let him answer first. Let him answer.
Come on,
man. I'm not trying to hear no Somali babble.
76, man. Come on.
I mean, don't be disrespectful, bro. We try to learn. We can all learn from it, man. Don't be disrespectful.
Man, we don't want it. And when they on the plane back to Somaliland, they can learn the different tribes. Man, I want them out of here.
Man, 1776.
What have Somalis ever done to you, bro?
Man, because listen, one thing about them, they don't really like black people, man. Somalians, like Ethiopians, sort of like black people, but Somalians can't stand a nigga. And I'm gonna keep it real, man. Fuck them, man.
I do
He's right. No, he's right. No, I won't deny. He's right, because Somalis, because they're heavily Islamized, right? Because they believe in Islam and 99% of them.
Too.
They think they're Arab. I understand your frustration, because I get that frustration too. Like they say, "Oh yes, we are Arab." I'm like, "You're a goddamn African, Goofy."
They said they're from the tribe of Quraysh, the Prophet's tribe.
There's the Hashim family, bro. These Arabs have mentally damaged Somalis. That's why I don't like. I can't serve YouTube. I'll be careful.
So, what kind of Jareer am I exactly? I just want to know.
Oh, Chuku.
You're
not Jareer.
Listen. The Somalis I met, they don't call people Jareer. They call them nigga.
Yeah. Oh my god.
This is the man. Fix your mic, man. I think it's your mic that old dude was talking about. Your mic is messed up, man.
We say Adon. Adon means slave in Somali. So we say Adon. There you go.
Or Abdu.
Can I ask a question?
But yeah. That's my answer. I'll stay quiet. Go ahead, guys.
Let me ask a question. How many nations will exist in Africa if they all separated by their ethnic lines or tribal lines?
54 nations, but even one nation has multiple tribes, multiple languages.
Right.
That's why it's hard to quantify Africa. It's very hard. Yeah.
No, about 200 nations.
But that's what I'm asking. Like, how many countries will exist if they actually did separate by ethnic lines, clans, or whatever else?
Over 5,000.
Yeah, there's like 3,000 different tribes. So you're looking at 3,000.
Africa is behind 200 is accurate. Like 2,000 years. But one time Europe had that many tribes, but they became amalgamated, became nation states through education.
Because we're talking about people that got genetic ties to each other, but even then, there's separation as well. So
Africa didn't have that socialization process.
We have a joke in my family. Like Somali joke. Like if you go to like a conference, you'll see every single member coming with their own little flags. Like, I'm from Jubaland. I'm from Outdoor States. Like every African nation have their own little nations inside. It's like, god damn. Like, it's hard to maintain. Oh yeah, my tribe is this nation. Like tribal equals nation, which is kind of dumb, to be fair. So
why can't we have a regional power where one one kingdom rules over an entire region? Why can't we
Because nobody
divide
wants
something
to
like
be
that?
ruled, bro. That's what
Yeah, we could do that. Nigeria could be for West Africa. Maybe Kenya for East Africa. Obviously, South Africa for South Africa. And maybe,
Nigeria can.
Egypt
So
for
in other
North
words,
Africa.
in other words, basically,
Nigeria that's
Nigeria should
falling
be
right
given
now.
West Africa, so Donald Trump could come in there and
No,
just take.
Nigeria's a superpower in West Africa, whether you like it or not.
How is it? Why if it's a superpower? Why is Trump talking about going in there?
I will be honest. Like my family hate me saying this,
Ain't no
but
superpowers in Africa.
I think Africa was there under the British Empire, straight up. I think the British was the best thing that happened to Africa in recent memory. Call me a coon, call me a but so be it. Because after the Europeans left, god damn, what a mess. What a god.
All right, let me get Jonathan Miller on.
We can't do nothing without the Europeans.
JM, what is thinking, man? What's up, Jonathan?
What's up? I even know Kyla has shows again. They just told me Josh group thing.
Yeah,
Welcome back, Kyla.
I just started back this weekend.
Okay, good. Congrats. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about. I just seen that you had a show. I was so happy.
No, what you know, I said
Welcome back, Kyla. Congrats. Let me go and see you some money so you don't be like, man, fuck this shit.
The topic is Trump's being racist and whatnot. Now it's at MAGA. Why are black people so happy in the midst of MAGA and Trump and everything like that? You know, all the blowing up boats in the Caribbean, rounding up people, ICE attention and whatnot. Why are black people smiling?
Well, yeah, because they're getting these traders out. Get them traders up out of here. Bye-bye.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. But one thing I agree with the
Who
Somali
traders,
brother
Jonathan?
is,
Who the traders talking about?
The Somalis gotta go. The Somalis gotta go.
Yeah, y'all not smoke for our Somalis brothers like that, man.
Damn, Somali hate is real out here.
But one thing I agree with the Somali brother is the British or the universal white man is the referee. Niggas don't know how to behave without
thank you.
That white official. In no part of Africa, man, you gotta have that white referee with a jersey saying, "Behave, nigga, behave, Yoruba, behave, Hebrew, Arab." You know, like if you don't have that referee, it's gonna be chaos, man. But once the white man is there.
When the British left, we end up with communism. I'd rather be under the British Empire than communism.
It's not that the white man is it's not that the white man is inherently the referee. It's that he has the weapon to back up anything that he's trying to implement.
No. Listen,
that referee takes
and I got
resources.
something to say.
It ain't free. That referee takes
1776. I was a coon like you on my brother. I was a little bit coonish like you on my way to Calabar for the carnival because I hopped on this jet. This Aquabum jet, even Mare jet. It was raggedy as hell at the Lagos airport. I'm like, oh man, nigga. But when they had that white pilot, I said, we gonna make it.
There you go.
Y'all niggas just white, y'all white minded, y'all whitewash.
Listen,
man,
Nigeria had an airline. They had Air Nigeria. Them niggas was falling out the air like motherfucking rain, man.
Yeah, I saw this.
and it's not about being white. It's not about being white. It's about order. It's about order.
Went off and started telling everybody screaming. Oh my God!
So Vanta, are you saying we can't govern ourselves, Vanta?
I get on no air.
I'll be honest with you, sir. No, we can't. We can't, sir. We can't.
So wait, are you telling me the white man got to govern Somaliland?
Yes, I welcome the British Empire back to Somalia. Yes, I do. So
one thing Kyla said that I give him credit for, the white man has mastered governance. Like that's one thing he's mastered that we haven't mastered in this point in our evolution.
Slavery, colonization, oppression.
Their form of government, right? And governance. Africa have their own form of government, but they haven't modernized it and implemented.
You know who's governing Africa right now?
You want to be the permanent underclass?
China is the new order in Africa. China is taking the new order. Have you guys seen the documentary Empire of Dust, where the Chinese are telling you, you guys had the British Empire, European empires, and you never used their tools to upgrade.
The Chinese want to give us the tool.
The Chinese don't play, bro. I think they'll be more diabolical.
Glorified third world shithole, man.
Let me say something real quick. Kwame, remember we talked about this before, right? I said we actually ended up in a good situation coming through the slave trade. Unfortunately, but it's just
Steve, I can't believe you're regurgitating that talking point, bro.
I'm disappointed. You said you got people from Africa telling you,
So
Even
Steve,
African
you
government say the
agree?
same thing.
So Steve, you agree with Frederick Douglass?
So you think it's a good trade-off for your ancestors to be enslaved for over 400 years just so you can be in America?
Hold on. Let me say this. Let me say this to my brother, young brother Steve. The whole thing, Steve, is you got to remember one thing: admit nothing. That's all you have to do.
My fault, Kyle. You're right. I
Deny
shouldn't admit.
everything.
Like I shouldn't admit anything.
So
Admit
Steve,
nothing,
you agree
deny
with
everything.
Frederick
All I'm
Douglass?
saying is I seen Africans
Nothing.
from the continent telling you like we can't govern ourselves. So I mean,
These are white-minded niggas, man. We can't listen to them.
But
oh,
look
okay.
at this, Elvis. Elvis is a good brother. Elvis
Steve,
loves being
I
in
hate to
America
admit it.
because of the
You got to
governance,
listen to
man.
them niggas.
It's the governance, man. The rule of law,
Like
man. Certain
that's why I
things.
just told you, bro. Right? You have to understand, right? And people, we've talked about this, and I've come to that side that this is a concept that is formulated in the mind of the white man, and he's implementing his formulation, right? So Africans, we have our own form of government. We have to modernize it, and we'll formulate and we'll implement it better because it's coming from our minds.
Africa has
I
rules.
think
African
that's what we
form of
need to do.
government.
Africa has
African form
rules.
of government is called chaos, disorder.
Man,
Africa has rules.
have you ever? I'm not even gonna go there, man. I think we got a sister on. We got a sister on the panel. She wants to speak.
And
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
period. They don't have governance.
Hello.
I heard the comment about we have it good here because we're in America. Well, if you think about it, or at least in my opinion, had we not come over here in the first place, the whole global system would be different. Like America wouldn't be the superpower
Yeah,
that
we
it
wouldn't
is.
have. Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't exist.
Man,
We would have
America would have
Not
been a
wrong.
The
superpower
sister,
way
the sister
before.
didn't get 15
Oh
seconds.
my
You guys
God.
jump it down.
All right,
You
let's
know.
sister talk. Go ahead, Africa.
Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, good.
Could I respond to the lady, if I may, real quick?
Yeah.
America could
Thank you for
survive
your
without
words of
black slaves.
wisdom.
America could survive without blacks, to be fair with you, because the Irish and Italians have done more for for America than black
No,
Americans.
they didn't. No, they
Bro,
didn't.
you're in England. You don't know nothing about America or the history of this country. You
The
just talking
Irish.
shit.
America.
Oh no,
Hold on.
sir.
Look, if I got to drop everybody down, I'm gonna say this right. Let me clear what the bro just said. He's misconstrued. America, every society, right? If you know business, right, relies on an initial, right? You have initial capital, initial advance, something to get you started, right? Sometimes a war, sometimes it's finding a lot of gold, sometimes just have lucky to be struck water. Something got to get you started to build anything. America basically was founded on the British mercantile system, and also it was founded on the new thing called capitalism, which means they finance, it wasn't like the Portuguese and Spanish who just traded slaves. The Dutch and the British and the English and the French mastered this science of capitalism, right? Providing capital and everything like that for return and profit. Slavery was so intertwined in the global system, it had no idea. In Africa, I don't think could have resisted it. I don't think so. The slavery was what built the modern world, right? When you had cities like Liverpool, Lisbon, Amsterdam, those are all diseased small town backwaters, right? Within 200 years, they became major metropolises of centers of industry and commerce and trade, of the triangle slave trade, of the rum, sugar, spice, and slaves and guns.
And molasses. Don't forget molasses.
Molasses, all that. That basically 300 years. And all that, check this out. This is how the mercantile system worked. Once you conquer land, right? Let's say the British had the 13 colonies. Spain had they had Mississippi, Florida, and the French had French Canada, and which we call French had Louisiana, the Louisiana Purchase. These were all their territories, right? Under the mercantile system, right? You were only allowed to trade through the mother country, right? You were given free labor in the form of slavery. You were given abundant capital, and you had a ready-made market distribution system. This is why the colonies rebelled, right? Because the British, that system allowed people from the British East India Company to dump tea on the American market. America said, no, we're becoming see ourselves as a nation now. You got to pay taxes and duty on this tea. The British said no. And so we had that incident in Boston Harbor where they burned
3% tax.
You know, so what I'm saying is this though: the trade in slaves and where did all this stuff come from, right? How did the thing? Do you know that America produced 2/3 of the world's supply of cotton in the 1800s? 2/3 of the world's supply of cotton, almost half the world's supply of tobacco. All these were the plantation system. You know, this was long. This America made its wealth long before the Irish got here. The Irish got here in 1850. America was already an economic superpower that controlled the Western Hemisphere.
No, it wasn't.
My contention is the Western world. Initially, they were using Irish for cheap labor, but then the Irish started revolting.
I did not use Irish for cheap labor.
No. I know. I'm building up to why England had to go through Portugal and to Africa for slavery. That's my point.
No, the British basically took over the slavery from the Portuguese in the Senegambia region.
And the Portuguese, where do you think the Portuguese learned the whole trade from? From the Arab slave trade.
Hold on, the Portuguese basically never had the mercantile financial system backing it, like Wall Street and stuff like that. That the Dutch and the British and the English.
I know. I'm saying that the philosophy of why Portugal was the main hub for slavery, because you forget the Arabs were in Spain and Portugal before.
And also made the people that the Portuguese sold slave to were the people who were actually building this capitalist system. The British and the Dutch and all these other people like that.
And the reason why the British, because initially the Irish were cheap. Was cheap labor.
Irish were
within England initially, but then the Irish started to revolt because
Irish
Protestant versus the Catholic wars.
He's right in regards to the Irish and the
let him land his
England.
plane. Colin, let him land his plane, Colin.
And then England said we need a new way of using cheap labor because Ireland was revolting against the English, the crown. Hence why Portugal was an easy access to Africa, and West Africa. Countries like Benin. Well, I don't know if Benin was a country back then, but West Africa back then, they're willing to trade smaller tribes for some precious metals and other commodities. Hence the slave trade. Am I crazy in saying that? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
So what my point I'm trying to make is when you say stuff like they use Irish, no, if there would be no America at all. If it wasn't for the first people who, in fact, let me tell you something. Even before slavery, right? Even before slavery, forget about slavery for right now. Slavery officially started in 1720, almost 100 years after the first Africans. Race-based slavery started in 1720. After 100 years of thinking about it, white people decided that we're going to have a permanent race of people. It took them 100 years to decide that. One race of people that's going to be a slave. Everybody else will be free just by being white. That's how the system. Those first black people were brought here in the 1500s, right? Were called Atlantic Creoles, right? They were people who black people who came from Ireland, black people who came from England, Spain, the Netherlands. There's black people that lived in Europe at the time, right? And a lot of them were sent over here as indentured service. That's how Manhattan was first discovered. It was black people, And
New York was called New Amsterdam initially.
Manhattan was called New Amsterdam. Manhattan was called New Amsterdam, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is this: the first it was just the Dutch East India Company that had it, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was the black people that they sent over here that actually made it work, turned it into a city, turned it into a city. The next thing you know, the Dutch laid claim to it, say, okay, we have this. Then Europeans start coming and migrating over after the fact. They start coming after the fact, right? First, the Irish indentured servants, the Dutch indentured servants, and all stuff like this. But the initial people that came were the people of black skin. They called them blackamoors, whatever, like that. There was no racial distinction because they called people from Africa, North Africa, some parts of North Africa, and people who were Islamic, whatever, like that. They considered them all black or more derogatory. So,
but there was also voluntary Swedish German immigrants.
But the bottom line, let's make no mistake, right? This was a tough place. right? The foundation had to be laid. You talk about Native Americans there, right? You have to carve out land. You have to build cities. You have to build roads. You have to build canals. Those those initial people in the late 1500s, early 1600s, that laid the foundation for millions of people to come over here, are the true pioneers of America, right? And no black people were part of that. That initial part of America being founded. So what I'm saying is, when people talk about immigrants, right? The Irish, Italians, and all of it, they didn't come to 400 years later. Almost 400 years later, the Irish show up, and then the Italians show up. They erase the whole history of black people, and then after, right, when they start bringing Africans over here, right, not the Atlantic Creoles, but the Africans, right? New York was a major slave hub, right? Slave labor in New York, right? And Green Acres in Queens, right there, that was a slave plantation in Queens, New York. New York was a slave state. All these places built by built by human bondage, African human bondage. As you went south, it got worse, because in the north it sort of petered off and died off a little bit. It's like Delaware just got rid of slavery in 1800s and said, no, we don't want this no more and whatnot. But states like Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and whatnot, Louisiana, slavery grew, but it started dying off on the East Coast as the East Coast became more developed and more industrial. In fact, people don't know this, right? Do you know there was free black communities that were thriving during that time period in the height of slavery? Baltimore had a thriving black-owned shipbuilding business, right? Paul Coffey was a shipper and a shipbuilder in Massachusetts and whatnot. There were thriving black communities all along the eastern seaboard of the United States. So in that case, in those areas, slavery began slowly dying off because they couldn't really justify it. Then all the people who did slavery moved their slave operations to the deep south. That's Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, not so much Arkansas, but Kentucky, all these other places like that, all along the Mississippi River. That's what slavery was eventually concentrated at, as it started dying off on the Atlantic seaboard region.
Okay.
But when you look at who built the Erie Canal, it was black labor that built the Erie Canal. The Erie Canal is important, connecting the Mississippi, right, with the Hudson River in New York and Manhattan to the Hudson River in New York, the Erie Canal to Lake Erie, through Detroit. All these cities developed at a time where they were using slave labor.
My final question, and I'll stay quiet from then on. My final question. So you don't think England, Britain, white man, the WASP, whatever, didn't have a backup plan? If Africa said no, we're not going to sell you slaves to you guys.
There was no look.
I'm just saying they couldn't build America with other groups outside of Africans.
Well, I don't look. It's like this. People don't understand something. There was no saying we're going to build America, right? America just developed. Then people start calling America, and they became right. No one see. People have this idea that the British came over here and built America. No, America, the 13th colony was a colony, right? And then after a certain amount of time, they just decided that where they had an identity, call themselves Americans, so they had the American Revolution.
But the main group was the white Anglo-Saxon Protestant that had to escape the British crown.
There was no love between the United States that was formed and the British Empire.
Tyler, I think the easiest way to dispel his argument is to compare the U.S. and Canada.
Yeah.
The U.S. developed before Canada did. They had white people there, so why don't white people couldn't figure it out?
Okay, also at the same time they had Australia and New Zealand, right?
Go ahead, brother.
The
U.S. has white people. Canada had white people.
New Zealand used prisoners.
Canada developed 50, 60 years after the United States of America. Why is that?
There's no blacks over there.
Canada, basically, the black population.
Jonathan, the United States did have a lot of influx of slave labor. No, they had an influx of slave labor that made everything easier and on overdrive.
The main thing is this: Canada right now, you look at Canada, is basically still empty. The reason why Canada's empty, and the reason why is because you didn't have that. What laid the foundation for Europeans come over here was the free labor, right? The wealth from the free labor provided the capital to loan people money to start businesses, stuff like that. You know,
Okay. You got
that's
that
what
right,
makes
Carla.
America.
But sir, okay. The question is, okay. For example, Australia and New Zealand, no blacks. Is a prison colony of
Yeah, but the
British
bottom line, look at
convicts.
Australia, New Zealand.
There was no need for Africans,
Australia,
and they
They
still
have
made
Aborigines. They're adjacent to Africans.
I mean,
hold
oh
on.
my
Let
God,
me say this.
no,
Let me
Aborigines
say
are not
this. So
Africans,
let me
sir.
say
Don't
this,
do that.
right?
Don't do that.
Australia.
I mean, would you guys agree that they're adjacent to Africans, or are they not?
No,
Are they a
they're
different race
Denisovans.
Let me tell you
They're
altogether?
something,
not.
right?
No,
Let me
no.
tell you something. Like,
They're
you know,
absolutely a
hold on.
different
You know
race.
the problem was in Australia. Australia
Because they
started
look
The,
what?
out.
the
Because they
thing
look
is
like
that what he's
cartoon
not
people.
realizing,
Oh yeah, no, they're
No,
not.
because
when did
genetically they are
Australia, New Zealand,
distinct.
They are Denisovans. Denisovans are completely
Yeah, they're
different.
genetically distinct.
Yeah.
Now,
Don't do
hold on,
that.
let's talk
Really, but
about.
they
you can
got
say
black
that they
skin,
didn't
big
use
nose,
slave
and big
labor.
What do you mean?
lips.
But
Don't
when
mean
did
that black skin don't mean
Because
that.
of the
but
environment they live in.
but when did they
Let me
industrialize?
say
When
this.
did they become developed countries?
Let me hold on. Australia wasn't developed until like probably like World War II. That, you know what I'm saying? It was a backwater, right?
Yeah.
But
And then they
they did
declared
not
they
rely
basically
on
created a
Africans
Commonwealth, right?
or black.
And Australia created what they call a white. Look, this is what I'm saying. Australia did not begin to develop, right? Listen to this carefully until post World
It
War II.
became developed because the world wars.
Yeah, the war, World War I, World War II, where a lot of people from Europe, right, decide to
Yeah.
settle there. You know, a lot of
There you
England
go.
settled a
Carla,
lot of
get in there.
people.
Yeah. Yeah, now you're on point, Carla. That's what happened, Jonathan. A lot of these guys, these business magnates, they can leave from their original country, whether it's Britain or whatever, and go to a place like Australia and make it, make that a
Yeah,
new
and heck,
home and
heck,
build new
look,
markets.
and
You
The,
know.
the, the same the
you
same
know who
thing could
went
be
to
said about
Australia?
America in the Civil War, because the Civil
Hold
War,
up, hold up,
it
and you
was
know who
Spain
went to
versus
Australia?
England.
Hold
Spain
up,
was
Carla,
fighting
we
for
like
England.
listening to you, but you got to let other people speak too, brother. You can't just, I
yeah,
mean, we
hold on. Let me
listen to
say,
you for like 30
let me
minutes
say this.
straight.
Let me say this. Let me say, you know who went to Australia mostly? It was mostly wealthy people, just like who went to South Africa. People who was
God
able to buy
damn.
land, invest in capital. White people was able to do the same thing with Australia. White people went over there and bought land in the outback and stuff like that. And you know how I want to
They
play a
went
video.
So,
there to
pause there for a second, right? So, let's do the inverse, right? Again, noting that white people didn't have, get enslaved or get sold into slavery by their own people, so that stigma is not there. But can other black people in the diaspora who are really successful, who have the know-how to build industries, can they then transplant themselves to Africa and build up Africa like the whites did with different countries or continents?
Africans were rejected. Africans,
Liberia. Liberia is a
They
country.
did. They did in Liberia.
yeah,
Liberia.
but it was
And what
tough
happened to
though. It was
Liberia
tough.
after that?
Okay, we know the history of Liberia.
We not gonna get into that.
Yep.
Yeah, no, and honestly, that's not even the right point because again, these guys, kind of gave the example of EJ Roy, which was, it was pretty established when he came to Liberia, but most other people were not established. They weren't titans of industries who left the United States and went and built new markets in Liberia.
You know, well,
They were more,
look,
they came from multiple generations of people
thing is,
who
like,
were usually poor people
a lot
and
of
built
people.
themselves up over centuries.
There was a few Liberians that were real. They called them merchant princes, right? These are people who are traders and stuff like that along the coast into Europe and whatnot through Africa, and they became very rich, right? But not on the level of Canada, America, or Australia or something like that. Not on that level
Right.
because they didn't have the mercantile banking capitalist system that the West had. That's one thing that
Yeah.
people will say. Look,
And the white people always have a base, right? They have a base
they had
outside of where they're going
look,
to
they had
Can,
establish.
Wall Street.
can I make a point when y'all?
They had the
Can I
Lloyd's
make a
of
point when
London.
I done? When y'all done?
They
'Cause I
had the
just
Yeah,
want
go
Lloyd's
to.
of
ahead, bro.
London. They had Wall Street. They had all these fighting to make all their dreams and visions come true. The black race never had that, you know.
So
Hey, Von,
who's our best bet to build that base where Africa can tap into and make their dreams come true, Carl?
Who knows? I would say so. I'll do another show. I want nobody arguing me tonight.
Now
right.
you're a supremacist. Say it, Carla. Black Americans, ain't it?
No, I ain't saying nothing.
Let me just make
Don't
Carla
be
one.
just
poor
got to
now. Don't
say
be
it.
poor.
Go ahead,
Let me
Carl.
just make this one point, Kyla, because I know you're going to interrupt about 100 times. Let me just make this one point. Uh, Von said, I look at this opportunity right now for, the Somali community to be, look at the wider Jareer nations as as allies now. Now that we see that the white people are kicking in the backs of Somalians, and
No, we still won't ally with the blacks. No, no,
Yeah,
no,
there
hold
you
on,
go.
let me
That's I
let,
was just about to tell Kwame gullible little,
no.
self. These people
hold on,
these people
let,
don't
No,
care about you,
actually,
Kwame.
hold on, let me
the
let
This
my
ain't
black
gonna
plane.
change their mind.
African Americans have been more racist than whites regarding the
Why,
story
why
about
didn't
the
y'all let
Bro, you don't
Kwame
even live
finish
in
his
black.
America.
statement?
What are you talking about,
Hold
man?
on,
Respectfully,
No,
bro.
hold on,
no, because
let me land my plane.
I got the most heat from blacks than whites. You black people, you have deep animosity towards Africans. I can tell. You have deep hatred for them.
Hold on, Vanta. Let me just lay my Vanta. Let me just lay
First,
my
my
plane.
bad.
Yeah, because we don't see MBS or the UMA defending Somalians right now. We don't see any white nation right now, including England, defending Somalians right now. The only people that we see defending Somalians right now are the black people. Exclude the
Liars.
hold on, exclude the FBAs. I'm talking about the wider African community, who they're the Jareer nations and the other Jareers
Stop
in
calling
the
us the Red
diaspora.
Nation. What's wrong with you, man?
I'm just using it for I'm just come on. I'm just saying.
Crazy. Even I
Kwame,
don't say
bro.
this.
You've already accepted the derogatory name that's
Hold
given
on,
your
hold on,
people,
hold
and
on.
you're calling yourself
Let
the
me say
Red
something real
Nation.
quick.
That nation's crazy.
Most Black Americans have never met a Somali in their life, and most Black Americans don't talk about Somalis in real life.
Yeah.
This FBA
You,
stuff on the internet is it's not real life, bro.
And the
it's
point
not
that I'm
real.
saying is most people don't interact with Somalis. I live amongst them, right? And Black Americans have babies with Somalis, right? Black girls, I mean, it's not that common because of the
Yeah.
religious divide. But
What are you
again, they're
talking about?
intertwined
Wait a
in
minute. What?
Minneapolis. There
Blacks
was a
are breeding
time in
with
the mid
Somalis?
2000,
No.
2000, 2005, 2007, when there was a big
You
old gang
know
war going on. A lot of
that's
Somalis was getting, hurt and killed, and they formed their own gangs to try to retaliate, and that became a
right.
bigger thing in Minneapolis, especially on the north side.
All right,
So
can
yeah,
I get hold on, fellas? Can I get 6 minutes of your time? All right, let me get. I want to play this video. This is about the White Australia policy. It shows the history of Australia a little bit. Okay, White Australia policy. Tell me if you can hear it. Yeah,
the
but
Asians.
look what's going on right now. They got friggin'
Well,
these
if I had to
neo
choose,
Nazis and
choose
it
one
could
or the
go
other,
down in
I'd choose
Australia,
neither.
man. I swear to God,
Keep it on
because
good.
the people of
Don't
color
don't
there
don't
don't
play
got
with
numbers
don't
there
play
like
with
over here.
Australians. Don't play with them. Don't play with them. Yeah, real talk. Don't
Them
play with
people
them.
are dangerous down there, bro.
Aussies are more hardcore
I would say it's
than
like
most
having another
Europeans.
producer in the room that knows exactly what.
By the way, Carla, I'm gonna take my
This
leave,
is
Carla. I'm
co-producer.
gonna
The
leave.
fastest.
Thank you for having me on, sir.
All right,
Salute
man.
to
Good
you.
talking to you.
Salute to the
Good
panel and
talking
the
to you.
chat.
Yeah, like I
Yes.
said.
I'll catch
All
you
right.
next time, man. I subbed,
Thanks for
and
coming by.
hopefully we'll
All
talk
right,
more.
Colin,
Thank
don't kill the conversation, Colin. Let's get back to the conversation. The video kind of just killed the
Oh,
panel
no
there.
problem. No problem. No problem. No problem. Yeah,
Hey, drop that comment, Carla. Drop the comment.
You want to see
all right,
the lady face or?
No, I'm just saying. How you seen her face? I'm talking about. I just don't like. I don't know. It's a pet peeve. I just don't like the comments sitting up
no,
there like that.
my whole thing is, when people like this guy was talking about, oh, they look black. They don't see the whole thing is. This is what the problem is. A lot of these POCs, immigrants and whatnot, they have no idea about the world they live in. Why would somebody black as the ace of space from South Sudan find themselves in a fucking country like Australia? Have they ever read the fucking history of that country? No, I'm dead serious. I'm not being funny. You know, you know, I'm saying, do you understand what these people are capable of? You know, and stuff like that. You know, and so they go over there and they say,
Carla, your
"Well,
YouTube got the video got stopped. The stream.
yes, it was
No,
done. It
not
was done."
the stream is live. I can see it live.
Yeah, it
Unless
says
it's
it's live.
A
It says
lot
it's
of immigrants
suspended.
don't have worldly
hold on,
intelligence.
hold on, hold
They
on,
don't
hold on,
understand.
17. She's saying something.
It says on YouTube, stream suspended for policy violation.
Oh
Oh
boy,
man.
damn,
Oh,
Carla.
you got copyrighted.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
I think you're monetized now, Carla. We can try to send you a couple dollars and see if you're monetized.
What
Because
you
if they're
call it?
suspending your streams, that means you're probably
My,
monetized.
my hold up. My fucking hold up. My damn thing is look, oh man, this is pissing me off. Pissing me the fuck off. Don't tell me I got a friggin' your due to copyright, your stream was interrupted. Video typo. It's okay. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, why are we so happy? You say okay.
It's back
Interrupt.
up
No,
now.
no, no. You still good. You on YouTube. I just checked it. You good. I think that was
Right.
just a little hiccup. But you good. You online.
All right. So this
So
motherfucker.
just don't be showing all these funny videos, man.
That's it.
You
So
get
like
into
I
that
said, you
different
can't put it.
stratosphere
The
now. You
whole
gotta be
idea.
careful.
Why
I
the
think you
hell?
got
Why do
to.
you even got screen share if you can't show
But yeah, I
people?
mean, on the issue with the Somalis, man, I feel bad for them because they've left a bad name for their people with that scam, and the scam was so massive, and now the people are trying to trace it back to Al Shabaab, potentially funding terrorism that is causing
Oh man.
havoc on
But
in East
people have no
Africa.
idea. They come to
That's
this
just
country,
terrible,
right?
man.
Here's a
You know.
problem. People
And the
people
Somalis here, they got a lot of economic power in Minneapolis. They
hold
got
up,
some
Elvis,
political
let me
They
power.
have a lot of
They're doing
economic
well, really.
power
As an
from
immigrant group,
scam,
they're
man.
really doing well. They're
hold on,
almost
See,
in
hold on,
see,
single
Elvis,
that's
hold
the
on.
America
Let
thing.
me
Time
East,
out.
doing what
fellas,
better than
stay here.
most West
Let me say
Africans
this.
in
But that's the
Minnesota.
thing. The African
Hold
Americans
And a
aren't
lot of them
allowed to
are actually
scam.
born here. A lot of Somalis are like second generation Somalis.
That
So
don't mean
it's
anything, man.
and you
Hey,
know Trump. He's gonna use that
The
because he doesn't
South,
like Ilham.
if you want
Ilhan
African
Omar.
Americans to
He's gonna try
scam,
to go after her
if you
people.
allow African Americans to scam
So
for 50
they're gonna feel
years,
the brunt of it.
right? We
But a
would
lot of
all be
Somalis are not
millionaires,
illegal.
man.
Most
See,
of
the
them are
Democrats,
refugees. When you're a
on.
refugee,
No, hold on, hold
the
on.
you
government
hear
is
me?
going to help you get your status. They're going to get you
Hold
a
on,
place to
Elvis.
live, give
Hold
you a
on,
little
Elvis.
stipend for like a period of time until you can settle. And a
Hold
lot of them have.
Hold on, Elvis. Can you hear?
I don't know what's going on. Elvis is talking to himself. What's going on? Okay, everybody check one. I'm gonna make sure we're on set. Steve, say hello.
Hello.
77, say hello.
Hello.
Afro Theory, say hello.
Hello.
Elvis, I want to meet you. Elvis, say hello.
We're not hearing you, Carla. Are you
No, we
speaking? I'm
not
not
hearing
hearing nothing.
Elvis. We not hearing Elvis. Elvis, can you hear me?
Maybe I
Elvis, you
need to
got to
go out
go
and come
out. You
back
got
in.
to go out and come back in. There's something wrong with your thing, bro. You lost that Boost Mobile shit, bro. You gotta go out and come back in. That's what the problem was. So
But the
I was
thing
saying
is,
one problem, but
what?
point I was trying to make was that a lot of immigrants come over here with these rosy colored glasses, and they don't understand. Just like Australia had a whites policy, when America had the same thing, but the problem was they did not know what to deal with. But they felt like they had Black America contained. Right? We didn't want to live with them. We like that, so they said, "Oh, they only live in their own neighborhoods, whatever, like that. Their own area. We don't see them." The only time you saw a black person when he was your porter or something like that, your Pullman, what I'm saying? That's the only time you saw a black person. Or if you have to go to a shipyard or something like that, you'll see a black person. We didn't have to interact with black people. So it's like we weren't even here. Then they passed this immigration, what was it, 1964 at 5? Before the Civil Rights Act was even, the ink was even dry, they passed a immigration national reform thing, Remember that? And that changed the whole dynamic of what America is. Before that, it was just basically uh, 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 America was a white country, and unlike Australia, who was vulnerable because it was surrounded by Asian countries, right? That's what it was talking about, Asian country, right? America, basically, there was no black people in this hemisphere. The only people were the Asians, and they openly passed the Oriental Exclusion Act. So there was no threat of millions of Africans coming in. Now you do got large numbers of Africans coming from the Caribbean, Africa, and now. And people think, okay, what's the big deal? What's the big deal is the same attitude you saw in that video is how a lot of white people really see this country. That's how they see it. As a white country, they see black people are something that they have to tolerate because of slavery, that whatever.
But Kyle, I do believe that white people change over time, but it seems like they might be going back.
No,
And that's the thing with Trump, right? That's his appeal. He's saying the quiet parts out loud, and a lot of white people like him for that. And it has emboldened them to
I love him
regurgitate
for that.
this same racist sentiment that they've held deeply inside of
But
them.
I think
the thing,
I believe that. I think they always had that sentiment in them, right? But you know what? You know what went against them? when popular culture, I think what it is white people bought into
But
popular
I would
culture. It's his favorite
I was
sports
I was
star.
quiet for an hour. Check this out. This is what you got to understand is an explosion or invasion of aliens. These are aliens. They're not. They don't assimilate. One. These, like when I see when sometimes you driving through DC, you're like you're like scared, man. It's like
Scared of who? Who are the aliens that you're talking about?
I'm saying you see Ethiopian, Somalis, you see like Northern
Yeah,
Virginia.
but bro, they
Growing
didn't
up,
just come here out
sometimes
of the blue.
wait,
They went through a
Elvis,
process.
Elvis. When I was growing up, Virginia,
Your
Old
mic,
Dominion.
man, your mic is bad, bro.
You hear me?
You're 1776. Your mic is messed, so you might have to go out and come back in, bro.
You gotta fix
know,
that mic.
what I think he's trying to say is Elvis is this, right? The America of the back of the days, black people and white people had just been accomplished because it's like white person and a black person pretty much knew each other, and we knew that you were over there, we're over here. You knew when you see a black person, right? You say, "Hey, Dick Gregory, Bill Cosby, or
Take
Patrick
Gregory.
Belafonte," and so they feel like they knew us, Now you got people coming here, and and always black people, they like this. You got people like Ilhan Omar who looks kind of black, but she got some alien ideology that doesn't fit with what they know black people to be, and that scares a lot of white Americans. Like,
Kyle, I truly think that white people change over the years because I had
I
school
don't think
teachers
so.
that told me that
I don't. Look,
their
I'm like
parents.
this. Hold
Hold
up,
on, let me finish.
hold up. They may have been more tolerant because they understand the world's changing, but you cornered them. I know this about white people. You cornered them. You dealing with nothing but a beast.
Hey, Kyle, I guess you was talking earlier and I was talking. I couldn't even hear anything, so I thought I just had the floor. I guess maybe I was talking over you. I didn't know. I think maybe my
Yeah,
mic
yeah,
No,
you
was.
just
I
couldn't
know
hear
something was
us.
wrong, so I just basically
Yeah.
said, look.
But because I had my school teachers tell me that. Well, a school teacher told me that her parents was racist, into the 80s, and
They
then
always say, and you know something? That same school teacher, she's probably racist her damn self.
I mean, she was very conservative. I remember she used to talk about Obama every day at school.
And so when people say, "Oh, my parents are racist," no, you're racist.
Yeah.
Like I just like that. That's
And
just the way they are.
that's the thing, bro. Because with conservatism, and again, we don't talk about this enough, right? And I don't want to be too conspiratorial, but it's close to Nazism, right? Because a lot of these, conservative, they go further right and they get into Nazism and they become Nazis and they're spewing,
Well, the
Nazi rhetoric.
Nazis have invaded the conservative movement, took it over.
They haven't invaded Canada; they've just been dormant. They've always been there, but they've been
No, they were
dormant.
there, but they were just. I look. I know when they put out certain talk because I used to listen to this guy named. I used to compete with this guy on Block Talk Radio called Bill Wagner, and those guys right there. And I used to have there was one black guy, baby boomer named Sarge. I used to bait all the time. Him and this guy go at it. Right at the time, I was an Obama supporter. He hated Obama because he saw him at a thing and he didn't have his hand on his heart. He says, I was out there. I saw the video. Man. He said he wouldn't have his hand on his heart. He's a fake. He's a usurper. When I was like, why are you yelling like Obama? Bye, bye, bye. He said he's not a real American. He's a cultural Marxist, or something like that. Sarge was this real ultra conservative. Sarge was in Vietnam. He was ultra conservative black guy and whatnot. Bye, 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 bye. But one day he was on the Bill Wagner show, right? I said, oh, okay, Sarge with his conservative buddies. And the one guy was like, shut up, nigger. I was like, oh.
So Sarge was a black guy, right? Who was ultra conservative, right?
Yeah, he was like a freaking Justin Peterson before this.
Oh man, I mean, a lot of, I guess they call it a Negro wake up call. A lot of these conservatives I've seen on YouTube,
Hold on. You know what the bad part was?
Man, Kyler, please, bro. Let other people speak, man.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Steve.
a lot of them, I guess they getting away from the conservative party because, ever since Trump won again, there's been a lot of racist people on the right that's coming out, talking crazy and it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Go ahead, Kyler.
Okay,
I mean, you say that like you're a conservative. You're a conservative, Steve?
Hold on. When I
Oh
was
no, I believe in conservative values, but I always understand that there are racist people on that side. That's why I say I don't tap
that's the
dance.
whole thing. I have my own conservative values. I'm
Right.
not conservative like they are. My whole thing is this. Sarge was like, yeah, he was like, I don't care if you call me nigger, so long as you go against the cultural Marxism.
Yeah, see, that's tap dancing.
Yo, and I was like, oh man, Sarge. I'm sitting there
And
thinking,
that's why I was disappointed, and I'm still disappointed in you, Kyla, for picking these conservative and rocking with them politically. It's weird to me, man.
they were like, man, nigga, 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 shut up. They're trying to get rid of him. It's like, why are you calling our show, nigga? And I was like, dude, man. He's like, so
Can you
yeah,
hear me
man.
now?
Yeah, we hear you good. Yeah.
So what I was saying is, if you took 80,000 African Americans and dropped them into Nigeria, or 80,000 African Americans and dropped them in South Africa, it's going to be a problem. It takes time for people to grow on you, right? And when I was growing up, Northern Virginia was white and black folk, right? Now you go through Northern Virginia, you see a bunch of Habids.
Oh my
Indians
God.
with the red
I mean, you're
dots,
so bigoted,
right?
bro. Come on, man. That shit is beneath you, dog.
Listen. So
just seeing them is the problem. They're not doing anything to impact your life negatively. Just seeing them, that's your problem with them.
When you went to a Dunkin' Donuts in Virginia, it was a black or white guy give you a soft glazed donut. The Habib, man, they give you fucking donuts, man, because they just hustling, right? Then you see a bunch of Africans. Then you see a bunch of Ethiopians. Then you see Uber drivers driving with sandals.
What's wrong with seeing them? What's the problem with seeing them?
It basically feels like Charleston Heston, like you wake up in the planet of the apes. Right? Because
have you ever seen this nigga Skin Color before? Because he's consistently adamant about, we got to see his skin color, man.
But Elvis, it takes time for people to grow and to gel and to mesh.
That's why white people say stupid shit like that. You're black.
White people say the same thing
You're
about
black.
us, man.
You ain't no time for other black people to grow on you.
Somebody, you have to stand under them, right? So I understand white. Like
you're not a Rastafari. Right? Stop with that. You got to understand and understand.
I understand. And listen, we never had FBA before because we never had an invasion of random niggas, right? And this is
man, come on. 1776. I know you joke around. We laugh at your jokes and shit, and it's funny sometimes.
No. But Elvis, when I was growing up, you didn't see a bunch of Latinos and all this type of stuff, man. Like it feels so crazy. Everywhere you look, it's like a Lateca or something like that. You're like, where the fuck am I at?
I mean, what kind of life you living? You just get up and walk on the street and be seeing all these Latinos, bro. I barely walk from point A to point B. I barely see Latinos in the street.
Our high school football team had a dominant football team. Now these niggas winning soccer. The whole shit has changed, man. I feel so vulnerable, right?
How old are you, bro? You sound like an old white conservative clutching his pearls. I feel so vulnerable. What's wrong with this dude, man?
Elvis, you're not trying to understand, man.
I'm saying, bro, it's weird that a black man would be so obsessed with people who have no power to hurt him whatsoever.
No, but it's too much. And you got these Somalis, they scamming like all fucking outdoor, man. Mortgage fraud, welfare fraud. Of course you're gonna do business if you just scamming, man. So then they don't share the same religion, right? It's a lot of stuff. You see people walking around with sheets on their head like Pac-Man. You're like, what the fuck is this, man? This is not what I'm used to, And that's what it's causing.
Tell us, what are you used to? White daddy running everything and making you comfortable?
I'm used to black, Caribbean, and a paucity of Africans, and that's what I'm used to, But when you have these people, 80,000 is a lot of niggas in Minnesota. I mean, imagine you're a white person. You used to playing hockey. You used to Mighty Ducks. You used to that hockey life, that cold life. It's only like Scandinavians.
You just sound like an old Negro who missed a bygone era, man. Things are more white.
Elvis, if you took 80,000 African Americans and put them in Liberia today,
that's not how it happened. It wasn't instantaneous, bro. Somalia's been here for like over 20 plus years. It's been a gradual process.
Listen, in the history of man, 20 years is a blink. That's not
bro, we got over 5 million people in Minnesota, right? Somalis make up 100,000 in terms of the population.
That's more than
that's about 0.05 of the population, bro.
But that's overtimes and offer, and that's too much.
It's not. What are you talking about? What's wrong with this dude, man?
80,000? That's a lot,
Hey man, this is an FBA talking point. They were like, let's get back to when it was just white Americans and black
No,
Americans.
but
That's what they
listen,
say
you
all the
can't even
time.
enjoy a good 7-Eleven coffee anymore.
Somali
Copy,
cannot impact your life in any negative way.
listen,
They
they
can't,
out here
and they aren't.
scamming. They funding the Palestinians. They doing all types of
And
wicked shit,
let me
man.
tell you this, right? One of the reasons why some of these scams are happening, and I guess it's part of their nature, right? You barely ever see Somalis working for other people. They usually found their own businesses. They always work amongst themselves. They do like medical transport. They might do home health care or some other stuff, but they work within their own little ecosystem. So they're not taking your jobs, quote unquote. They're not going to Walmart or or wherever and taking your jobs. They usually have their own businesses. So it's not a net negative for
And then
Somali immigrants.
the
It's not.
white and African Americans can't sleep because you got the call for prayer all the fucking
What's
day.
wrong with
That
you?
shit is crazy, man. Like Dearborn, Michigan, man. They
Dang,
got all these
that's not Somali.
Arabs
Those are
calling for prayer.
Pakistanis. Those are Palestinians. They're not really Somalis out there. Somalis are mostly concentrated here in Minnesota.
Yeah,
You're
just
talking about Muslim. Muslim is a whole different thing. With the Somalis themselves, they're not impacting your life negatively, bro.
and it's just
727 it says the Somalians have been a great contribution. Because of them, we got extra episodes of First 48, brother.
and it's then they grabbing up the little white girls and like they just doing too much, man.
Yeah, they're too much. I agree with you when it comes to the scamming and stealing money from the
But
state
what
that try
about
to
those
help
white
them.
girls that
They're
they
doing
just
too much on
snatch
that
up from
part.
they just snatching up white girls from the playground
What are
because
you talking about? What's wrong with this dude, man? What, you offending now Somalis are dating white women?
no, they snatching them up because they don't understand no. In
That's
Somalia,
not
they don't
true.
understand the
Most of these
word. So
Somalis are not. Listen, most of these Somalis are not first generation of Somalis. These are kids who were
but
born here, who
they
grew
got
up here.
old
They're
generation
not just off the boat
mentality.
Somalis who don't know anything. That's what you have to understand.
Listen, a white girl, nice little blonde hair, blue eyed white girl said no. They like, give me that, and
Nah,
that's
that's not happening. Are you bullshit? What's
okay.
wrong with you, man?
You must be a Somali lawyer because you be defending.
Nah, I just
Elvis, you
say,
gotta,
bro, be
you and
objective.
Steve,
Don't just say shit because you want to say
you
it.
and Steve defend too much fuckery, man. Y'all gotta stop that,
You
man.
just being a racist. I don't want to say racist because I assume you're black, but you're being so bigoted without any, evidence
But
to back it up.
but you gotta understand. See, you never took sociology. It takes time for groups to mesh together, man. That's why, like in Africa, you see like different tribes stay away from each other,
What are you
right?
talking about, bro? You don't live among Somalis
But
like that.
but I'm
Somalis
saying
are on
if
a
you
city
took 80
council. They work in a
time out,
governor's office. They're
but
an
they
integral
got
part of
two.
our society here in Minnesota.
But
What are you
no,
talking
no.
about,
When
man?
you first come to this country, you need to be in a fucking factory,
But
like
they didn't just
making
start coming
steel.
here. That's the point that you have to understand. They've been here for decades. They've integrated.
Okay.
Yeah,
They only been here.
let me ask you a question, Elvis. To that point, let me get in here. Like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't from Dearborn. Now, there's people in Dearborn, Michigan, saying that we're gonna convert your kids. Islam is gonna be in every household after dinner and whatnot. We're gonna make. Do you think a group of people have a right to come into a country and say something like that?
Yes, because of the freedom of religion, right?
No,
They
you
can.
don't have a right to say you're
Carla,
gonna.
you asked a question. Let me answer it, right? You know where I stand when it comes to Islam. You know my stance on it. But you also have to understand what America is, right? You have the freedom of religion and the freedom of association. Just how a Christian can go out there and evangelize to non-Christian and try to
Hold on. When you're saying you're
convert
gonna
them,
force it,
Muslims can do the same thing.
hold on. A Sharia law is not religion. That's law.
You're not. I mean, you didn't mention Sharia law. You're talking about people trying to
No,
convert
you said
people and make them
guys.
Muslim.
We're gonna have Sharia law,
But
and
there's no such thing. Sharia law can never be established
basically
until you do
saying,
it.
oh, but it's basically saying we don't like the. Let me give you another example. I was watching this thing with these Somali women. I think they were Somali women. I think they were dark. Well, they were Arab women. They said they were in Japan,
Hey,
right?
mute your mic. 1776.
They were in Japan, right?
What happened?
And they were in Japan, right? And they
You
basically
got feedback.
said that which we'll call
It's not me.
hold on. I think Elvis he dropped off. Check us out. They said that we don't like Japan because they eat too much pork, and we want Japan like this. I seen Elvis, right? Some Muslim woman in Finland and said, "We like Finland, but it's too Finnish. There's too many Finn people here. The culture's too Finnish."
Yeah, that's
You go
dumb.
to another person's country and say that they say they don't like London because it's too English, too British.
Yeah, that's not smart.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle,
That's the
though,
problem we have.
yeah, I get it, right? These
Yeah,
people
but
are different culturally,
that's a
but you
conflict.
have to understand what America,
Hold on,
what the
nobody.
United States of America
We know.
is.
Hold on, we know what America is, right? You come here, right? You got black people, you got white people. You do your thing, you stay like this in the culture, and you add to the thing of America. Let me give you an example. Chinese people assimilated by staying to themselves because everybody used to go down to Chinatown to watch kung fu movies, go to the shops and buy Chinese incense and ginseng and whatnot. And people go to Chinese restaurants. They participated in America by staying to themselves. Nobody has a problem with people preserving
That's what exactly what the Somalis are doing, right? I don't
They're
agree with
trying
their
they're
religion,
Elvis,
trying to impose,
Elvis, in
but they
20
have
years,
their own enclaves.
their
but
culture on everybody.
No, no,
Elvis, Elvis,
stop it.
if
That's
you
what I
put
said. You guys don't live amongst them. You
a
guys barely have
Elvis, if
Somali
you
population
Elvis,
concentrated in your states.
I'm
in
talking
the
about
next
Muslim.
20 years, if
I'm
you
talking
put
Muslim.
80,000 Igbos up in Fulani country, 80,000 deep in 20 years, it's going to be a conflict because they don't mesh. So once you have these people who really don't mesh with the society, they don't look
But you have to understand
phenotypically.
what the United States society is. Not. It's
No,
not
but see,
one.
y'all,
Hold
see,
on.
this
Hold
is
on.
what
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Let me say this. Right.
this is
It's
what
not a
Colin tried to
mainstream.
tell you.
Hold on.
1776. 1
77
second.
Let him say this. I want to respond to this. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's not a mainstream society. The United States is a country that welcomes all culture
Who
and way
told
of
you that?
life. So
Let me listen.
Somalis, hold on, right? Just how you have the Chinatown or Chinatowns, and it's become ubiquitous in many big cities around America, and people just go there and experience Chinese culture.
Oh,
That's not quote unquote
you're gonna say
American culture. It's
okay.
different than
See,
mainstream American culture,
let me
where
just
people
give
are
you an
allowed to
example in
practice their
African
Chinese
American
culture.
culture, right?
The
Right?
Somalis, they have a
Time
significant
out.
population. They can practice their culture and their religion under the
But
Constitution. They're entitled to do so, whether you agree with it or
okay,
not.
when the levees broke in Louisiana, and you took Louisiana niggas and put them in Texas, it was conflict, man. Like it's not normal for people to just throw people that's foreign on top of you. You know what I mean? It, it takes time for people to mesh, man. So
You're
you come with
saying
a
something. You're speaking on
right.
something you're not experiencing. Are you
Listen, I'm
experiencing
expecting
Somalis overrunning your neighborhoods?
Let me say it before I get John.
in DC, all the clubs are owned by Ethiopians and Somalis, right? They come,
Hold on. I have,
they don't
listen, let
integrate
me say
black society.
let me say it. Hold on. I have no problem with people being here doing what they want to do. I have no problem with that, right? What I do have a problem with is people changing the narrative of America, right? Because this idea that all America is all encompassing, that's you're only talking as a result of the civil rights movement and the Immigration Act of 1965, right? Before that, you saw America how it was with Hollywood, its culture and everything like that. It was very much a white country, And we were here. Only reason why we even here is because America felt like it had owed an obligation to us for bringing us here and enslaving us. So they felt that was white guilt. We'll go. So it assimilate, integrate us in society. But now you have people coming here from all over the world, and they're basically saying, "Oh yeah, America is a free for all. I just go to
No,
America."
Carla, it's a reason behind that, and that reason is economic. The United States is like a pyramid, right? The bottom always have to be bigger than the top of it, right? And that's the labor pool. The labor pool
Look, let's
has
say
to
I
always be
understand.
increasing
Look,
so
I
that the people at
understand
the top have enough
that.
labor,
I
cheap
understand that.
labor.
Hold on. Now people will say that, right? But one generation at a time say, "You know something? I don't want to be at the fucking bottom." It'll be conflict, right? They want to rise to the top, and that's why you have the gangster era.
Yeah, and new immigrants will always be at the bottom, so you
So,
need an
so
influx
what
of
I'm
them
saying
every
is, so
10 or 20
you
years
have
or so.
what you're saying is okay. We got immigrants here that be at the bottom. Now immigrants are saying if you let these 300,000 Haitians go, we're doing jobs that they don't want to do. Do you think they want to do those dirty jobs forever? No.
Look
They're
how
going to be putting pressure on society to provide them with jobs that our kids are supposed to have because they.
Carla, I assure you, right?
time out. Look at New York. How New York is falling. You got a Ugandan Indian bringing communism. That's foreign to us, man. Like that's it, and these guys don't want to assimilate. These new immigrants, they want to do their own thing, and that shit ain't gonna work. That
That guy
shit ain't gonna
mentality.
work
He's like
because
he sat on an interview and ate freaking rice with his fingers, in an interview.
Hold on. Can I say something right? I mean, I'm speaking of assimilation, right? I go to these far right spaces, and I mean, a lot of them claim Black Americans haven't assimilated.
Well,
I see them make that.
There's a difference between assimilate. We're our own civilization here in America. We don't have to
Oh,
assimilate.
okay.
yeah, we're a nation within a nation.
Okay.
Black America is a nation within a nation. We don't have to assimilate. We're different. Okay, Jonathan, go ahead, bro. Jonathan Miller, you sleep? I want to know about Nigeria. How's Nigeria? What you see? Anything to report?
Yeah, 800,000 Christians just got killed on the
That's
weekend.
not what are we getting the numbers from, bro?
He said in a week.
That's all they do, man.
Okay, I guess it's been hyperbolic.
All they do is play soccer and kill niggas, man.
I think Jonathan walked away from the mic.
He's probably busy. But nah, man, this whole Somali thing, I don't get it. And again, I'm no fan of the Muslim faith, but you just have to understand what America is, and that this country, the way that it's constituted, has a space for Somalis to be in this
I
country.
hate when people say this, right?
I hate that, man.
Hold up. Stop the mic, everybody, right? I'm going to address this. His Africans have been waiting for. No, they have not. Africans did not come to. How would they get over here? There was no ships coming from Africa. There was no airplanes coming from Africa. The only Africans that came here, a few Africans that came here, came via London or France or Paris, something like that. It was very rare. Is that they've been coming here. Where did they live? America was segregated by color and race. Where did these so-called Africans live? People make up this lie. They want to rewrite history. Oh, we were coming since the day one. We were migrating here since the 1600s. Yeah, okay. If you came here in 1600, most likely your ancestors were on a slave ship. That's reality. Ain't no so this is people like this want to discredit the civil rights era. That's a problem I have. Civil rights era is the only reason why African immigrants, Asian immigrants are here in large numbers, Indians and whatnot. Because before that, by law, the Alien National Organizations Act of 1924 restricted immigration to this country to European, Northern and Western Europeans. So therefore, to repeal that, the the Immigration Act of 1965. So don't come here and be disrespectful. Now, if you don't want to respect Black America, that's fine. But don't freaking rewrite history. I'm sick and tired of that. Then they wonder why there's so much tensions between Black America. Why do people don't like Pan-Africanism, right? Because people see this stuff. You're absolutely right. Yeah, Black people did whatever they did, whether intentional or not. It was a cause effect of the civil rights movement changed America. It changed America forever. So don't come here and be like, we're going to benefit from the country that we change and whatnot. This is what I hate about people like the Somalis. They didn't fight nothing for this country, Elvis, right? They contributed absolutely nothing. They put no blood in no skin in the game, no blood on the soil. We went and died and whatnot. We marched, we protested.
I get that, right? But it's not a prerequisite to be a U.S. citizen to have shed blood for the country.
Basically, like that, you be humble. These people are so arrogant. Like America owes them something.
Yeah, Colin, America does.
What does America owe them?
Okay, let me explain it to you again, right? Anytime the U.S. invades another country, especially if they hold on, let me explain it, Carla. Let me explain it. Anytime they invade or they're involved in warfare in another country, they usually have locals who are working in collaboration with the U.S. government for intel and for other things to provide services and so forth. When they're leaving that country, it's the military code. I won't say code, but it's a military SOP, right? That they have to bring those people because their life would then be left in jeopardy, when they leave their country. Same thing happened in Afghanistan, right?
Whatever policy that is, they need to stop it.
Yeah, there you go.
You cannot bring billions of people from around the world, all these conflicted countries, You can't keep bringing people in the country to traumatize
Yeah.
people into a country and whatnot. Expect us to deal with that shit. You know,
That's
because
what you see after the Vietnam War. You had a lot of Vietnamese coming into this
well,
country
I knew we had
in
a lot. I grew up
California,
with a
the
lot of
Laos,
Vietnamese
the
that was brought up in
Laos.
the war.
Yeah.
I understand that, right? The situations, right? But we cannot keep basically okay. It's called temporary protection status, right? It's supposed to be temporary, right?
No, that's not. It's different. Cause you got to understand these different terms. The Somalis came in on refugee, meaning that their homelands was no longer safe for them. So the U.S. government took that responsibility, brought them into this country for housing, give them a stipend for like 8 months until they can get on their feet, find jobs, and then they settle permanently here. TPS is for people who are
Hold on. But what I'm saying,
undocumented who came
my
into this
point is that
country.
my point. I'm trying. The reason why I'm like that is because did they ever do a poll? And like I said, this is why I say I want an Afghanistan, right? Because I'm saying to myself, and if this is supposed to be a country of the people, by the people, and the people have no say so, if they did a poll said, "Do you want these Somalis and whatnot?" Years ago, what do you think the poll would have been?
I mean, that's not how the U.S. government work. But yeah, hypothetically,
Look, the bottom line, we're living in a republic that's for the people, by the people, for it. The government can't just make some policy and whatnot. That's why people
of
feel like.
course they can. You give them your power. You lend your power
No,
to them
yeah,
to make policy on their
I know
behalf,
that.
and
But the
they've done
bottom
that.
line is, it's been corrupted. Whatever geopolitics, whatever like that, and that's why people are angry. That's why people don't like Jews. They think Jews are behind it.
Tyler, man, you go
No,
from
I'm
one
saying
extreme
that's what
to
they
the
say.
other.
That's what they say. They say Jewish control America's foreign policy because the bottom line is this: it was George H.W. Bush who got the Somalis over here.
No, it was Ronald Reagan.
No, it was George H.W. Bush, like 92. I remember. And this guy was a clown. He was a clown. And a half. He got the Somalis over here, right? And you just dump people in the country, right? Dump people in the country, right? And only thing I would say is this, right? Just like when they brought the
It's
Palestinians.
like Biden and Trump. Ronald Reagan, Bush was Ronald Reagan's vice president. He made that deal with the guy, the dictator in Somalia before Ronald Reagan left office,
Yeah, I
and
get that.
Bush
But I'm
just
saying,
implemented it.
let's say this: you got people coming from war torn countries and stuff like that. A lot of these people are trying. Let me give you an example. The only time in history I ever agreed with the Ku Klux Klan was their beef with the Vietnamese down in Galveston, Texas, in the 80s. I
Wow.
said the first time I found myself siding with the Ku Klux Klan, right? Because what happened was this: they brought people from Cambodia, the Hmong people from Vietnam, whatnot. These are tough people. They brought both loads of them and put them in Galveston, Texas, right? So the people, only thing they said, first of all, they said you're gonna get education. Let's try to integrate with society. But the Vietnamese refugees, all they wanted to do was crayfishing, in the Gulf, and they was like, and the people, the fishermen there were like, something, when we do the shrimp and the catfish, whatever, you got to let it replenish, right? He said these people are overfishing. They didn't
Yeah.
obey none of the rules, the regulations of the maritime, of stuff like that. Even the size of fish that you could take and whatnot, they weren't obeying
I
none of
mean,
that. Right?
Carly, you gotta be, you gotta be empathetical to these people because
No, hold on. Let me say this, right? Okay, now they said the whites there said, okay, we're going to offer you a chance to do it, get into other lines of business, whatnot, because you all can't work on the fishing, because that's all they knew. All the men had boats and whatnot, and was thinking, they say you're destroying the environment. There's not going to be nothing left in the Gulf, right? And then what happened was what was it? The Southern Poverty Law Center and all these people got in there and tried to link the people who were saying that we got the Gulf is being overfished or whatnot. They tried to, and then the Klan got involved, right? Since the Klan's name was involved, whatnot, they said they made it racial, and then so therefore the media public continued to turn in favor of the Vietnamese, right? And then what happened was somebody set fire to the Vietnamese fishing boats and whatnot. And then like a few months later, they all left. But I said, I don't believe that the people should have, but the fact that it escalated to that, The government just
But
basically after World
yeah,
War
yeah, here's the
after
point that I'm
Vietnam
trying to
War
make, Carl. Let me
dumped
make
a
the
whole
point, right?
bunch of people in Galveston, and they're like, "What the hell?"
Yeah, you got to understand, right? You got to understand the context of it. Those people from South Vietnam who was fighting the Viet Cong alongside the Americans, right? After the war ended, most of these people were uneducated, couldn't speak English. Their livelihood was, doing rice paddies in the farm and fishing and catching prawns and things like that. They were taken and extricated from their country and brought and implanted in the United States. They knew no other culture. They can't speak their language, and the United States government probably didn't do a good enough job trying to integrate them through the culture and the language, integration. So you got to be empathetic to them, or empathetic to
I'm
them, and
empathetic to
understand
any human beings, but
that
at a
they
certain
were put
amount
in
of
a tough
time, at a certain
situation.
amount of time, people got to look at like, well, wait a minute here. You're affecting everybody's life and whatnot with your
Those
antics.
people sacrificed their life to protect Americans' life
Well,
in
how did
Vietnam.
everybody's life? Look,
They fought for them. They were the
okay,
spies. They gave them intels. Do you know? You know what happened during the Vietnam War, Carla?
hold on. You know why the Vietnam was fought? You know
I
why?
mean, yeah, you can get into communism with Ho
No,
Chi
no, no,
Minh
no,
and
no.
all of that.
It's fought. Simple fact was, the United States, Wall Street banks, and the Rothschild banks bankroll Saigon. That was a pearl of Southeast Asia, the most beautiful city in Asia at the time of Southeast Asia. The pearl, Saigon, beautiful city. It was a place where Western men came. It was like heaven on earth. It was like an excursion place. It was a bright lights, big city. When I was bankrolled by uh, Wall Street banks, when I now by the French and borrowing loans from the Wall Street banks and stuff like that, and investing in everything. When the communists are marching there in Vietnam, right? The communists take over, you means you're never going to recoup that money. So you have to have a win because a projection of recouping the money will keep your currency from inflating. You know, as long as you're going to win the war, when that you can still keep floating your currency. Soon as you lose, the communists take over. You got to stop printing money because you have nothing to back it up with. Because there's no get back from your investment that you had. You lost everything, right? That's why we're in South Vietnam, right? Now, it's not the Vietnamese fault or not. I get that. It's not their fault, right? And dumping people there, I guess they're like this. But if the people there in Galveston just living their life, they said they earn a living there and stuff like that. They play by the rules. They don't freaking overfish the area, stuff like that. They repopulate the fish, all that stuff like that. And then you got a group of people that's come there, and they don't. It's not like the white fishermen that they were still getting fined for things like overfishing. They were heavily policed, but the Vietnamese fishermen, they were like, okay, it's like with the Eskimos, right? If you kill a whale in the Pacific, right? You go to jail, a fine. An Eskimo kills a whale, they'll say, "Oh, that's part of their culture." What people are sick and tired of this indigenous privilege shit.
Carla, I mean, that's being so picky. Certain people are protected in this country, Carla, and they're given certain leverage because of
No, they give it privileges because there's this whole thing that we owe something to the so-called indigenous cultures.
Of course. What do you
What the
mean?
hell we owe this? Because the fact that they can't keep up with the rest of the world.
No, the fact that they have rights to the land,
Okay,
right? And
so what
in
do you mean?
rec-
What rights to land? Hold up, they're human like I am. Why do they have rights to land that I don't?
because the white Americans acknowledge that this was
No.
originally.
The white man go,
I mean,
no,
Carla,
see,
you got to let me get a sentence out, right?
nobody's below. That's
This,
the problem. That's the friggin' problem. What you're
yeah,
saying
yeah,
right now,
fine.
Elvis,
But let me just say it. They acknowledged that this was their land, even though they did conquer them and took their land. But in hindsight, they realized this was the wrong thing to do. So we're going to give you special privileges so that you can
that's
feel
a bunch of
like you've been
friggin' nonsense.
compensated for your land being
That was a
taken away
friggin'
from
bunch
you.
of nonsense and whatnot. The land doesn't belong to nobody. Land is
Hey,
land.
St. James, let's
Nobody,
hear.
nobody,
It's been a while. We haven't heard from you.
nobody put your name on the land and whatnot. That's what I'm sick and tired
I mean,
of this
Carla, you
stupid
just
crap.
regurgitate white people talking point when you get to a
But
No,
hold
no,
on, hold
I'm just
on.
saying
But
the
place.
point of view. I agree with that.
but hold on, Kyle. Don't you use that Bible verse all the time that that every
They're on the
man?
Caesar.
No, not that one. The verse. I forgot what it's called. Um, hold on, I gotta look it up. I'll look it up. Put it in the
Thou
back chat.
prepares a table before my enemy, in the presence of my enemy. That
Nope,
one.
nope, not that one, not that one. Hold on, I'll look it up.
The pastor's son. Remember, forgetting his Bible verses. Well, what's up? You got a new panelist, Colin.
All right, say James, what's going on, brother?
He doesn't care about me, man. So I'm gonna make this quick and and let Carla do his thing. I just wanted to add to the topic related to the Somalis, man. I was listening to a few guys hating on the Somalis, man.
You talking about
What?
1776?
Yeah, they
No,
were here.
he's ignorant.
Nah, you see, this is what we've been talking about, right? So on one hand, they were saying that some of the Black American have not even you know met Somali, right? And on the other hand, they seem to know exactly what's going on within the Somali community.
I had no idea what's going on
So,
there recently.
so I'm just the Somali community, right? I live in my state here. The Somali community, I can guarantee you, it's one of the most organized community I have ever seen. Very respectful people. They have no problem with nobody. They add value to the city. Everybody knows it. Very hardworking people. You know, f- family oriented. So I don't understand why people are buying
Well,
into the.
you got hold on. You have to take that
No,
to
no, no. Listen, listen,
president,
listen.
the most powerful man in the
Trump,
world.
Trump, right? Trump. Let me tell you something. I live in this country, right, Carla? We are guests to this country, no matter what other people may think. Right? We are guests to this country. Although I'm a U.S. citizen, I still understand that I'm a guest to this country. Respect the laws, respect the people. I respect the culture, everybody's culture, right? But one thing I can tell you, the Somali are no pushovers. I'm being honest with you. They're not pushovers. They don't need sympathy and empathy. If you have that for them, yeah, that's fine. But they are known for not being pushovers. Listen, what Trump is doing, I don't know how far we're gonna go with this, but I hope that things do not escalate, right? Because I'm telling you, he's talking to a lot of honest people within that community, and not all of them are political. A lot of them don't support Elon Umar. I think Trump problem is, I can say 95% of the what he had going on against the Somali all has to do with Elon Umar. And within that community, a lot of people don't support that lady, man. So
Well, it could have fooled me every time I see her.
no, no,
There's
calling
a
them
whole bunch of
garbage,
people around her
listen,
cheering her down.
calling them garbage. Nah, man,
Colin, he's right because a lot of them don't think
you
that
know,
a woman should even be in that political position to lead them.
absolutely, absolutely, calling them garbage, man. I mean, it's a bridge too far, man. But I'm just letting you know, for those people who don't know, Somali ain't no pushover. Check the history, man. They're not pushovers. They can they will do whatever it takes to protect their people. Trust me, they will do it. You know. So, and most of them are U.S. citizen anyway. So I don't know what Trump is talking
They
about.
talking about shit. He saw him and his Justice Department doing the process of denaturalizing citizens.
Carla, listen. If that happens, right, you're just gonna go ahead and open the Pandora box, man. It's not gonna stop to the Somalis. So when so his own wife ain't from here.
It's
So
not. Like I said, I don't
do
really
you
care.
think
I
she's
wish
safe though? I'm asking you. Do you think she's safe? Do
who?
you think the vice president's wife is safe?
You threatening the vice president's wife?
Absolutely. They're not from here.
You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, you can't just target one community and think it's gonna be okay.
He got
One
to
day
talk about
he's gonna have to step down one day, right?
well, yeah.
Yeah.
My whole thing is, like I said, this this situation here is unfortunate.
Uh,
Unfortunate, but
Tyler,
like
what
I
I'm
said,
trying to tell you, this fake law from
hold on,
YouTube, right? From
violence,
some of the people
violence.
who think that Somali need your love, and they're in desperate situation. I'm not trying to add to the fuel to the fire, right? But I'm just telling you, these people don't give a fuck about your emotions towards them. I'm telling you. I want people to get it together. Just move on and do what you gotta do. Let these people be, man. The U.S. government went and got them in Somalia and brought them
Well,
here.
I think
Listen, they
really
went and got them there
I
and
think
brought them there. So they created that problem. So they're gonna have to fix that. So you have nothing to do with that.
Now,
You know,
let me ask you a question, right? Say, Joe,
right? Yeah,
I don't seem to understand, right? Me
yeah.
personally, if maybe like I said, people always ask me, Colin, why do you think you're superior or something like that? I don't think I'm superior. I'm just different, right? If I had a friggin' state as large as Somalia
Mm-hmm.
in a strategic area like the Red Sea, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously
Mm-hmm.
around oil, everything like that, this that other thing. I wouldn't be basically pirating ships. I would basically make my land build a shipbuilding, ship refueling spot and make money. I would basically go home and build my country up and have my own nation. You know, I talk about it, Afghanistan, right? And the
Which hasn't been built yet,
I
right?
know I have not built yet, but I'm saying is,
The only place
hold
would,
on, look, I don't have any empathy
right.
for people who already have a homeland and to choose
Yeah,
not
they
to.
don't want you to have one towards them. That's what I'm trying to
No,
tell
what
you.
I'm saying, no. So what I'm trying to say, you keep saying, "Oh," but the bottom line, they're here in this country, right?
Uh-huh.
And I'm saying to myself,
The U.S. government brought them here.
right? And but now the U.S. government is asking them kindly leave.
No, they can't do that. It can't happen like that.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
No, no,
Yes,
it can't
no,
happen like that. No.
he's asking Donald Trump, the president of the United States, is saying that it's time for you guys to go.
Those
Why?
who are not,
That's not how it works, Carla. They didn't come.
he's a president of the country. He doesn't own
But
the
it was a
country, bro.
president of
That's not
that
how it
country
works, Carla. You
Doesn't
can't just
own the
tell them it's
the
country.
time for them
policy
to
that
go.
brought them here.
You can't.
They came
One
here through
man.
a legal means. They
Yeah,
have
and
legal
also,
status. You
Yeah,
can't just kick them out.
yeah.
Trump is trying to remove them through a legal means.
Carla, if Trump can do that, right, to the Somali, he can do that to everybody, including you too.
How can they do it to
So
me?
you were brought here
How,
as
how
something
they do
else.
it to
So
me?
they can send you home. They can
Look,
send you wherever you come
I
from,
am like
bro.
this. I am untouchable, man.
Carla, no. They can remove whatever the fuck they put in that constitution that protects you. They can remove that
No,
shit up
you know
there.
how hard
You
that
said
would be,
Trump is.
man.
You said Trump. If Trump can do it, trust me, they can sit together and come up with a plan to remove
No,
that shit
let me
that protects
hey,
you.
let me tell you what it would take. Let me tell you,
Bro.
it would take 2/3 of both houses of Congress,
Yeah,
right?
that can happen though. It
Hold
can
on.
still happen.
Hold on. And 3/4 of all state legislators. That means every
Yeah.
legislature throughout the country, 3/4 of them have to vote for it to ratify it.
Carla, how do
That's
you
almost impossible.
do you think you can send a U.S. citizen outside this country? Do you think you can do that easily?
Well, if he's a naturalized citizen, you probably
Yeah.
could.
How? Tell me how.
Well, it's simple. All you do is
Tell me how.
put them on a plane, and then send them.
Nah, that's not how it works,
A lot of
Carla.
people,
Carla, I mean,
you see those people.
you know a few things about a few things, but you're ignorant on immigration
Hold on.
policies,
You
Carla.
see those
No,
people. You see those people.
you know what we don't.
Haiti,
You
right?
know you know
Check
what we
this out.
find out.
Yo, you
A
ever
lot of people, even white people, right? Even white people, when I talk to them, they don't even know the immigration laws here in this country. They don't. They know many laws, but they don't know when it comes to immigration. Immigrants tend to know immigration laws more than the average American citizen. I'm being honest with you. They don't even know. You
What does
can't
it take?
send
What does
a
it take one to be
hold on.
denaturalized,
Somebody
Carla? Do
named
you know?
Justin Hall. Look at his dumb statement.
yes.
He goes, look at his dumb statement. If he comes as Somali, guess who's next? Black Americans. Look,
Yes.
shut the
That's what
entire.
you said. That's what you said.
No,
Don't say that, Justin. That's Carla's biggest fear. He doesn't want to go to Liberia on a permanent
I ain't
basis.
going to Liberia, man.
I could go to Liberia and come home anytime I want
Out the
to.
Liberia
He
eating
wants to be able to dip
boils
his
over
toe
there.
and
They're
come
gonna
right
put your
back out.
boils over there,
I
bro.
love the fact I love Liberia so much, but I love the fact when I go to Liberia, I got that return ticket, and I'm coming back.
Exactly. So
Carla.
the thought
Yeah.
of Carla being sent to Liberia and never returning to the United States, that's his worst nightmare.
Oh no, I would deal with it, man. But
You won't
I
deal with
think
it.
Kyler could take Liberia. He would hate to be sent to Nigeria. That's where.
Oh no, I'd commit suicide.
But yeah, I mean, what Trump is doing is unprecedented, right? Because these are things that a normal president would never do. You have to go through an immigration court.
But Trump ain't the normal president, bro.
That's what I'm saying. It's just it's
No, this is
contravening
these
the
are the
laws
times.
that's already on the book and
These
being
are the times. Look,
arbitrary in his
you cannot
decision making when it comes to immigration.
You cannot have ever since that COVID lockdown, the summer of riots and everything like that. You had white people, white America, the majority of white America voted for this black ungrateful fool in the White House for 2 terms and whatnot, and then they get spit on and called racist. What the hell you think was going to happen?
What are you talking about? You over here placating for white America? That's who you're caping for?
I'm just telling you.
If I'm not mistaken, right? If I'm not mistaken,
to me, but the bottom line is this: they white America likes picking on people who's vulnerable. They can't touch us, right? But they can't touch the Somalis,
Hold on, well, how can a naturalized citizen be deported? Oh no, go ahead, St. James.
Carla, let me add to this, right? Back in 2020, right, when the black American dude, right, I forgot his name, that got killed by the police, right?
George Floyd,
right? Mm-hmm. What states, protested the most? I believe I'm not sure, but right, Minnesota was amongst those states, right?
Yeah, they burned the state down, man.
Right, they burned the state down. They did all kind of BS, right?
They didn't burn the state down. Stop it.
No, they didn't, but they did a lot of things in there, right? And I'm not sure, but Elvis, you can correct me if I'm wrong. So I've seen many Somalis.
Let me just say it quickly, then you can continue. They went to a precinct, the 14th precinct in Minneapolis, which was where the cops, Derek Chauvin and those other 2 guys worked, and they refused to arrest them. And those guys the protester was incensed, and they went there and they burned the precinct down. And then a lot of people from there went to the Walgreens across the street and looted the Walgreens. That was mostly the extent of it.
Okay, but so there were many Somali out, right?
No, not Somalis. A lot of young black African Americans, white, hippie young kids, college students. That was
the Somali did come outside. I saw that.
Yeah, Somali was there, but the majority was
but you see when people. Let me finish, Carla. But you see when people, Elvis, you see when people come on this YouTube street, right? And they always say Africans don't participate in anything. These Somali, they were amongst the people who protested against the situation, right? I'm not saying it was right, wrong, whatever, but everybody was outside, right? But ever since Trump said F the Somalis, right? So you see these low lives coming on YouTube, right? Adding to that hypocrisy, right? Although the Somali hasn't done anything to them, but they want them to go home.
Thing is, man, the good Lord put everybody where they need to be, right?
Yeah, and then they're here to stay, which is a good thing.
You feel me? He made Somaliland for Somalis. He didn't make this country to be invaded by just random.
There's only 100,000 Somalis here.
Who made this country, though? Who made this country?
Listen, 100,000 is too much, man. Right?
Who made this country?
A good amount of Somalis would be like 6,000. I mean, we can send back at least a good 94,000. They can rebuild Somaliland. And they can fight each other.
The beauty of life? Everybody has an opinion. Everybody has an opinion.
The immigrant mindset is
many of them don't matter.
Y'all feel too comfortable outside of home. Like, why the fuck is you in Australia?
Are you talking to me now? Are you talking to me now?
Yeah, I'm talking
about Somali. Are you talking to me?
Yeah, look, open up your mind and listen.
Immigration is as ancient as the human race.
Immigration is a scam. Immigration is a scam by the Catholic Church and the Democratic Party, bringing a bunch of people who should not be together.
Don't be playing nothing and get copyrighted again, bro. What's wrong with you?
Don't get copyrighted, Carlos.
Right. The thing is, I can do like this. You remember the movie, George Clooney's Space Traders, right? When aliens came here and America had to vote whether to send black people
Oh yeah,
in the space.
you played this before. Yeah, we remember this.
I'm saying, let me play. I'm just playing a clip. You know,
Tyler, the panel would be going strong, and then you just interrupt it. Everybody
yeah,
start talking.
this is. What would you guys agree with?
Well, I have to tell you, this is absolutely the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Voted.
The Statue of Liberty has
They be showing
actually
the
been
vibe with
turned
these
into
videos.
gold. Now, officials from Fort Knox here confirm that it is solid and it is pure.
Officials estimate the value of the gold at over $15 trillion. Enough not only to pay off the federal deficit, but also to give every American
Don't do that earring in his ear.
every remaining
I think it's an earpiece.
So that's
tax-free year.
the thing that back in the day.
This just in. Alien craft have vacuumed the air over Denver and Los Angeles. The smog levels are reported at
You're gonna get copyright strike.
and live from Chicago. Our news team is sending
Yeah, Carla, just turn it off, man. Let's have the conversation. It's okay.
Hold on, somebody in the comments asked. Justin Holmes says, "Would he be good with more European immigrants or new African immigrants?" I guess he's talking to 1776
and Carla too. Carla's
Carla.
I'm like this. This country right here, I really don't care to tell you the truth. All I'm saying is like, listen. This is my official position, right? All I'm saying is just I can't fathom, right, that somebody actually has the thing I dream about, a fucking homeland, right? And they choose to go through this shit here in America. I don't.
Tyler, you're trying to put a burden on yourself that you probably can't handle, bro. Go to the nation is incredibly difficult.
Hold up, but why do I have the mind? I've been like this since I was a kid. I want my own land, you know. Why do people come here? They get degrees, everything like that, but they can't even fathom. You know something? If we basically put ourselves together, we can have our own we could create paradise on our life with our own land.
It's easy to say, Kyla, but it's much more difficult.
How is it difficult?
Because there are intricacies when it comes to ethnicities within the landmass of a place. You know, you just think you can transplant just African American, go to a place that no other ethnic group is going to be living in, and then build an ethno state.
I know we did it in Nicodemus, Kansas.
Let me tell you something. When I was growing up, the only African I met was Kunta Kinte on the route. It wasn't a bunch of Africans. It wasn't a bunch of Somali, Ethiopians. It just feels obtrusive. And that's what people.
To what? Yeah. To what? To the African American experience? It feels intrusive.
Hold on, 1776.
Yeah.
Answer the question. Would you rather have European immigrants or African immigrants?
Like for my liking, I like a 65-35 split. You know, that's
okay.
How
65 white and 35 black. Okay.
Yeah, that's tolerable. You know,
I mean, bro, sometimes I don't know if you're being obtuse.
No, I think no. I don't know, but the sad part of it is like we talk about who has the most expectations that we are used to. Probably have to be Europeans, you know. That's unfortunately, but you know.
But black immigrants do pretty well here, though. Most of them, you know.
Yeah, but hold on, but they're forced to, you know.
We're forced to.
I judge people by the countries they come from, you know.
Oh, okay.
Not what they try to do in America, you know.
Only a person like Kyla would say that. Anytime anybody's trying to give Africans some props, he tries to poo-poo it.
I am that serious, right? When people say, "Oh, they do," you know. Well, how do you know that? Have you been around any of these places? Have you seen them?
Let me tell you something.
Yes, I've seen African immigrants, man.
African American committed 1% of the fraud that Somalis commit, man, they'll be locked up under the jail, man. Listen, like they don't allow
African Americans have their own vice, and it's not fraud; it's drug dealing, it's other criminalities.
They don't allow
everybody have their vice of choice, bro.
No. See, what organic blacks? Listen,
organic.
Crime run is like 6 months. Then they come and put you right under the fucking jail. You're not gonna be running a bunch of scams like Somalis, and you just.
You gotta be smart to run a scam, brother, and steal hundreds of millions of dollars from a government, man. I mean, they got caught ultimately, and they're gonna be charged and prosecuted, but you know.
Carla, drop this comment down.
You want to drop the comment down. He wants.
But I really don't know where your hatred comes from for African, man. And you live in a black area too, so I don't get it.
No, but it's called respect, man. Like if you took
What do you mean?
80,000,
You think they just got up out of Somalia and just came to the United States on foot without
listen,
anybody,
time out.
allowing
Hey,
them to
Hey,
come in?
Elvis, if you took
before I get
100,000
Elvis,
African
hold
Americans
up,
and put,
before I get Dave on, right, I want to ask you, Elvis, why are you acting like the Johnny Cochran for the freaking Somali community?
Because you guys are being so unfair, and you're not even
he
experiencing the whole
loves
Somali issue. You're just talking from
he,
afar. I
he
live
loves
among
those women. That's
Somalis,
what
so
it.
I
That's
know.
why he's nigga talking like this. He loves the women. That's what he loves. He likes Somalian women.
Let me say this right. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of good Somalis. I understand there might be some anti-black sentiments in their community and whatnot, but I just don't like judging people based off a minority because I don't like when people do it about Black Americans. So why would we do it to other groups of people? That's my
No.
opinion on it.
But listen, you have to
You
judge.
always see the small amount of people and you judge them
Because
on
Somalis are only harmful in this state in particular, Minnesota, when it comes to financial crimes. That's the only harm that some of them have done to the state.
But
Outside of that, yeah, you have a few of them who gang bang or trying to protect themselves against black gangs in the inner
Elvis,
cities.
did you
But
talk
that's
to
the
any
extent of
white
it.
Minnesotans, people who grew up in Minnesota, who's of Scandinavian descent, how they feel having these random type of dudes just show up in 20 years with a foreign, disparate culture? Come on,
Yeah,
man. You got to think of
the government of the United States took actions in bringing them here because they was caught between a rock and a hard place in Somalia, where the U.S. was carrying out military operation.
the
So
government.
it's not the Somalis that came here on their own accord. The U.S. government brought them here and settled them here in Minnesota.
if you took 100,000 African Americans and put them in Somaliland, that would be chaos.
So who's to
Like,
blame? Who's to
why the
blame?
hell is 50 Cent here? Why the hell is Jigga Man here?
All right, fellas, let me get Dave on. Dave, my brother.
You need to relax, man. You are going
What's
through.
up, Carla? What's up, Dave?
What's going on, Dave? Dave must have
He
walked
mu-
away
he
from
must have stepped away.
They were ready, man.
They're in a big boy
To
cassava leaf, Carla.
that guy that was talking, right? If you don't pay attention, you're gonna get a stroke. I mean, honest with you,
He sounded like a legit. If this guy's voice was a little bit whiter, he would sound like a bona fide white, old conservative white guy talking to us.
He
What are you
does
talking
sound like
about?
that. You're talking
yeah,
about you, 1776. You said earlier. You said you were vulnerable. You felt vulnerable.
You just feel like, damn, man, like,
when you
where's my
talk,
childhood? It's like
I
you
don't,
just wake up in a
I
different
don't see you,
planet,
but
man.
I do believe your entire body moves when you talk. That's what I just said. If you don't pay
What
attention,
does
you're
that
gonna get a
mean,
stroke.
James?
You know,
Are you saying geriatric?
yeah.
Carla, you
Like,
see
Just
that?
like you don't
Carla, you see that?
understand, man.
The Holmes guy in the chat said that his wife is Somali. Oh yeah, we hear you, Dave. The Holmes guy in the chat said his wife is Somali. So he's just looking out. Oh, go ahead, Dave.
How y'all doing, man? How you doing, Kyler, man? My
What's going
mic
on,
was on
Dave? What's
mute.
going on,
I
brother?
just got off work, man. I just got on my computer, man. How y'all doing, man?
I hear you, man. You doing good,
It's a
brother.
lot going on, man. I mean, Trump doing his thing, man. This is what we expected from Trump, man. This is
This is
he's
what we
doing his
wanted.
thing.
He
This
did,
is
yo.
this
He
is what the
said he
people
does what
wanted.
he says he's gonna do.
People wanted 4 years of Donald Trump. You're getting Donald Trump, and you're gonna get
Yeah.
more. He's gonna get more radical. He's gonna stretch it. He's gonna do more.
Hey,
He's gonna
Dave,
do
let me
more than
ask you a
that.
question. Dave, right?
Yeah.
Now, my good friend Elvis says, see, America is this welcoming place that what did
Now
that
Elvis an immigrant, so he's coming
so
from the immigrant.
where did people get that notion
No,
from?
hold on, Colin. Elvis' point of view, his social and political point of view in America will be coming from a perspective of an immigrant. So it's quite simple. He's gonna have that view. He's gonna cape for
We
Ilhan
know the
Omar.
real
Put her in
America. Real
jail.
America is
Put her in
Yeah,
xenophobic,
jail.
I like
racist.
Dave, man.
But David, you have immigrant family, brother. Why are you acting
Yeah, but
like
they're not
you're so
frauding.
far
They're not
removed?
frauding, bro. They're not defrauding the system.
no, those who are
I
defrauding
mean, you
the
know how many
system.
Liberians commit a crime in this country wire fraud and all kinds of Dave, I'm sure you know about the BM, right? You know about the Black Money Boys, right?
I
BM
remember
guys.
America. No. I remember America when I didn't walk through Penn Station and saw Muslims praying through Penn Station.
Yeah, I get that.
That's
I
all you
get
get.
that part of it, yeah. But my point here is that the criminal elements is in every immigrant society.
About the fact that there's a
Christmas.
guy going around.
I
This
know.
guy, hold up, Dave.
America.
Hold on, this guy was amped up, walking
Yeah.
around Dearborn, Michigan, talking about we're going to turn to Islam this, Islam.
Carla,
But the type
Carla,
of
2 weeks ago, right?
the type of Muslims we like is Assalamu alaikum. Like,
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago.
Hold on, I'm trying to hear what Sir James is trying to say. Hold on,
Carla, 2
1776.
weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, right?
Am I
2 weeks
wrong?
ago.
Dave,
No,
he's
you're
on the
right.
floor, Dave.
You right, Dave.
It's Christmas.
Hold on, man. The man's trying to speak. Let me hear what he got to say, man.
It's Christmas. I don't want to see that.
Dave put the phone to his mouth and he don't put it to his ear because he keeps talking and he's not hearing.
You hear me?
Nah,
I'm saying
You got to pause for a second, Dave.
correct.
I'm saying it's Christmas. I don't want to see that.
What do you mean? This is a country of all religions. You can see it. You can see any religion being practiced on Christmas Day or New Year's Day.
Those people want to put a crescent on the Minnesota flag. That we ain't going for that shit, man.
Can I ask a question? What's the difference between that and the Hebrew Israelites on the side of the road?
Because those guys just see the Hebrew Israelite is just a fake prison religion from Sing Sing, right? That's some.
But most people don't want to see it though. They don't want to hear it.
Oh no, just tell them that. They're clowns, you know.
People have a right to assemble to practice their religion freely without being harassed. That's the Constitution.
2 weeks ago, right? 2 weeks
Not
ago,
in the
right?
middle of Penn Station. No.
2 weeks ago.
Dave, somebody speaking. Let him speak, bro.
Yo.
Let him go, man.
Yeah, Dearborn, Michigan, all through Michigan.
Make your point. Oh, somebody said let St. James go and make a point.
Carla, 2 weeks ago, right?
It's going.
You see what I did, Dave? I don't know what's going on with Dave, bro. He's not connected to the hearing part of this whole thing.
2 weeks ago,
Let him speak.
2 weeks ago, right? You see what the director of the FBI did, right? We were talking about illegal gambling. Who was the face of that?
African American NBA players.
Right. You see?
And former players.
You see, you're talking about.
So what I'm saying, what is that?
We got 4 years of Trump, right? Everybody's going to have to buckle up, right? It's not going to be the Somali only.
But listen. This is our home.
Yeah.
This is our home.
If you're stupid enough to be out there illegal gambling,
And we talking about millionaires, multi-millionaires, man. My own boy Chancey Billups, man, got caught up in that whole thing.
It's our home. You're guest. So when you're a guest, you behave yourself with utmost. You got to take your shoes off at the door. You got to eat.
Says who? What immigration policy says that? 1776.
No, it takes about 3 generations for you to become an American, right? It takes about 60 years.
You don't want me to take my shoes off, man, because I'm gonna have to listen.
No.
You don't want me to take my shoes off, man, because I'm gonna have to put it somewhere you don't like, you know.
Oh my God! I mean, let's not go there, man.
You know what I'm saying?
You don't have to put a shoe up your ass. Let me get the interpreter and translator for you.
Let me explain this. The only thing you're gonna put your crusty foot is on that plane going back to your home country, right? And that's the only way you're gonna put your foot. You're gonna put your foot on that plane, and then you're gonna put your foot back on your home floor.
Nah, man, you are taking it the wrong way, bro. So you're taking it the wrong way. But I would advise you not to let me take my shoes off, man. Let's keep it at that.
Listen, I ain't trying to, because a lot of you immigrants got corns on your feet, man. That shit.
It's gonna be it's gonna be painful for you. 1776.
You get kicked by an immigrant foot. Tell me, when you get kicked by an immigrant foot, that's attempted murder. Because your foot is fucking hard, man.
You missed your true call in 1776, man. You would have been a great comedian. I'm being dead serious.
He's hateful with a panache of funny, so it's like a contradicting mix, man. Because you want to like the nigga because he's funny, but you hate him because he hit his own black skin, man.
Yeah,
The thing is, it
I
takes
never
time
forget.
for people to grow. It takes time.
Could you repeat what you said when you first came on College Show? You can't wait to get to heaven, 1776.
Hey man, listen, man. It's a chaotic thing, man. It's a love-hate relationship, man, with melanin.
No, tell everybody what you said when you first got on College Show.
I can't remember.
All right, I'll tell everybody.
The nigga said he's tired of his black skin. He can't wait to get to heaven so that he can get out of his black skin.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's one of the most corniest quotes I've ever heard in my life. We got to put that on a T-shirt or something.
Yeah, but it's just too much immigration. Like since 2010, it's just like too much. All these Latinos,
you have to show a tangible negative impact on your life.
Time out. You see these Latinos, all these Latinos like 4'10". You looking straight over their head. I'm like, damn, man.
What does that got to do with anything, man? What are you trying to recruit them for your basketball team? What does that hype matters, man?
You get so tired of seeing a bunch of jockeys just everywhere. Like, damn, man. Like, it's like it's just crazy, man.
Who raised you, bro? Where you get this bigoted mindset from that? Anybody who is not you is uncomfortable. You're trying to preserve the white power struggle in this country.
Now, when you go to Germany, you want to see Germans. You go to Russia, you want to see Russians. You want to go.
What is an American to you, bro?
Yeah, what's an American?
American is American is a white and a black person. That's all.
Oh my gosh, you must be out of your mind. What's wrong with you, man?
It doesn't matter how long a Chinese person being here. To me, they're like a Chinese spy. Like, I don't trust them. Like they're not American. A Japanese will never be an American, right? A Latino, if you're not from Texas,
you're American once you have an American citizenship, my brother.
Oh man,
a Salvadorian, a Honduran, they not, man. No.
That's what I'm saying. I don't hear black people talking like this, man. He's so invested in this preserving this white structure that he's going.
The original story of America is black, white, and Native American. Those three stories.
That's it.
Black, white, and Native American. That's it. You know.
Okay. When I go to Virginia, I want to see color. I don't want to see.
So what's up with all the Hispanics? The
Hispanic. They don't even speak English.
That the United States is allowing to come in and have citizenship in this country.
These Hispanics still speaking fragments. They don't even fucking know English. No.
Who says it's a prerequisite to be an American citizen to know English?
To become citizenship test. The citizenship test was harder than the SAT. You had to know the 3 parts of government.
Bro, that's a damn lie. You've never taken a citizenship test before.
The citizenship to become an American.
You probably haven't seen one. It's harder now, but it was very easy, bro.
In the
things that we learned in middle school and high school was the things that was on the citizenship test.
Democrats stripped a lot of stuff requirements out of there.
All you have to do is
because you're not going to take a physics exam to be a citizen of a damn country, bro.
The only thing the Democrats ask you is
the history of the country.
And that's what it is. That's what I say. You guys don't even know what's in a citizenship test.
But the Democrat citizenship,
or the justices. What year was this country's founded? Things like that. Who was the 16th president, for example?
Elvis, the Democrat citizenship test is: do you want welfare or do you want it for 10 years? That's it. That's all.
That's not. I mean, what's wrong with you, man? Damn.
My man who's talking. I got a question for you.
What's up, man?
How many congressmen does the United States have?
How many congressmen? It's a lot. This
nigga doesn't know about congressmen.
You got 2 senators per state, but based on
I'll give you a hint. It's in the 400s.
I know that, but with all these Latinos, California gonna get 8.
Nah, you just trying to pivot. You got nothing to do with Latinos, nigga. How many congressmen we got in this country, man?
You don't know?
We got 2 senators.
Okay, let me make it easier. Let me make it easier. No. Let me make it easier. Let me make it easier. How many senators do we have?
It's 2 per state. Come on, man.
And then to how many?
2 state. Do the math.
100, nigga. He knows that once again.
He doesn't know.
We know that.
100. It's 50 states. You got 100 senators. Come on.
Okay, so then now tell us how many representatives we got. Because it don't go by 2 per state. You got to know it.
Listen. is supposed to be around 400, but with California with all the illegals and
It's more
Minnesota
than
with all the
400.
illegals,
What's the number, bro?
Minnesota probably got like 30,
435.
but it goes on your population. If you get more population,
Yeah, they get redistricted. Some places that gain more citizens, they get more
so it could go
representatives.
up to
We know
like
that.
470. It could go from 430 to
But
470.
okay, what does it take to pass? I don't know
Listen, I'm
how to
not an
say it, but St. James
immigrant,
probably
man.
know this. But what is a supermajority? What constitutes a supermajority?
Dave, myself, and Kyla, we're not immigrants. That's for you to know. You know,
Oh, so I mean, are you really telling me you don't know these things, these basic civics, trivia things? You don't know
Let me ask him another one.
I ain't even gonna lie, bro.
Let me ask him another one.
Listen,
which branch has the power of the purse?
This guy, this idiot, man. It's Congress, man. Everybody knows that, man.
Yeah. Those are simple things. Well, I want to know what percentage constitutes,
Hey, give me that citizen exam.
a supermajority.
Hey, this is crazy, man. This guys.
What is a supermajority? Not St. James, but in 1776. What's a supermajority?
See what I'm trying to talk to the immigrant. I'm trying to talk to you. I'm trying to talk to the immigrant synapses in your brain, right? When they say this is a country, send us all your poor, humble masses. That was just rhetoric. It's not reality.
Nah, nigga, they admit that shit. It wasn't no rhetoric. They admit that, and we're realizing it today. So it's not a rhetoric, man. It's a living creed that we're living by.
America does not want 10 million Chinese people here. They don't want 10 million Africans.
Yeah, but they have a quarter. They want 150,000 every year. The United States have a quarter for immigration. I don't know if you understand that, right? That's why you have the diversity visa program. They get 10,000 from Africa. They get another 10,000 from Europe. Get 20,000 from Asia.
Y'all been on the show so long. Kyle told you this all started after 1964. This is a Lyndon Johnson scam that we didn't want.
Who said?
We want football.
These immigration policy has been passed down through, Republican and Democratic presidents. They've been on the books.
We don't want to.
It's just you drank the MAGA Kool-Aid for too long, and now you become bigoted.
Bread. We don't want to eat unleavened bread. We don't want none of that shit.
No, my man. You say if you say you don't want it, you can vote against it.
That's why I voted for Trump, and I hope he get a third term to get this shit right. Man.
A third term?
Only an all-American person would say a stupid thing like that.
I hope he gets an FDR term, 4th term. Just get this shit right, man.
FDR was the greatest. FDR was the greatest Democratic president ever in this country.
So I want this country to go back to circa 1999.
No. My man. Do you believe he's getting it right now?
Yeah. It's a start, man. The border's been closed. Drugs can't be. Oh man, you got people mixing Tide because they can't get that dope from the southern border anymore, man. I'm happy with the Venezuelan.
I mean, this guy, his brain is working at like 60%. He sounds smart, but everything else is like short circuited.
All those the Venezuelan controls the Mexican mafia. So we destroying.
What the hell are you talking about, bro?
Listen, man.
What's wrong with you, man?
Listen, any of them little speedboat come, boom, get the fuck out of here. You're not going to destroy.
You guys are looking at war crimes. Not even war crimes, because we're not even engaged in a war with Venezuela.
Listen,
and you're killing the fishermen on
Look, one thing, don't agree with lives up, like I said, but if you're bringing stuff and knowing that that's what they're looking for, you still think it's worth. If you're scared of the cartels more than you're scared of Pete Hegseth, you were insane.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, Kyla. Venezuela doesn't bring in any quantifiable amount of cocaine into this country. Okay, right. Colombia and Mexico are the biggest importers of drugs into this country.
Listen, Elvis, has the border been closed? In 1 year, that border has been closed, man. All these caravans, did you see that caravans? Them people playing Ricky Iglesias music coming all through the southern border. Man, it was crazy, man.
I can be a hero, baby.
Yeah, it was
Ricky Iglesias. Just so you know.
Coming to DC, Prince George's County, getting food stamps and just destroying the country, man.
What do you mean destroying the country? When you say stupid shit like that, what do you mean by that?
Listen, when you don't speak no English.
That's destroying the country.
Crazy. That's like if I go to
No. That's destroying the country because you don't speak no English.
Yeah, well, hold on,
If I
Elvis.
go to France, I'm gonna learn French.
Elvis, do people have a right to be like, let me tell you something. Part of being American is this, right? America protects not only your liberties, right? It's your right to have your own mind and to be prejudiced. All we now what happens is America protected white prejudices, right? But they gave us the ability to change white America through our advocacy, music, our dance, our acting, our letters, our writing, and stuff like that. White America changed its mind about us, right? That's
because you did all of that.
Hold on, I'm saying what you're doing is saying we don't care what you think. We're gonna come across the border.
No, that's not even what I'm saying. I'm not for illegal immigration. I've never advocated for that. I'm talking about legal immigrants here.
Say America doesn't have any borders. You have no say so. We're gonna come here. We're gonna take your benefits. We're gonna take all. They openly say. I had this one TikToker the other day, or a Haitian guy talking about.
Carla, do you know that they put there are budgetary allotments for immigration in this country, for stipends, for housing? Do you know that's part of the United States immigration program? So they're not coming and taking anything away from you. It's already been allotted for them.
Bottom line is this: even though that's true, right? Do people get to say what type of people they want to come in this country?
The USCIS have a certain criteria that they go by and how they vet the immigrants that they let into this country.
Elvis, you're lying. A lot of these Hispanics aren't fluent in their own language. They're not even literate in their own language.
You're focusing on Hispanics, right?
Listen.
Who says that you have to speak English to migrate to the United States or to immigrate to the United States?
Let me give you an example, Elvis. In the school system, right? So you would have an American teacher to teach 32 kids. Now you have to employ 4 Hispanic teachers to speak because these kids can't speak a lick of English. Then you got to hire.
Who said it's a requirement? That's what I'm asking you. Where in the Constitution did it say that you have to speak English to enter the United States of America?
Being a citizen.
No.
Government
to be an immigrant here, you don't have to speak English.
Listen, man. Listen,
you're just saying all kind of stupid white supremacist talking point. You can't back it up.
This is from the heart of hearts. I think that we need to put a moratorium on all immigration for the next 50 years and allow the immigrants that's here to assimilate. We don't need anymore.
If you do that, let me tell you the secret, right? Hey, most people know this. Carla, I'm sure knows this. You won't be able to retire at 65. You might have to retire at 85. The immigrants coming into this country is a necessity so that the tax pool is wider and they pay more into their Social Security.
No, Elvis.
Okay.
All we need to do is have more children.
How long it take your kids to start working and paying into the tax pool?
Oh, yeah, but they're not paying into the tax pool. That's a lie.
Are you out of your mind, Kyle? Immigrants pay into the tax pool. What do you mean they don't pay into the tax pool?
Hold on. Most immigrants that I deal with, right? They be like old, 65, 70 years old.
What, you think people coming to this country at 65 years old from their home country, Scholar?
I've been here for 30 years. I deal with a lot of people who've been here for 30 years, decades.
They've been here for 30 years and they've been working and the government has been taking taxes from their money.
You've been here for 30 years and you don't have 40 quarters of Social Security.
That's a technical thing with health insurance, Scholar, but they've been here working.
40 quarters for tax thing. So you basically at 65 can't qualify for Medicare.
But how many people have that? How many people? What's the sample size, Carter? You saying that like everybody is like that?
But Elvis, you don't.
People come here and they live like they're doing good, right? But they're not paying into the system.
Exactly, Elvis.
That's not true. That's not true, bro. Most immigrants in this country are legal immigrants. They have work permit or they have green cards and they work and they get taxed.
Elvis, you're immigrant. You don't understand the immigrant. Immigrants have a scarcity mindset, so they'll drive a lift for 10 years and don't file a tax, right?
What are you talking about? You think immigrants will risk being deported in this country for tax evasion? Are you out of your mind?
Do you know how many Mexicans work at a pizza place and don't pay
Everything
no
goes back to the
taxes?
Mexican, man. You got to beef with the
Right,
Mexican.
right,
I don't know.
right. They work at Popeyes under a pseudo name. My name is Hector Gomez, but that ain't their name, man. They just
Yeah,
got a
I don't know
bunch
about
of
the
pseudo.
Mexicans, bro. But what I'm telling
Well,
you
that's the
is,
Mexicans. That's the Mexicans, though.
right? If an immigrant
And
coming to this country,
you think a
his
Mexican?
primary focus is to retain his status in this country. It's not going to
Listen, if you
commit
think a
petty
Mexican
crimes
is bad,
so that he
wait
gets
till you meet
deported.
a Honduran or El Salvadorian.
But
They
are
make
we
a
talking about legal
Mexican look like
immigrants
he's
or
bad.
illegal immigrants?
Yeah, I'm talking about legal immigrants. I don't know what he's talking
Yeah.
about.
Listen,
I
man.
work with
Soon
I
as
work with a lot of illegal immigrants. You correct. They do change their name. They got different social security, but
yeah,
that's
come
illegal
on, man.
immigrants.
That's
Those
what
are
a
not
Yeah,
legal
policeman
those,
never
yeah,
immigrants.
that's
takes.
illegal.
You looking for Santiago, and his name is Cortez. You
You're
like what
talking
the
Oh
about
fuck?
man.
illegal immigrants. You're talking about illegal immigrants, though.
All of them
1776.
are like, listen,
No.
half of California is illegal, man. At least 75% of them, they from Tijuana, man. I'm
Oh
telling you.
man.
We're talking about, but you talking about Hispanics though, Mexicans, primarily Mexicans. I
Let
don't
me
think that
tell
apply to.
Let me
I don't
tell you
think that
this,
apply
right?
to other.
And
75%
whether you agree
Latinos
with
are
it or not,
illegal.
right? Whether you agree with this or not, it's been a policy since 2005 to catch and release, formulated by George W. Bush and his administration, right? Meaning
What
that
does that
anytime you
mean?
catch, listen, anytime you catch an immigrant at the southern border who says that he's seeking asylum because his life is in danger from the cartel, you catch them, you process them, and you release them, and they'll have a pending case at the
Is that a port
immigration,
of entry?
services. Yes, at the port of entry, right? So that's how a lot of people came into this country seeking asylum. Yes, you have a lot of them too. Also came by jumping the
AC.
fence or being smuggled in. Those are truly illegal. But people who are asylum seekers who've been processed out of port of entry, they're not technically illegal. They've been entered into the country by a border patrol, agent. They're not illegal.
Hey, Steve,
What's
if
up?
I just ran this country for 10 years, listen, man.
I'm just
Trump is
telling you
looking
what your
bomb.
laws and your country says, brother. I'm not. I'm not making
If
up new
Elvis
laws.
ran this country for 10 years, this shit would be like, yo, we going
It's your
back to the
law. It was
Stone Age.
passed by a Republican president that you
Oh
support. It
man.
wasn't something I made up.
But I thought George Bush was a rhino. Was considered a rhino.
Nah, George Bush started the Iraq war and the Afghanistan war. You think he was a Democrat?
George
They
Bush was a Republican name only.
Yeah, exactly.
You,
That's
you
what
guys are
people on
so
the right.
revisionist,
That's
bro.
what people on
George
the
Bush
right
was a
say.
Republican president. What are you talking about, man?
That's what people on the right say. They say that he's a rhino.
George
Nah,
Bush,
because he
George
wasn't
W.
as
Bush,
racist. He liked the Hispanic. He gave
George
Hispanic,
W. Bush opened the
certain
border up.
things like that catch and release.
George W. Bush opened
No
the
child left
border up.
behind. Those are some of his policies that
He
was good
did.
for
I
immigrants.
remember. I
Steve,
remember
what does catch and release
2001,
He
mean?
opened the border up because
2002.
all his rancher friends needed that cheap
Yeah, I
labor.
remember that.
So who do you blame now? Do you blame Obama? You blame Biden, or you blame Bush,
No,
who
I
opened the
blame
border?
a country that basically never really defined itself, and
Yeah,
that's what the
that's
problem
it. That was the immigration policy we're still going on right now.
No,
That
no,
George
no.
Bush catch and release.
You cannot have
What does
immigration policy that serves corporations and big farm agribusiness.
I remember that. For the farmers needed help that time.
Yeah,
Like
Florida, Louisiana. So George Bush,
I remember. Even
yeah,
during
We
after
don't care about
9/11, they
George
was
W. Bush.
letting
He
them
was a
in.
fucking
he's
Republican
consequential when it comes to the immigration debate. That's what I'm trying to tell you,
Okay,
Colin.
so bottom
He's
line
very
is,
important.
bottom line is,
His policy is right. It's still
everybody looking at all this, right? Because the bottom line is, I've seen Republicans actually almost get into fist fights over the immigration. Somebody like, yeah, like I said, well, look, we need the cheap, like the hotels. Oh yeah, because the bottom line, you have to pay black workers, right? Look, I had this one guy, right? I was driving Uber like 7 years ago. And I had this one guy, right, that was a farmer, right? I mean, his own farm, Greenbrier Farms. Look him up, Greenbrier Farms, right? And he said, "You know something, man? I like you, right?" He goes, "I want to hire you as a limousine driver, right? I'm gonna pay you $200 for the night." I said, "Sure, I'll do it." And he says, "Yeah, I'll give you a suit, whatever, like that. You do." But anyway, he says he was talking about his business, right? This guy, man, it was like, this was in 2000 and what year was this? 2017, no 16. This is when Donald Trump was running for president, right? And I was saying, I'll say it to him. I'm really feeling Donald Trump, right? And then he got quiet, right? That's like a redneck guy. It's a real redneck guy, right? He was like talking. And he said, "Well, I'll be honest with you, right?" He goes, when I go down to Mexico and get workers, right? I get over that. I can pay them $15 an hour, but I don't have to pay them health care. I don't have to pay workman's comp. I don't have to pay all that shit, right? And he goes, and they show up to work and everything. He goes, and I know who he's talking about, right? Now my American workers, right? Next thing you know, they're getting as soon as I got to put the child support, deduction, garnishment.
Yeah, child support deduction is not coming from the employer.
Well, he says,
It's not extra. It's the employee's money that is just being deducted by the state.
half their check is then they don't show up to work, they quit and whatnot. He goes, I go.
Collar, you got Magnesium. I think maybe he wants to chime in on the debate, on the
Let me
conversation.
finish this. I'm gonna get Magnesium. Let me finish this up. So basically, what I'm saying, the hypocrisy. This guy was a staunch Republican, but he wasn't feeling Trump because Trump at the time was a Republican that was talking about going after illegal markers. You know.
Let me ask Elvis a quick question. Elvis, do you feel that we should be violated? Our Americans should be violated from people that are disparate to our culture? Like that's like if I go to Liberia,
bro. You gotta be smarter than that, right? Your brain have to work on that. No, you gotta be a two-process thinker, right? If your law says something is allowable or something is legal, that's the law in the books.
But
you can't arbitrarily take actions that contravenes that law. You have to understand that.
Look at David saying he can't even celebrate Christmas because he hears all this call for he hear all this nonsense.
Yeah,
like
they have a right to practice a religion. Have you ever heard about freedom of religion and freedom to associate?
No, but it's also called disturbing the peace.
Let me get Magnesium.
Not in the middle of
man.
No.
776. Hold up. Let me get Magnesium. Magnesium, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's up, brothers? It's good to be here. Well, so what's the topic? Muslims praying in the streets, Trump kicking out.
The topic is I was thinking about this today, right? Because I looked into a couple of TikToks, right? And I ripped right from TikTok. There's so many. I saw like at least 7 TikToks where black people, even Turkish, were praising what Donald Trump was saying about the Somalis and stuff like that. And it seemed like they keep saying things like, man, a lot of you people getting up. I said to myself, and you see this the expression on these black people, they are so fucking happy, you know? And then like the ice raids and stuff like that. And I'm saying, Donald Trump is supposed to be racist. That's what they tell us, right? So why is Black America so happy right now? I haven't seen black people this happy in years.
Well, I haven't seen the happy black people. I was more astonished that he said what he said, but he said what a lot of people were thinking. I think Somali, I don't even consider them black because they don't consider themselves black. You know what I'm saying? And if they are, they're not even our kind of black. So
grandma's going around saying she's black now, you know.
Yeah, exactly. She's a black of convenience, a BOC. So, you know, I think they've gotten out of hand. I think the hammer has to come down on them. I think the comments were a little too non-political, but I agree with what he's saying. They need to get out, or at least those who are not abiding by the laws of the United States. You cannot go to someone's country and then create this sort of safe haven or this place where you all pool and gather and then try to create a new Somalia. I'm not having it. And as a matter of fact, those Somalis there, even the imams are on record being disparaging to Black Americans. So I don't think that we should shed a tear or anything for them. If they get kicked out, let them go. Somaliland is good. It's open. Let them go back.
Well, I said this earlier. Did you hear what my comment? What I said? I said, as me as somebody that wants the Afghanistan, right? An Afghanistan, I feel about an Afghanistan, right? That does not exist, right? A land, Africa. Oh, there's no land ever. They got a whole. You see the size of Somalia and Somaliland. You see the size of that place. It's strategically on the Red Sea, right? Near the richest oil fields in the world, right? So they could have struck a deal with Saudi Arabia to basically build refueling stations, everything like that, ship repairs, everything all along its coastline, right? Could be making trillions of dollars, right? And they probably could even discover its own oil off their coast, you know? But they choose to stay in America, you know? Like they have an entitlement. And you have a homeland. I don't feel sorry for anybody that has a homeland. You know, that's just the Black American mind, right? We basically are brought here against our will. We're Americans.
Colin, you're a smart man, right? You read history. You're well read. You know that Rome an empire was welcoming to people from every corner of the globe went to
And that's
Rome
what
to
brought
become Roman
Rome down.
citizen
That's what
because
brought
they were the
Rome down.
headquarters of the entire globe
Yeah,
in
but
terms of
that's what brought
civilization.
Rome
That's what
down.
America is today. So
That's
regardless of where people
yeah.
come from, whether they have a
Look what
thriving
happened
country,
to Rome. You ready to
people
say
still
this?
want to immigrate to this country because they
Hold
have
on.
the best
Look what
economy.
happened to Rome. That's what happened
You
to
have to
Rome.
understand that.
Hold up.
Empires fall. Nothing lasts forever, Colin. Something was going to bring Rome down, whether it was going to be from a
Elvis,
civil
my
war.
point I'm trying to make is okay. Let's say it's fine, right? That's fine, right? But I don't see people from large numbers of people from Singapore here, Norway. What is it about some countries that think America's is a be all end all? And I have a problem with people coming here, but I'm just saying your Somalia is a landmass like that. What does America have so special that Somalia can't create?
Somalis are not even coming to this country in droves. That's the point that you don't
No, I'm
understand
saying when
now.
you got those so many
They
in here.
came here at a time of crisis,
Elvis,
Colin.
when I hear someone talk about how they're gonna replace Black America, I heard the conversation. They're gonna replace Black Americans as whatnot. They're gonna take over Black.
Can you pull it up, Carla?
I'll play it. Let's
I
hear
mean,
it.
a couple of people being
No,
stupid
what I'm
online.
saying,
You know
what
how
the
many
fact of
crazy
the
shit
matter
Colin
is,
said? Can we
I
use
don't
that to
understand.
disparage every Black
Okay,
American?
a couple of people like that. If you are in an elected position, stuff like that, that's just not a couple of people.
Colin, you have to understand it's not the Somalis' fault. The United States government engaged in warfare in their
Them plotting on
country,
us. So them plotting on
right?
Black America.
And then they decided to bring them to this country as
So
refugees.
Elvis, I'm a sucker. I was born last night. Them making references, plotting. Them making comments like Black Americans are leaving babies. Somalia has one of the highest orphan.
Colin, there's something called freedom of speech. People can't be put in jail because they're making
But
speech.
I'm saying like this. Okay, that's fine, right? But if I say, something, I thought what Trump was saying was pretty funny. That's my freedom of speech. How about that?
Yeah, you can say that because you've proven to be a Sambo,
But
right? Using
Elvis,
that
listen, Elvis.
rightful
Let me
appropriation.
speak for 1 second.
It's proven to be a Sambo, and you like racist tropes
Let
as
me
long
speak
as
for
it's
one
not on your
second, man.
particular ethnic group.
No, I'm
Hey,
just saying.
Elvis, you have to
They
understand.
hate us, so why should I love them?
Wait, who was just speaking that called somebody a Sambo?
Elvis.
Me. I call Colin Sambo because he's saying that he likes what Trump was saying when clearly it was racist.
Elvis, when a law says something, you still have to respect the law. Like Golden Corral said, you can eat all you can eat, but they don't mean fucking eat all you can eat, man. So the immigration law
You're
is
not a
set,
lawyer, bro.
right?
You can't interpret the laws. What are you talking about? The laws is clear. When the law says something, it's the law.
Listen, do you know how frustrating it is?
St. James is Elvis St. James. He sounds just like St. James.
Nah. I'm the
They
dude
don't
right
sound
below
alike.
St.
They don't
James.
sound alike.
Elvis, people want their kids. People want.
Let Mac Meaky speak. Let him finish what he was saying. Go ahead, Mac.
Oh, no. I was just trying to get clarification who he was calling a Stambo.
Me. You call me a Sam.
I think he made a point.
I'm like this. Hold
Colin, you just said the man could speak, and now you're trying to talk over him.
I just want to clarify something, right?
Wait, hold on, brother. Hold on. He said that it was America's fault, and I do believe that previous administrations do bear the brunt for what is going on now in wherever Minnesota. They were invited here, right? Invited here, and then now we're dealing with what we're dealing with today. And I think Trump is trying to set it back or push a reset, but he's going a little too far, especially with his rhetoric. Trump, mark my words, Trump, Hegseth, and all these other people. If there's a Democratic president in the next round, those people are going to go to jail, or at least they're going to be put on trial.
You really think so, Matt?
Oh, absolutely. Because look, especially with these strikes against these, and a lot of them I do believe are drug dealers.
See, y'all want the country to be fucked up, man.
Let him finish his thought. Let him finish his thought.
Let me finish my point. Look, I'm not for drug dealers coming in, but I am for due process, 100%. Once you calling for double strikes on people that are still alive, you're asking to get locked up. There was a Black American admiral, I forget his name, but he was telling Hegseth like, "Look, I'm not with this," and
he resigned.
and he resigned.
That's
And
why we don't need no black generals.
You man, Kyle, put this nigga in the back for like 50 minutes, man.
All right, all right. Like I said, that part I agree with. When I should be killed, I would like to know from these drug deals if they capture one, bring them up. And the thing is, the news is right here. We got that guy that put that shooting in DC. It's been a week.
Kyle, look at the hypocrisy, right?
Hey, Kyle, can I say
Mexico
something?
have the Sinaloa. Hold on. Mexico have the Sinaloa cartel, which is more potent than anything from Venezuela.
I know that. Hold on, they're going after all of them.
You're not bombing Mexican cartels in the Gulf of Mexico.
Hey, Kyle, can I say something, Kyle?
Hold up, let me say this first, right? The problem is this, right? Every time something happens, right, we never get to know what really happens. Like this guy has been locked up. I think he's been arraigned. The Afghani that said this, that shooting, whatnot. We don't know what happened, right? But thank God
we know what happened, Kyle. You don't know.
We can find
the guy was a CIA trained Afghanistan child soldier.
I don't want to simplify it like that, you know.
No, that's why I say give me 30 seconds. Let me explain it real quick. You'll get a whole picture.
CIA trained, but that does not mean.
Listen to what I'm saying.
But can I respond?
He was brought to the United States. He could hold on. Let me get 30 seconds, bro. He could barely speak English. Hold on. Let me just give some clarity. They brought him here as a refugee, as somebody who helped them, and he came into this country on a dime of the United States government, right? And they stopped helping him. He could barely pay his rent. Somebody who was a soldier, a special force soldier for you in Afghanistan, he can barely pay his rent. And he tried to reach out to the VA, to the CIA to get some help, and they just kind of blew him off. And then he did what he did, whether it was out of frustration or whatever. So just to give you some background.
This is important for us to know. So why is the media? I had that suspicion, right? He was brought over here under pretense like this, and then they sort of cut him off or didn't need him no more when that. And what I'm saying, he worked a menial job, probably bitter about that.
He worked in a laundromat and got fired from that job.
So therefore, he basically wanted to take revenge. Now that right there is not an act of terrorism. You know, that's just murder, right?
Listen, man.
It's important for us to know that, right?
That's what I'm saying. That's why I want to give you that little tidbit.
And hold up, if somebody like him, I'm gonna make my point about the cartels. Then what you call is somebody that's that has a jihadist purpose and want to blow himself up or kill in the name of Allah, right? Same thing. Why I think that these boats that they're bombing in the Caribbean, we should not just do that because we don't know what the motivation.
I know what the let me break this down for you. The Venezuelan, because they have oil, they finance the Mexican cartel, right? We have the Monroe Doctrine. Anything in this Western Hemisphere.
How do you know that if you don't bring them into court?
That's what I said. These guys are just.
Time out. Let me speak. We don't negotiate with terrorists or drug dealers.
You're an idiot, man. They're not terrorists. Who designate them as a terrorist? You think that's how it works?
You never had family on drugs, right? You never seen the devastation that drugs bring to the. You know what the 80s did to Baltimore, New York,
but the bottom line is this. Hold up. Wouldn't capture somebody that has.
No, fuck that, man. You getting the fuck up out of this world, man.
That's the point. There is rules of engagement, you idiot.
This is our hemisphere.
If you dismiss them, then you go to jail. That's how it works.
The Monroe Doctrine says anything.
We know what the Monroe Doctrine is, but the point is, you can't commit war crimes.
It's not a war crime.
You know what a war crime is?
It's a crime of necessity.
Nah, it's not. This dude, man, you gotta put this dude in the back. We're having intellectual conversation. He's being stupid. Crime of necessity. Have you ever heard that? You think that's gonna stand up in a court of law? Yeah, I know it was a crime of necessity. I was hungry, so I had to get some bread and I had to steal it. Out of your mind.
No, I'm dead serious because it's kind of like this when you're in the school system, right? Say you got a substitute. We've been having substitute teachers for the last 20 years that have this school fucking out of order. So now that we elected President Donald Trump, who I like, he's bringing order to a chaotic situation.
He's breaking the rule. He's breaking the law. He's not giving people due process. That is not how you do things. In the law, if you don't do it right, it's not done at all. So if you're breaking,
I would say like this, 7076. The problem is this: it's not like you're fighting somebody on the battlefield who's just determined to kill, right? They're coming for you, determined. You can blow somebody like that up, right? But if somebody's coming here to commit a crime, you got to first arrest the person, charge them with a crime, and then if you want to have like Singapore the death penalty for them, that's fine. But you don't just blow them up.
It takes too much manpower.
Kyler, those little dingy boats that those guys was on, you have to refuel it 20 times for it to reach to the coast of the United States. 20 times.
Do you know how many Navy SEALs and Delta Force it takes to apprehend a nigga? Too much. You drop the bomb, boom. You send them to heaven.
I mean, okay, bro. I think you're being tough, but you're being real ignorant.
No, that's 90% of Americans agree with Trump.
No, not true. The senators, the rep, they agree with him.
About that region specifically. Most of those drugs that come from Venezuela and Colombia, they're coming to Europe. They're not going to America. That's number one. Where they drive them to are to Dominican Republic. Even closer is Curacao, Bonaire, and Aruba. Those drugs come where?
Are they coming through Suriname and Guyana? That's what I heard.
No. Well, from a land that's probably a land thing, but in the sea they're going to Curacao to come directly to the port of Belgium, Antwerp, and Rotterdam. They pay these kids. They call them like dock monkeys. They're paying like $200 to go to the trailers and bust them open, climb up and bust them open. So they come directly to Europe, but in that region, in Curacao, that's an FOL, which is a forward operating some shit, right? Where they got drones in Curacao with U.S. Air Force, and they patrol over Colombia and they patrol over the sea. Now, those are supposed to be unarmed, and that was the agreement. They wouldn't have armed stuff. But now America's using Puerto Rico because Puerto Rico, they can have armed vehicles, but they have the Dutch Coast Guard, they have American Coast Guard out there. They've got all these international things, and the whole point is when you suspect it, you stop it, and then you give them due process. You don't blow them out the water because look, what if somebody's boat was commandeered and they're actually a kidnapped victim? Then you blowing them out the water. That's never been the way things operate. So these people are going to get locked up.
It's a new day, not Daisy. It's a new day. Due process is for American citizens. We don't have to give terrorists
No, it's
due
not.
process.
What's wrong with you, man?
Let us finish. I want to hear 1776. Go on, brother.
Not easy. Check this. A due process is for American citizens. If we're in Afghanistan, we don't give due process to Taliban.
Yeah,
We don't give due.
The rules of engagement even stricter than the Geneva Convention. If they disobey, Trump administration disobeying the Geneva Convention.
Exactly. But does America recognize the Geneva Convention?
Man, we don't.
Yes, 100%. That's a treaty the United States government signed.
Supersedes the United Nations and the Geneva Convention. Because if the Geneva Convention held any weight, George Bush would be a war criminal. We don't listen to this shit. This is America, man.
And that's the problem with America is, and I don't even want to say that. That sounds crazy coming out of my mouth, but if you try to put yourself as the moral high ground and the authority, but then you start acting worse than Russia does.
But brother, you don't understand rhetoric.
Rhetoric. They're violating international law.
There's no international law that we're not subject to international law. We supersede that.
No, but we don't. And that's the problem because people think that we do. We don't.
Okay, when we drop that atomic bomb on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, you know how many motherfucking orange men went to the sky? A lot. Okay? We supersede.
Yeah, you were engaged in combat with them.
I love my country. Whatever my country does is right. You know, and
Congress
I'm tired
declared
of
war
all
on
these
Japan.
little Venezuelans, all these Gomez motherfuckers.
Congress hasn't declared war on Venezuela.
We only declared war like 3 times in our.
Let me land my plane on this. You cannot. I understand the war on terrorism, right? But you
see, this is why we don't need black people in leadership.
Well,
we need real Americans running this country.
You're cutting me off, brother. I always ask people to let you speak. Let me finish, please, brother. So The war on terrorism is the war on terrorism. Now, when you try to classify drug dealers as terrorists, so that you can bomb them, then what is the next step? Are they going to start randomly killing weed dealers in the hood? Are they randomly going to be killing people without trial for fentanyl sales, hand-to-hand sales? Because that also falls under terrorism according to this new made-up definition of what a terrorist is. That's why you got to be careful, because the next person that get popped might be somebody's nephew who's selling weed so he could buy some goddamn Jordans under this terrorism act.
Can I respond? Not easy. All my family that sold weight, they got a straight up. All my family that sold weight got that straight flight to upstate, man. When a black man does a crime, you listen, man. They've been treating us like terrorists for a long time. So soon as you sell drugs, 6 months you upstate. So come on, man. Don't.
But what Magnesium is saying is telling you that the war on drugs has been ongoing for a long time. And if you categorize drug dealers as terrorists, that means you can use lethal force against them rather than putting them in prison. That's two different things.
No, see,
A
America
drug dealer can go to jail for 10 years and come home and maybe be rehabilitated. A terrorist get killed and they're gone forever.
Listen, my uncle went upstate, was up there for 20 years making license plates. Yo, they know they didn't do them. Nah, you going upstate, man.
That's what I'm saying. So if you saying that it's right to classify these guys who are drug dealing as terrorists and thereby it's right to kill them, they could kill your uncle for selling drugs in a corner now.
We understand who's American and who's not. American's gonna deal cordially with an American. So you selling drugs, okay? Boom, boom,
Not
boom.
true. When you're in another country, you can't rape their women, during war. You can't pistol whip them just for the sake of it. Those are all war crimes. You get court-martial for them.
How many black kids are in Vietnam?
What?
You know how many black kids are in Vietnam? Come on, man. Y'all.
What are you talking about? Black kids being in Vietnam doesn't mean it was rape. It could be consensual. What are you talking about, bro?
This might be racist. I don't like black people in leadership because you think too morally.
That's because you're inferior in your mind. You think that black people are inferior to white people, so you hate the fact that black people are in leadership.
Right. So you're like, oh, we need to apprehend them and bring them.
Shout out to the vice, the admiral who resigned his post and not put himself in a position to be charged with war crimes. So shout out to that man.
He's a bleeding heart liberal, man. Get him out of here. But check this out. When you're in the court system, that's like 4, 5, 6 months.
Your microphone is fucked up, bro. You keep trying to talk, but your shit is all out of whack, man. I don't know if you're just clowning or you're trolling, because you can't be this dumb for real, man.
Now I'm dead
because you trolling, bro. Like we trying to have a conversation. You talking
he been
over
for real. I truly believe he's been for real.
You could be for real, but you could be real respectful too. It's not a filibuster or what his talking points is. Yeah, he wants white people to run America. All right, good, you got it. They doing it already, but let other people rock, man. This ain't the 1776 show, man.
But y'all let Elvis talk for hours and nobody says anything.
I don't know if Elvis is doing it, that he could get it too. But let's let everybody speak, especially like if they got some new viewpoint. Your viewpoints is the same thing, bro. All right, I'm with you with the immigrants. Get them the F out of America, straight up. I'm with that. But when we start acting just like these axis of evils, then now we gotta be able to call our own government out and say, yo, we starting to cross the line. You can't say F the law on one hand when they decide to change the definition of a terrorist. That doesn't make sense. And there's video on it. So when there's video on it, people's gonna go to jail. Trust me.
But you saw what he did trying to blame that Admiral Bradley for taking a strike when he's the defense secretary and he's trying to put the blame on a subordinate. I mean, the dude is just a coward, man. But we'll see. But 77, I can't believe you're trying to defend this, man. You're smarter than that, bro. We clown, but I like to think you're smarter than that and you have some sense. And you should be something for.
You want to tie.
You should be standing up for the rule of law, bro. Because white people have used that against black people in this country, and kind of been loosey goosey with the rule of law, and locking black people up on technicalities. And you're not trying to hold white men to account because you think that they should be in charge and whatever they do
He probably
is
believed we
gospel.
deserved it. He probably believed we deserved it.
Listen, all my cousins that sold dope, they went to jail.
Yeah,
I
because
ain't
the
showing
law
them no
said, that
commissary.
they use the due process law that said they shouldn't be selling dope, and it was called selling dope. They went to a trial, got found guilty, and they went through the process. Doing a double tap after that person has been eliminated, where they're no longer a threat, you can't go back and kill them. That's against the rule of engagement, and it's against the Geneva Convention. You can't do that.
Those are real facts. Now I'm just not being on some hood nigga shit. Those are real facts that he just said. You can't kill someone that is no longer a threat.
Hey man, y'all all need to read the book by Nietzsche, The Will to Power. Yeah, that's
This
a
is
book,
not
y'all.
this is not medieval time. This is modern time, bro.
Oh Lord.
Asking, but yeah, to run a country and to preserve a country, because drugs destroys communities, right? And Trump pretty much knows, you bring fentanyl in here that's killing people, you bring some of these lethal drugs, the country's going to be done in like 10, 20 years. Some people want to preserve a country for their children, man. And these
I mean,
Venezuelans,
you should be smarter than that. You can never win the war on drugs. You can what do you say? You can, I don't say control, but you can contain it, but you can never eradicate drug use in this country or even anywhere in the world. You know that, right?
Yo, didn't Trump just pardon the president of Guatemala one
No,
year into his
Honduras, the former
45
president of Honduras.
Honduras? Yeah, 1 year into
so
his 45-year sentence, he pardons a terrorist. Meanwhile, he's blowing up terrorists without a trial, supposed terrorists. Then he's complicit in the terrorism in America. He's letting a terrorist go.
can I ask you a question, not easy?
Yes, sir.
El Salvador had one of the highest crime rates in the world. They brought in that
Yes,
young
sir.
brother, and he killed crime by 99%. I love that young man. The way he has those facilities, the way how he controls, like if you got a tattoo, you're going to jail, right? So you can
Who are you
cut
talking
crimes
about?
if you want to.
El
The young
Salvador.
brother,
El Salvador.
El
Oh,
Salvador.
Bukele. Okay.
I
Bukele.
like
Okay.
that guy. I like him.
Hey,
I mean, the
I
dude's a
call I like
dictator. What are
him
you talking
too.
about, man?
I like him too. But at least those people are getting due process, even if it's a skeletonized version of it. They're being locked up. They're not just going over there and killing people. That's what they did in Thailand in 2006. They had a war on drugs in 2006 where they were trying to catch people for methamphetamine, aka ice. They were just going in popping people. That's all they was doing. They got a whole bunch of flack for that. You can't just take people out without due process. And if you're doing it in the middle of international waters, now you're looking at an international incident. And these people are gonna get going to jail. And shout out to the black American brother who said, nah, I ain't with it. Here's my resignation papers. Shout out to him.
No disrespect, but that's treason. But what do you say about these Asian?
What is are you hearing this? That's treason. You know, in a military code of conduct, you can refuse illegal orders, right? You know that,
No.
right?
Do you know the UCMJ, the UCMJ, the military code of justice, is harsher than the civilian code of justice. When the commander in chief gives you an order and you do it,
If
you can be shot.
it's blatantly illegal, you can refuse it, and there'll be no reprisal
Okay.
because.
So what about those Asian countries that find Nigerians and put them in front of fire?
Nigga, we talking about the United States of America. You're comparing it to some third world country.
Let's talk about those. You're talking about Singapore. Singapore. Yeah, they broke the law and then they got killed. Give me a kiss, honey. Love you. They broke the law and they went through their due process. It happens also in the Philippines. But this due process, they're not blasting people out the water, double tapping them in the middle of the ocean.
Hey, not easy. Do you? But see, this is when you get your media from the wrong place, the wrong source.
Bro.
I'm talking to not easy. The admiral says, "Boat, halt! Do you have narcotics?" They give them 3 warnings. They on these little speedboats like Miami Vice. We're communicating them. What is on your cargo? No
Are you out of your
response.
mind? Are they speaking to people who speak Spanish and English, and you expect them to understand you?
That doesn't happen because they don't ask them if they have narcotics. Drug dealers aren't going to say, "Yeah, I got 3 kilos." They stop the boat. They bust open the top if it's a semi-submersible, and they board and check it. And if there's nothing in there, they let them go. But there has to be that interaction. And I already told y'all, and y'all can Google it if you want. The drugs coming from Colombia and Venezuela via the sea are going to the former ABC islands, Aruba, Bonaire, and Curacao. From there, they're transferred via ships. What they do is they attach stuff to the bottom of ships and allow divers to come pick them up here in Rotterdam, or they put them in containers,
Not
container
need to.
ships.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know how much violence is in Trinidad because of Venezuelan cartel? 90% of the crime in Trinidad comes from that cartel, man. So you might look at what we're doing as harsh, but we're saving Trinidadian lives. We're saving lives
The
by
end doesn't
eliminating.
justify the means. Committing war crimes
Nobody
to
cares about
save lives,
Trinidadian
that's not how
lives.
it works.
But that's cap. Though the cartel in Trinidad or whatever, this Trinidadians are killing themselves. The Muslims versus the Rastas, this street versus that street, Laventil. Like ask anybody from Trinidad, it ain't really the Venezuelans that's doing all of that stuff. This is war between rival gangs. It's not nothing to do with the Venezuelans.
But Trinidad took in a lot of Venezuelan immigrants, right? And
Yeah, and
after
so
that, the
did
crime rate
Curacao.
went up 800%.
When was this?
Where do you get that statistics from, man?
Look
You
up
pull.
in the early 2000s, Trinidad invited Venezuelans in there, and they added to the violence. Man, those cartels are
Yeah,
no
you can say
joke.
it added to the violence, but it ain't going 800%. You know what 800% means?
800%. That's a falsity. A lot of this stuff is control of drug turf. That's what it is. It's not the Venezuelan cartels going in there blowing up stuff. You're trying to use that as a justification for what Trump is doing for people of today. Trinidad has always been violent. There was a takeover of the government from the Muslims back in the 90s, I believe. So Trinidad has always had these issues outside of Venezuelans. Y'all hate
Wait,
Venezuelans until it's time to look at some big booty Latinas. Then y'all love them.
Mm.
I mean, that's the law of
But
the
you know
laws of war.
the thing with Venezuela too, they got a big lobby group in the United States, right? This guy who was running for be president, he's real close to Trump. The lady, the opposition, leader, she's real close to Trump. They're doing everything to try to get the Venezuelan oil, and that's one of the issues too. Because Venezuela, I think like Meezy working in the oil sector, I think they got that thick oil that needs like sophisticated machines to refine it. So you can't just get in there and and refine the oil. Plus, they've been having sanctions on Venezuela, saying Hugo Chavez was in there, so they kind of cripple the
But
economy. That's why things are so hard in the country. They want to break their backs financially or economically, so that they can get in there through regime change, and then Exxon and Chevron can get in there and take and take over that oil. But we know what's going on. And Trump, he's just so blatant and hard, heavy handed. He's trying to do everything by brute, force, and he's making the wrong moves.
listen, man, if it was up to y'all, America would only be 13 colonies, man. Y'all have y'all don't have a will to power, man.
1776 when it was 13 colonies. How ironic. Your name on here is an ode to the 13 colonies.
But I'm saying you have to understand
Got him.
the will to power, right? When you're forging and you're
Oh man, really?
Kala, you just giving
Uh,
red meat to the FBAs, man. That's what they want. That's their
Carla.
biggest dream. To see grown men crying. Back up, Terry.
Y'all seen that
Man,
guy
these
that got
ICE dudes are
deported?
ruthless, man. They're worse than the SWAT.
Y'all seen that guy Somali that was crying?
Y'all see that, right?
Talking about
Y'all see
he
how
didn't want
sad
to
that
be
is?
here.
That man being
Oh,
taken away from his family, dog, and people don't think that's a problem.
Oh, he must not be
That's
FBA.
fine. Get his ass out of here.
Because I thought he was going to be gloating about it and shit. Or he seemed to be sympathetic.
That shit is sad.
I'm
It's
just
sad,
so
bro.
happy.
I mean, I'm not for illegal immigration, but man, don't humiliate a man like that, man. Get him there, put him in the car, take him to the station.
You know what's funny? That everybody has a bleeding heart for everybody except black people. If it was a black person,
what are you talking, man? You're a perpetual victim, man. We ain't even talking about black people. You brought that up.
If it was BMF on a speedboat and the Navy SEALs blew it up, niggas be like, man,
what's wrong with this dude, man?
Anytime it's somebody non-black, oh, y'all bleeding hard. Y'all have a slave mentality, man.
That's
y'all
not
have
true.
What do you mean, bro? BMF literally killed people in the drug game in Atlanta, and Trump just pardoned Big Meech.
Hondurans, right? When the Haitians, the way they was treating them Haitians when I was growing up, soon as they hit land, they blew that shit right back to Haiti. Y'all never cried for a Haitian, man. Y'all never,
what's wrong with this dude, man?
Nobody ever cried for Haitian.
I'm saying there's a grown man that leave a scar on you, man. If you got kids, you got a family, and you're a father, and you're crying like that, and they're dragging you in front of your kid, man. You know what that does to your psyche as a father and a man.
Kala said, if you have a nation of your own, man. If I was born in Nigeria, I'm gonna be a Nigerian 1,000%. Ain't no better place than my homeland. You feel me,
bro? So developed countries have people who immigrate to the United States. I don't know if you know that. Like Nagmeezy, for example, he's from the greatest country in the world, right? But he live in, I think Netherlands, right? So you can leave a developed country and go to another country and live there or work there.
But
for whatever purpose.
If Nagmeezy had to go back to New York, he's not gonna cry. He's just gonna be like, hey, I'm going home.
I'm going back.
Yeah, but what the point is, other people come and seek to come into this country, even if they come from developed countries.
Make an announcement. Hold up, Nakmeezy about to make announcements. What were you gonna say, Nakmeezy?
No, I'm always in America, but I was just saying I'm going back in 3 weeks just to buy shoes and eat. But I'm not afraid of my country like a lot of these people. But I'm to 1776's point is that these people are scared to death to go back home. And now my own point is, if you're scared to death to go home, then treat the place that you're at with some respect.
I would say.
Yeah, but they're not deporting him because of lack of respect, right? They're deporting him because he's illegal, doesn't have papers, which is fine. But I'm saying the manner in which they're doing it, that's what I'm saying. I'm not against them deporting him because he broke the law. That's the law. But I'm just saying, don't be so inhuman to a human being because they broke the law.
I mean, that's a hard thing.
What's inhumane about how they handled him? They didn't beat him up. If it was a black American, they might have shot his ass. They would just drag him out.
They had that man in a I don't know how to call it, like a.
Hey Elvis, what about the fact that they found another black man, well-mannered black man, found hung in Wisconsin the other day? And like we have like around 60 cases in the last 20 years of black men found hung, and before they even do an autopsy, they rule suicide. Look, I know the same clan is still out there, but nobody cares. People.
How can you say nobody cares, Colin? But that's the difference, right?
Nobody.
Okay, go ahead, Steve. I'll give you the mic.
Hold on, Colin. How we know for sure what's going on, Colin?
So look, don't be naive, right?
No, Colin, you're making an assertion. You're just jumping straight to this conclusion that it's the clan.
Out of nowhere. First of all, let me ask this question, right? See if somebody can answer this, right? If a black man wants to kill himself, right, easily, right? Why would they go to the state of being brutalize himself, his face, and be hung from a tree? Wouldn't it be easier just to friggin' swallow a bunch of painkillers?
No, Colin. I'll tell you this, right?
You talk about almost 100 cases of black men being hung. Not one of these so-called suicides.
Colin, do you know how many people kill themselves by hanging in this country on a yearly basis? Both black and white of any race.
Gasoline. You could
that's how you would do it, but some people hang themselves and kill themselves, Colin.
I don't buy this nonsense. That's what I said.
I'm not saying all of these cases are that, but I'm saying a lot of men kill themselves through hanging, bro.
I don't buy that, I know the people out there in this country right now, Mississippi and stuff like that. I know the strength and the mentality that would kill black men for impunity.
But having some people pay to have second autopsy reports.
But Steve, Steve,
Yeah, what's
when
up?
a brother breaks the Steve, when a brother breaks the law and he has to go to jail and be upstate 10 years without pussy, nobody cries for him. Nobody cries.
His
His
community
family
might,
does, I'm
his
sure.
mama, his
His
mama and
family, his
community.
kids, or whoever.
Yeah.
People crying for people. We're not crying for the nigga. I'm saying to see a grown man cry, it's kind of sad,
No, but Elvis, you're a colorist. You're a colorist.
I'm a colorist. What the hell? You
Yeah,
think you see me? I'm black. Well, I'm not that black,
you
but I'm still
cry
black,
for
nigga.
you cry for light skinned Somalians, you cry for
That
Venezuelans,
dude
you
wasn't really
cry
light
for El
skinned. He was lighter
Salvadorians.
Bro,
skinned, but he
you
wasn't
just
really light skinned.
I don't cry for African Americans. Is that what you're trying to get to?
No.
Elvis was out there protesting when
You don't know
George
me, bro.
Floyd
I
got
stand up
killed.
for African Americans anytime I get a chance, man. You don't know me. You
Yeah,
just
he was
talking
out
shit.
there protesting when George Floyd got killed. I'm pretty sure.
He was looting the target, man, with the other
don't be casting expressions you can't back up, man. Stop the bullshit.
And look at the black man they protest for George Floyd. He's a model citizen.
Say that again, Kyle. I ain't get you out of put my volume up.
George Floyd was a model citizen.
And a lot of those liberals up in Minnesota, they doing FAFSA scams. They getting money for school.
They doing what?
FAFSA scams.
Yeah, like
what?
Taking the school loans and opening up business.
Oh, FAFSA. Okay, the FISA, the student loan. Oh yeah, I mean everybody does that shit, man. And it's not even a scam. It's just being financially irresponsible.
We don't know nothing
because those are loans, and you're misusing them, buying cars and buying clothes with it.
But
You got to pay it back.
Elvis, right? Most of the people get those loans, when once they get their degree, they bounce back to their country or whatever like that, and they don't pay them back.
What about the whole PPP loan scams?
Oh yeah, a few people got caught up in that, but that's real dumb stuff to do.
And a lot of the foreign women, they getting these nursing degrees and not going to. They doing, man. I'm telling you, man. You
saying scamming like it's unique to Africans. You got the credit card scammers out there in New York. They're Black Americans. People of every race and orientation. They scam.
No, I don't know if you're from New York, brother. Are you from New York?
No, I'm not from New York.
All right, so don't say that the scammers in New York are Black American. They're not. The scammers
exclusively Caribbeans.
Specifically, there was a group of Asian Americans, Chinese specifically, North Africans, and Moroccans and Tunisians, Nigerians, Ghanaians, and what the Nigerians would do, they would take over Black people's accounts. And I'm not saying Black Americans, because in New York City, Black Americans are now the minority. So it's not Black Americans. A lot of these people were immigrants, because New York City is an immigrant city. It's not Black Americans. And I'm
so what are you saying, that Black Americans don't commit scams? Is that what you're saying?
No, but when we do a crime, we get punished.
Hold on. I want to hear that easy. One second. Let me speak.
Well, hold on. I want everyone to see how he literally just disregarded me, disproving his point as someone who worked in investigations for credit fraud and identity theft. I'm telling you that they weren't Black Americans. The worst offenders were Asian American or Chinese people. Okay.
No, my point wasn't that.
Hold on, brother. When I tell you that, then you go to, so you're saying Black Americans don't scam? No, I'm saying what
my point here was not that Black Americans are the main ones doing the scam. I'm saying people in every community, they do scam. That was the point that I made.
Now, if you would have said every community, I wouldn't have had to hit you with the facts. You're trying to blame the majority of credit fraud on Black Americans, and there's literally not.
I'm just using one form of scam, right? The credit card scam. That's one that African Americans trafficking and other groups trafficking. But I'm just saying.
I'll be honest with you. I had back in the 70s. My Uncle Gene and Ike, man, these guys were players, man. They had credit card scams. They used to take trips. They used to take plane trips to Puerto Rico for lunch. Well, not They were credit card scams back in the 70s.
Carla, you got an interesting family, man.
Yeah, I know. I had gangs. Anyway, my Uncle Gene and Ike, they came up from the South, man. They came up from the South. They went in a different direction than the rest of the family. They always had money when
Is that the same New York as today, though?
No.
Exactly.
That was the 70s. That was the 70s.
But I want to get your point. I get it, right? A lot of Blacks in New York are immigrants. But what are you saying to me? That African Americans don't scam, or they scam but not at the levels of other immigrants? What are you saying?
I
What
think we
I'm
moved
saying,
on
the
beyond that, man.
geographical location that you gave and the ethnic group that you gave doesn't match with the facts on the ground.
Hey,
I can tell you I had investigative credit
Neckbeezy.
fraud from the first purchase all the way to standing in the grand jury testifying against them. I did all of that. I used to have to approve my security guards' cases for credit fraud. So I know for a fact that it's not Black Americans in New York City. It's literally not.
Hey,
Okay. Well, you
Neckbeezy, let me ask you a question, right? Now I've been arguing with Kwame and all that. I don't know where he gets this thing, right? And I said the majority of Black people during the Great Migration, the majority of Black people were living in the industrial North, right? That's to
Right.
me is a fact, right? Now people say according to the map, do they understand that at the time they didn't know how to track where you lived or like this? Because most Black people, even though they lived in Brooklyn, their primary residence was still their place in the South. You know, that's what it was. So we went to Brooklyn like that. So it appeared on paper that most Black people were South. That's not the case. Most majority.
Come on,
Carla,
Carla.
they just debunked that whole
Come
thing that
on,
has been at over
come on, Carla.
59%
No, I know.
at the lowest.
I'm saying the people. How do you prove that? There was no census or any way to track how many Black people were there.
Well, how
That's
can
what
you
I'm
prove
saying.
that it was the majority in the
There
North?
is a there
They
is a
did
Because
have a
that's
census.
how it
census.
was.
The
Let me.
1960s.
I fell back. I wasn't saying anything. Kyla, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi,
Okay, hold on.
Georgia,
Take out.
Florida.
Look, that's another thing. When you talk about the South, right? Take out Texas. That don't count.
No,
Oh
but the
my
South.
Why?
God.
Time out,
Hold on. Well,
Kyla.
tell you
You're,
reason
you're,
why because Texas was not part of the Great Migration. When I
but,
talk
but
about the
Kyla,
Great Migration, I'm talking about people coming from
But the Great
Mississippi
Migrate.
to
But they were. I
But
Chicago.
thought
not
they were part of the
everybody.
Great
Not
Migrate.
it wasn't the majority of the people that came through the Great Migration, Carla.
Hold on,
why
Alabama.
y'all changing the
Hold
subject to
on.
stupid stuff?
1776. Let me say this.
Because you've been
Alabama
changing
to
to the stupid
Detroit.
stuff too.
Alabama, Florida to Detroit. Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina to New York City. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that was a great migration, right?
But I
Texas
thought
was never
Texas
a
and
part of the
Louisiana
Great
went to
What about
Migration.
L.A.
Chicago?
or
Listen,
The
hey,
Chicago.
Kyla,
Chicago
Chicago's like Mississippi and stuff.
the South starts
Alabama, I
at the
think.
Mason. The South starts at the Mason-Dixon line, Maryland. Anything lower, anything above Maryland is the North. Maryland, Virginia, all down the coast, that's the South. Blacks in the South never fell under 57%.
Yeah,
Carla
okay.
lives in the South and he thinks he live in the North. You live in the South, Carla.
Hold on. Let me say this, right? Although, like I said, my family, right? Although you may have moved to New York, remember, so the most people who moved up north, right, live with relatives. You know, they didn't have residence there. There's nothing saying that you have a driver's license to prove that you are a resident. That you just live with relatives, right?
I
So
think.
you
I
don't
think
really have
Dark
a number
Migo.
of people who actually left the South and was living in the North
But
because
Carla, do you concede you live in the South?
your residency was still. I was born in the North. You know.
But do you concede you live in the South?
What do you say? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Virginia is in the South. Do you concede that?
yeah.
Well, yeah,
Virginia is the
Virginia's
South.
South. I'm talking about when people say, "Oh, the South always had the most amount of Black." Yeah, look,
Hey,
it's not
Kyla, you
that.
just gonna have
Hold
to
on, hold on.
you
Do
just
you
gonna
know
have to
how many
hold that
people?
L, man.
Hold on. Do you know how many people used to go up north seasonal to work? It was like majority of the Black population in North Carolina used to go to Long Island. You know, you never
What is
Nobody in
this
heard
whole
my
supremacist
family.
thing to think that all black people, most black people live in the North, Carla? Black people
No,
prefer the warmer weather of
I'm
the
saying
South.
the North is where Black people came. You know, they came back and forth. It was they weren't permanent, but the Great Migration brought a lot of Black people before the Great Migration. Even before the Great Migration, a lot of Black people went up to New York and places like that to work.
And
You
even
know,
more black people went back south in recent times.
what I'm saying is this:
I want to have
when
this
you look at all
conversation
these
with Kyla.
industrial cities and whatnot, Pittsburgh, whatnot, they had literally millions of
Hold
Black
on, hold
people.
on. That means you want to speak. That means you want to
Pittsburgh
speak.
did not have millions of Black people. Number one, okay. Um, New York City. I know my family moved from North Carolina to New York City, and they were on the 1940 census. So it was broke down as head of household. My father was 6 years old at the time. It was head of household. My great grandmother was his wife, and then they had the rest of the Black people from North Carolina in there as people that were lodging, right? So they were all registered on there. They moved to Corona, Queens first. Corona, Queens, you be hard pressed to find any black people there now. So I don't think that there's that many, or there's ever been so many black people in New York as it was related to the South. The South is where we came from. The Great Migration didn't see the majority of people go to New York. It saw a good amount of people go to New York.
Can I add to this? Hold on. Let me add to this real quick.
Also got places like Philadelphia. You got places like Jersey and places like that. And I'm looking at that area, that tri-state area right there. And when you literally got like 35 million people in the tri-state of Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Jersey, and whatnot, that area right here.
Colin, can I interject real quick?
35 million people.
That's cap, because there's only like 35 million black Americans in a whole America. So how you gonna put
actually 45 million? It's actually 45 million. But
I think like 10 million black immigrants.
I don't include mulattoes and biracials.
3 million black immigrants, bro.
Kyle, man.
I don't include biracials.
Steve was trying to say something.
Hold on. Let me say this real quick.
There's only 3 million black immigrants in America, bro.
Tyler, where we get that number from? The National Bureau of Statistics.
You think in a million years these people gonna let?
I'm saying, where you get that number from? Do you get it from the National Bureau of Statistics, Scholar?
Yeah,
I'm counting.
It's only like 3. I think at the
I'm counting second, third generation immigrants as well. I mean,
no. Look, you put there's way more than 3 million.
If they don't have your lineage, Kyla, if they're not FBA, then they're not part of you, right? Because you have 4 or 5 generations of Africans in this country now.
Hey, time out. Why are we arguing a point that doesn't need to be argued? Black people, the majority of black people always resided in the South.
Yeah. We all agree to that point.
Yeah, we all agree with that. Kyle, like Dark Migo, I think Dark Migo made this in the comment yesterday. He said that they might have been more concentrated in the Northeast, but they're definitely, as like numbers wise, was definitely more black Americans.
I still say, even that's the case, right? I still say, because I know my family, some of my family never moved up north, but they would come up to up north, work a long storming job, go to places like.
And then they went back down south, right?
See, Steve, this guy is disregarding how good the U.S. Census is. The U.S. Census is thorough. Now it's not good because you got 100 million Latinos here under the table. Listen, yeah, they've been saying there's 40 million Latinos here since I was a kid.
Nah, there's 60 million Latinos here.
There's more than that.
I mean, where you get that number from? Where are you getting it from?
My eyesight. Every time I look,
there you go. Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
His eyesight.
The whole of Prince George's County is damn near Latino.
It doesn't even equate to 100,000 people in that little spot. So you can't even make the analysis that it's over 100 million people from that little.
You know how many Latinos live in a studio apartment? 25.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about tens of millions of people. We're not talking about 25 people to gauge and let you know that there's 100 million people in this country.
Okay.
But look, I know how many bunkheads I want to do is agree with 1776, but he's right. I went to South Carolina, Columbia, and I couldn't believe that I saw Mexican flags in people's yards in South Carolina, Georgia, New Orleans. They're all over that place. So there's
all
a lot
I know
more
is
being reported.
Right.
Yeah, they're the second
most
group in this country outside of whites.
Right, there you go. I know there's more than them than black people.
When I was growing up, the only time you saw a Latino was if you had the privilege of going to the Bronx or watching 90210 or something. You see the little Puerto Rican. That was the only Hispanics you saw when I was growing up.
In your 40s. That's because you didn't grow up in Texas. You didn't grow up in California. You didn't grow up in Arizona. You grew up in the East Coast. Come on, man.
But I'm saying they're all
from the East Coast. I can tell he's not from the East Coast.